Chapter 177. Swoosh! Suddenly, the countless number of arrows that covered the entire empty space instantly shot out. They were just like arrows that had been released from a bow as they pierced through the empty space. Numerous sharp arrows carried an incomparably strong wind as they smashed into the invisible spatial crack lines around the fire lotus. Immediately, a clear sound similar to glass shattering appeared unceasingly. Circular water-like spatial ripples also appeared on the invisible spatial crack lines. In fact, within a couple of breaths' time, the invisible shield that was formed by the countless number of spatial crack lines had also been forcefully smashed into a couple of fist-sized holes by this continuous bombardment. Those tiny spatial crack lines also became increasingly large. Clearly, this spatial crack line alone was unable to block this wild and crazy attack. All it needed was a moment before the spatial crack lines around the fire lotus would be completely scattered. However, the fire lotus was indifferent to this. The only thing that changed was that the few paper-thin fire lotus petals around it had begun to rotate wildly. The rapid rotation caused an additional fire circle to appear around the fire lotus. The strength and brutality of the heavenly flame caused the surrounding space to appear like a leaf that had been swept into a storm as it was instantly torn apart. Not only that, this frightening firestorm was also swiftly growing at a frightening speed. Within a breath's time, it had soared to 1,000 feet in size. The fire lotus was hidden within it, as though everything that was happening in the outside world had nothing to do with it. Within this space, the empty space was being wildly torn apart like a thin piece of paper. Even larger pieces of paper were being mercilessly torn apart. The frightening firestorm was still continuing to grow. The expressions on Xiao Yan and He Mu's faces were different when they saw this scene from the outside. The thing that Xiao Yan did not expect was that this angry Buddha lotus flame, that was agglomerated from 5 types of heavenly flames, was actually this frightening. It had merely moved its body randomly, and it had directly torn apart the frightening attack of the heaven-capturing claw. This point caused even him, its owner, to feel incomparably shocked in his heart. On the other hand, He Mu's face, which was covered with mysterious symbols, had an expression that appeared as though it could scare someone to death. The muscles on both sides of his mouth were violently pulled downwards. His pair of shady old eyes appeared as though they were about to spit out fire. The coarse and heavy breathing that was emitted from his nose caused one to feel afraid upon seeing it. This gloomy appearance was as though someone owed him $100 million, causing one's heart to shudder. At this moment, the countless number of sharp arrows that were shooting toward the fire lotus in the empty space were just like yellow autumn leaves that had fallen into it. They were just like fish in the pond that had been caught in it. However, they were unable to avoid it. Even though they possessed a frightening strength that could tear apart the empty space, they appeared to be powerless at this moment. With just one collision, they were torn apart by the frightening firestorm and instantly turned into nothingness. A moment later, after the countless number of arrows in the empty space had been completely destroyed, this wild and violent firestorm once again appeared to have cleared up after the rain. The turbulent empty space finally slowly returned to its calm state. Xiao Yan and He Mu were finally able to once again see the expressions on each other's faces through the empty space. Seeing the expression on He Mu's face, Xiao Yan did not feel the slightest bit surprised in his heart. After all, it was likely that no one would have any good emotions in their hearts after having used a powerful Do technique, and still ended up suffering a great loss. At this moment, this manner of He Mu was precisely what Xiao Yan wanted to see. He Mu's pair of extremely dark and solemn eyes stared intently at Xiao Yan at the same time that Xiao Yan saw him. The furious expression in his eyes appeared as though he wished that he could eat Xiao Yan in one bite. However, this violent expression was ultimately exchanged with a cold smile from Xiao Yan. Immediately, the fury in He Mu's eyes soared once again. His pair of dark green eyes were swiftly replaced by a dark and solemn crimson color. The dark black empty space caused one to be unable to sense the wild storm that had occurred in this place a moment ago. Of course, the countless number of dark black arrows that had scattered along with it were also completely swept away. This space once again returned to a temporary silence. However, the atmosphere that was filled with a pressuring force caused one to have a heavy feeling as though a storm was about to arrive. This moment of silence was the final moment before the storm arrived. Once this silence was over, true terror would descend upon this world in the form of the destruction of the world. At that time, it would be the moment where the victor would be decided in a single blow. At this moment, all of the bets of these two people were placed here. Xiao Yan and He Mu looked at each other from a distance within the quiet empty space. The beautiful fire lotus slowly rotated in the empty space in front of Xiao Yan. The surrounding space once again collapsed following it. In front of He Mu, the heaven-capturing claw that had covered the entire empty space was facing off against the fire lotus. At this moment, it had also gathered all of its aura and was waiting for the moment to completely erupt. At this moment, an extremely solemn expression appeared on the faces of these two people. Clearly, even with the strength of these two people, they did not dare to guarantee that they would win the current situation. Xiao Yan's talent was indeed frightening, and his strength could be considered as truly outstanding among those of the same generation. However, the fellow in front of him was a genuine ancient demon. His original strength was so frightening that even on this continent, he was a terrifying existence that was not the slightest bit weak. Even though his current strength was not as strong as it was back then, after all, a starving camel was still bigger than a horse. When facing He Mu, he had to be extremely alert. Otherwise, it would be difficult to say who would be the one to die. Xiao Yan was unwilling to do such a foolish thing that would cause him to fail miserably. Compared to Xiao Yan, the current He Mu was even more intensely nervous. In his heart, he had never imagined that Xiao Yan's true strength would actually far surpass his expectations. At this moment, the strength that Xiao Yan had displayed could already be considered to be invincible among the half-martial emperors. It was simply impossible for an ordinary 8-star half-martial emperor to have any chance of survival when faced with this fire lotus. As for a 9-star half-martial emperor, if they were to receive all of the power of this fire lotus by themselves, even if they did not die, they would only be left with half a life. Of course, as a 9-star half-martial emperor, it was naturally impossible for him to sit and wait for death when faced with such a frightening do skill. The current Xiao Yan did not have the opportunity to use this fire lotus in front of a 9-star half-martial emperor. If it was not for the fact that He Mu was in a weakened state today, how could Xiao Yan possibly have the opportunity to injure him? Time slowly passed. Within the empty space, the speed at which the gorgeous fire lotus rotated also became faster and faster. Gradually, even with the eyesight of Xiao Yan and He Mu, they were actually only able to vaguely see the outline of the fire lotus. At this moment, the gorgeous fire lotus appeared like a flywheel. From its outer appearance, it was simply impossible to find the slightest trace of a fire lotus. The most surprising thing was that the empty space surrounding the fire lotus was actually not affected in the slightest by such an extremely fast rotation. It still appeared to be calm. However, before the perception of Xiao Yan and He Mu, all of this was revealed regardless of how perfect the decoration was. When they sensed the abnormality around the fire lotus, even the master of the fire lotus, Xiao Yan, involuntarily revealed a shocked expression on his pale face. Under the investigation of Xiao Yan's frightening spiritual strength, the seemingly calm empty space around the fire lotus at this moment was actually a frightening whirlpool that appeared like a waterspout under the calmness of the space. Following the rapid rotation of the fire lotus, the invisible space formed a funnel-like frightening whirlpool in the empty space. The empty space was being continuously devoured by it. Soon after, it merged with the whirlpool, causing the space within the whirlpool to become increasingly viscous. In merely a short moment, the space within the whirlpool had become like the deep sea. The frightening spatial pressure caused even Xiao Yan's illusory spiritual strength to involuntarily feel a wave of heaviness. From this, it could be seen just how frightening the pressure within the whirlpool was. Chapter 178. While Xiao Yan was investigating the situation around the fire lotus, He Mu on the opposite side had similarly reflected the invisible whirlpool in his eyes. His expression changed as his heart involuntarily became speechless at this heaven-defying technique of Xiao Yan's. He had never expected that a brat whose strength was merely that of a half-D class would actually be able to display such a frightening Do technique. From the looks of it, this fire lotus Do technique clearly still had room for improvement. In other words, the future tier of the angry Buddha lotus flame would not be limited to a man-class Do technique. Once it truly matured, in addition to the continuous growth of Xiaoyan's strength, the strength of the angry Buddha lotus flame would become increasingly frightening. At that time, this angry Buddha lotus flame might even directly surpass the category of a Ling-class Do technique and become an E-class Do technique. When he thought of this, even with He Mu's character, his heart involuntarily thumped. As an old fellow from 10,000 years ago, he was naturally extremely clear about the terror of an E-class Do technique. After all, at this moment, he had 3 E-class Do techniques in his hands. Even if this was placed in the ancient times, it would still be considered an extremely large fortune. He Mu clearly remembered that back then, there were many strong people who were stronger than him who wanted to compete with him. However, in the end, all of their efforts were in vain, and they suffered a double loss after trying to win. When He Mu, who possessed an E-class Do technique, unleashed it with all his strength, even if the other party's strength had reached the Source Zone class, the overbearing E-class Do technique would still allow He Mu to remain in an invincible position. Hence, He Mu had always paid great attention to E-class Do techniques in his heart. As for the Sheng-class Do technique that was one level higher, He Mu did not even dare to think about it. Even in his era, that kind of Do technique was something that only the truly strong people on the continent could possess. The strength of that kind of Do technique was something that even with He Mu's character in the past, he had never dared to imagine. A man-class Do technique was sufficient to completely destroy a part of the world. Wouldn't a Ling-class Do technique be even better? An E-class Do technique was already sufficient to treat the world as nothing. In that case, a Sheng-class Do technique. He Mu's body suddenly trembled when he thought of this. His empty eyes hurriedly recovered. He shook his head and swiftly cut off the thread of thought in his heart. After which, he once again looked at Xiaoyan with a lingering fear in his heart. However, at this moment, He Mu's tanned face appeared somewhat pale. In front of a Sheng-class Do technique, even he did not dare to think too much. This did not mean that he was afraid of a Saint-class Do skill. A Do skill would forever be a medium for Do Qi or Genesis Qi. Without someone to use it, it was similarly useless. However, the Sheng-class Do technique did not have an undeserved reputation. Otherwise, it would not cause He Mu's hair to stand just by thinking about it. Not only was the Sheng-class Do technique frightening, but it was also difficult to control it without sufficient strength. As for the Sheng-class taboo Do techniques that were even more difficult to imagine, with that kind of power, perhaps the entire continent would suffer from a destructive storm. Fortunately, let alone a Sheng-class taboo Do technique, there had not been any news of a Sheng-class Do technique in the past 1,000 years on the continent. Even an E-class Do technique was something that the number of people who could truly grasp in the hands of the current continent was similarly very few. After all, while a frightening Do technique of that level was extremely powerful, it also required quite a lot of effort to create. In this aspect, only those true experts on the continent were able to do so. At the same time, the most important factor was one's comprehension ability, some other ethereal state, or some special inheritance left behind by some experts. Perhaps one would have the opportunity to create a Do technique. Otherwise, it was something like trying one's luck. For example, Xiaoyan. The situation had changed. Under the suppression of the combined strength of the experts on the continent, all the Do skills that surpassed the Tian-class Do skill had to be released into the endless empty space when they were unleashed. This rule also prevented the entire continent from being turned into a desolation by the battles between the experts. While Xiaoyan's angry Buddha lotus flame was swiftly agglomerating its strength, the similarly incomparably frightening E-class Do technique, Heaven Capturing Claw, was crazily fighting for all the energy within this space. On the dark black hand claw, the hand claw that was agglomerated from the endless void was currently emitting waves after waves of frightening devouring strength. That strength originated from the void. At this moment, it was once again devouring the void, causing it to become even more frightening. As the endless void was repeatedly devoured, a layer of dark black light spots was swiftly agglomerating at a speed visible to the naked eye on the surface of the dark black hand claw. Following the agglomeration of these dark black light spots, numerous armor-like items vaguely appeared on this frightening hand claw. Those fragments also gradually joined together under the repeated agglomeration of the dark black light spots. The shattered armor was also being restored to its original condition. Xiao Yan outside of the arena immediately knit his brows tightly when he saw this scene. This heaven-capturing claw was indeed worthy of being an E-class Do technique. It was actually able to use the spatial strength within the endless void to agglomerate an armor. In this way, not only did the heaven-capturing claw obtain a great increase in its strength, it was also able to repeatedly swallow the spatial strength around it to replenish itself. If the angry Buddha lotus flame was unable to break it in one go, it was likely that the result would not be something that the current Xiao Yan was willing to see. Being the owner of this heaven-capturing claw, Heimu did not appear to be too surprised in his heart when he saw the scene that was happening on the heaven-capturing claw. This heaven-capturing claw was one of his trump cards when he was at his peak. Even now, the angry Buddha lotus flame in front of him was not weak. However, he still had quite a lot of confidence in his heaven-capturing claw. An E-class Do technique was not something that could be described with words alone. Sensing the waves of increasingly frightening aura that was being emitted from the heaven-capturing claw, Heimu's face, which had become somewhat nervous because of the angry Buddha lotus flame, once again recovered its calmness at this moment. It seemed that in order to borrow the strength of the heaven-capturing claw to take down Xiao Yan in one go, the current Heimu had truly gone all out. One could see that Heimu's pair of shriveled hands, which were hidden under his sleeves, were slowly extended out. His shriveled hands were slightly curled as they were lifted. He gently drew across his forehead, which was covered with wrinkles. His usually unremarkable fingernails were even sharper than those steel blades and swords at this moment. As Heimu's fingertips drew across, a bloody wound was slowly cut open in the middle of his brows. After which, under Heimu's control, a drop of essence blood, which carried a dark golden glow, slowly floated in front of Heimu. At the same time that this essence blood was forced out, Heimu's originally pale face became even more withered and yellow. Under his shriveled face, it appeared that only a piece of his skull was left. The glow within his pair of shady eyes had also completely disappeared. The aura of his entire body had suddenly dropped by a level at this moment. Given Heimu's current condition, the price of using the essence blood within his body was indeed a little too great. However, it was fortunate that this body did not completely belong to him. While he was suffering, the original owner of this body, Qingmu, would also be implicated. Thus, Heimu's heart felt a little better. However, the current situation was not like this. What he needed to do was to once again raise the strength of the heaven-capturing claw. As an E-class Do technique, the current heaven-capturing claw did not even possess 1% of its strength at its peak condition. The most important aspect of an E-class Do technique was the merger of Do Qi and spiritual strength. Only when the two were merged and complemented each other would its strength be able to be multiplied. Heimu appeared somewhat strenuous as he inhaled a deep breath of the air in front of him that contained a bloody stench that pounced toward him. Both of his eyes were slowly shut. The moment he opened them again, a glow shot out in all directions from his eyes. A thought passed through his heart, and the remaining Do Qi in his body began to surge like a surging river. Waves of majestic spiritual strength between Heimu's brows also transformed into waves of earth-shaking waves that swept toward every corner of this space. In the next moment, Heimu's right hand's index finger and middle finger were placed together. He moved his wrist and the tip of his finger repeatedly flashed over that drop of essence blood. At the same time that his finger repeatedly flashed, the waves of invisible spiritual strength around him also seemed to have been attracted by something and completely gathered toward that drop of essence blood. Ha! Merge for me! Suddenly, Heimu's mouth emitted a low beast-like cry. His dark black index finger also pressed on that drop of essence blood at the same time as this low cry was emitted. Immediately, light shot in all directions. Countless golden lights that were wrapped by spiritual strength shot out in all directions like numerous glaring sunlight. Immediately, all of them gathered into the heaven-capturing claw. They followed the numerous swirls on the surface of the heaven-capturing claw and merged into it, causing the heaven-capturing claw to vaguely possess a kind of special strength. Buzz, at a certain moment. A buzzing sound that seemed to cause space to tremble was suddenly emitted from the quiet empty space. Immediately, one could see a circular brilliant flame wave in the empty space swiftly spread apart like a wave on the sea following that buzzing sound. It broke through all the restraints of the surrounding space and directly collided with the enormous Ling Tian's hand claw that was surrounding it. Ling Tian's hand claw also seemed to have sensed something. The hand claw that covered most of the empty space also emitted a buzzing sound at this moment. Immediately, this enormous hand claw appeared to have come alive. The enormous hand claw suddenly moved. Its 5 fingers spread open, and it waved the sharp hand claw. A claw violently smashed toward the incoming flame wave. At this moment, the true collision had just begun. Chapter 179. Bang! A frightening doqi storm swept apart like a tsunami from the empty space. The beautiful flame was mixed with a dense black-colored fog. The two were like 2 enormous dragons that were entangled with each other as they swept in all directions with this frightening doqi storm. At this moment, the entire space began to tremble intensely. Even the world above the space, which had just returned to its peaceful state, began to tremble slightly at this moment. What is going on? A light flashed in the sky above the endless forest. Immediately, old Luo's figure appeared in the empty space. A pair of sharp old eyes were filled with a grave expression as he stared at the ground in the forest below. Just a moment ago, old Luo had clearly sensed a slight tremor in this space. The reason for the tremor was from the ground in front of him. More accurately speaking, it should be from deep within the ground. With old Luo's cultivation and extraordinary perception, he was able to tell that the strength that caused this space to tremble originated from 2 kinds of do skills, even though he was unable to completely absorb the scene at the source of the tremor in his eyes. Old Luo's expression involuntarily changed slightly when he sensed this. He Mu had dragged Xiaoyan deep into the ground for half a month. With He Mu's strength, it was likely that Xiaoyan would have already become a dead soul under his claws during this half a month. Since this was the case, who was the person who had used the do skills at this moment? Old Luo's gloomy expression, which had been gloomy for half a month, immediately became gloomy when he thought of Xiaoyan. Something had happened to Xiaoyan. All of this could ultimately be blamed on him. However, before the first wave had subsided, another wave had arisen. It had only been half a month. Why had the deep ground once again become turbulent? What is going on? Don't tell me that brat Yin Xiao is actually still alive? But with He Mu's methods, how could he possibly leave Yin Xiao alive? Moreover, Yin Xiao was already an arrow at the end of its flight back then. Even if he had recovered during this half a month, he would definitely not be a match for He Mu. That person. After analyzing in his heart, Elder Luo's eyes suddenly lit up. The expression between his eyebrows seemed to have thought of something. He slightly clenched his fists under his sleeves and muttered to himself in a low voice. Could it be that this is that old fellow Qing Mu? Did he break free? When he thought of this, Elder Luo felt a little more relaxed. Now that Xiaoyan was in trouble and Qing Mu was still alive, this could be considered a good outcome for him. However, old Luo quickly knitted his brows. Based on his understanding of the two of them, He Mu's strength was stronger than Qing Mu's. In the past he had to join forces with Qing Mu in order to barely suppress He Mu. Although He Mu had exhausted all the energy he had accumulated over the past 1,000 years in the great battle half a month ago, Qing Mu had also exhausted a lot of energy in that battle. Under He Mu's control, the energy in his body must have been exhausted, and after half a month of recovery, even if He Mu could not return to his previous state, he was definitely not someone that Qing Mu could deal with. If Qing Mu were to fight again at this time, the result would not be good. When he thought of this, the relaxed expression on Elder Luo's face could not help but become nervous again. After hesitating for a moment, Elder Luo quickly calmed down. He flipped his palm, and a green jade token appeared in his palm. The moment the jade token appeared, Elder Luo clenched his fist and the green jade token was instantly crushed into a pile of stone powder. At the same time, in the depths of the vast forest, there was a flash of brilliance. Dozens of figures flew into the sky and turned into green meteors as they rapidly flew toward Elder Luo. Elder Luo. When the dozens of figures arrived in front of Elder Luo, they simultaneously stopped and stood in the sky. They bowed to Elder Luo and greeted him respectfully. At this time, Elder Luo was not in the mood to care about these complicated formalities. He waved his hand casually and said, "Quickly disperse. All of you, quickly disperse and set up a large formation outside the forest. I presume that there will be a fierce battle soon. During this period, all of you are not allowed to leave your posts without permission. You must be on guard at all times. Once there is any movement, there is no need to inform this old man. As soon as Elder Luo finished speaking, the figures in green robes responded in unison. Elder Luo was worried about the situation below, and was about to leave. Elder Luo, may I know what happened? Why is Elder Luo in such a hurry? Just as Elder Luo's figure turned around, the figure closest to Elder Luo behind him hesitated for a moment, and finally couldn't help but ask. When Elder Luo heard this, a wave of anger rushed to his head. He could not help but want to slap the person who spoke to him to death. The battle was over, and the patriarch had been captured. Now you're asking me what happened? How could I not be enraged? You. Good. 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 You are really good. What a good 32 spirit guards of the spirit ginseng tribe. You really do not come out until death is near. Go back and set up the array. When Elder Luo shouted angrily, the 32 spirit guards immediately trembled. They did not dare to say anything else and quickly lowered their heads and retreated. Although Old Luo was not a member of their spiritual ginseng tribe, they clearly knew that Old Luo's position in the tribe was no different from the tribe leader. Naturally, they would not be able to bear the anger of the tribe leader. Elder Luo angrily glared at the departing figures of the group of spiritual guards. He also angrily flung his wide sleeves and scolded in a low voice. Humph. No wonder the great spirit ginseng tribe declined to such a state. How can such people protect the spirit ginseng tribe? You have been living a peaceful life for too long. You have forgotten how the world works. When Elder Luo regained his senses, he looked at the ground below again. The expression on his face became worried. I hope that old man can rush out. As long as he is on the ground, everything will be easy. This time, Heimu will not be able to return. However, compared to Elder Luo's guesses and worries on the ground, there was another scene in the mysterious space below the ground. A wild and violent Do-Chi storm swept through the entire space. In the empty space, 3 layers of the 5 petals of the angry Buddha lotus flame had already been removed. Only the lotus core was left. At this moment, Heimu was finally able to clearly see the faint light figure on the angry Buddha lotus flame. The face of the light figure was not much different from Xiao Yan's. Seeing this, Heimu's heart was immediately shocked. Putting aside the fact that this Do skill was at the peak of the man-class Do skills, just this light figure alone was enough to shock him. This angry Buddha lotus flame was actually created by Xiao Yan. After experiencing 3 frightening Do-Chi attacks, Heimu could clearly sense that the strength of the fire lotus was stronger each time. The subsequent attacks would likely be even more frightening. What kind of monster is this little fellow? He is merely a bandit. How can he create such a frightening thing? Is this really something that a human can do? If it was an ordinary man-class Do skill, Heimu would be able to face it without the Do skill spirit transformation, even if the strength of this angry Buddha lotus flame was quite great. However, if it was like this, he could not help but feel a little worried. The terror of the Do skill spirit transformation was that it was able to unleash all the strength of a man-class Do skill to its greatest extent. It was able to unleash the strength that a man-class Do skill possessed without restraint. This point was something that an ordinary man-class Do skill could not compare with. It was also because of this point that Heimu knew that the strength that the remaining 2 layers of lotus petals possessed would be even more frightening than what he had imagined in his heart. On the other hand, that heaven-seizing claw was indeed worthy of being an E-class Do technique. Although its strength was not as strong as it was back then, even so, that enormous hand claw still maintained its integrity. The strength within it was also incomparably powerful. In comparison, Xiao Yan's angry Buddha lotus flame was as tiny as a speck of dust in front of it. Looking at the current Xiao Yan, his aura had already become extremely weak. His entire face was devoid of blood. A pair of bright eyes appeared to be deeply embedded in his eye sockets. His entire body's condition was extremely weak. If it was not because he was forcefully supporting himself with his mind, it was likely that Xiao Yan would have already landed somewhere unknown. After a short period of silence, the fire lotus petals once again separated from the main body in the air, A turbulent black fog once again surged out from the surface of the heaven-capturing claw. The next moment, the final attack finally arrived. Chapter 180. The extremely frightening flame wave carried a frightening aura that could destroy the world as it swept across the entire empty space and violently smashed toward the heaven-capturing claw. At the same time, the turbulent black fog around the heaven-capturing claw also suddenly swept apart after churning for a while. It violently collided with the flame wave. Immediately, the entire space once again shook intensely. The shaking this time around was even more intense than the previous few times. Even the ginseng ancient trees in the outside world shook intensely. Elder Luo's originally tightly knit eyebrows became even more twisted when he saw this. His heart was incomparably worried. However, due to the uniqueness of this world, even he was unable to forcefully step into the world below the ground. Ugh! Elder Luo sighed with a solemn face. He could only helplessly shift his attention to the large formation. This was also the final assurance in Elder Luo's heart. The instant the flame wave and the storm formed by the black fog collided, it appeared as though a barrier had been set up in the empty space, separating this space into two halves. The fiercely rising beautiful, heavenly flame and the black fog that covered most of the empty space like a black cloud were like two ancient giant beasts fighting against each other. The closer it was to the end, the more tense the atmosphere between the two became. It was as though a small opportunity was all that was needed to completely ignite the atmosphere in the battleground. The frightening wave that was agglomerated from 5 types of heavenly flame continued to sweep across the entire empty space. At this moment, even Xiao Yan, who was known for his playfulness, involuntarily had a flush on his white face. The dou qi within his body was exhausted, causing the current Xiao Yan to be unable to ignore the heavenly flame wave. The current situation in the battleground was no longer something that he could control. Faced with the heavenly flame that repeatedly attacked him, Xiao Yan could only helplessly and bitterly endure. Xiao Yan involuntarily cursed in his heart as he bitterly sighed in his heart. The merger of 5 types of heavenly flame was something that Xiao Yan had attempted on the Douqi continent in the past. Even the angry Buddha lotus flame that was formed from the merger of 6 types of heavenly flame was also held in Xiao Yan's hand. However, it had never been like this. 5 types of heavenly flame actually caused him to be so tired. Although he cursed in his heart, Xiao Yan clearly understood that this continent was no longer the Douqi continent. Only in this place was Xiao Yan able to truly experience the true strength that Yao Lao had told him about back then. Burning the heavens and boiling the seas, the power to destroy the heavens and the earth, incinerating everything in the world, the most terrifying power of destruction in the world. Back on the Douqi continent, when Xiao Yan had controlled the purifying demonic lotus flame, he had relied on the purifying demonic lotus flame to defeat the Hall of Souls and fight the Northern Dragon King. At that time, Xiao Yan had thought that he had truly unleashed the strength of the heavenly flame. After all, the angry Buddha lotus flame was already the maximum limit that Xiao Yan could unleash the strength of the heavenly flame. However, it was only after he had become an emperor and displayed the ancient Dou technique, the heavenly flame eternal ruler, that he realized that the heavenly flame that Yao Lao had mentioned did not appear to be that powerful. Now that Xiao Yan had come to the Yuanwu continent and met Guyu, he finally realized that it was not that the heavenly flame was not as powerful as it was rumored to be. Instead, the heavenly flame that he knew was not a true heavenly flame. Bang! The dense white firestorm swept over the entire empty space, causing the entire space to violently tremble. Many large rocks fell from the darkness. They appeared just like a different kind of storm in this empty world. Soon after, however, the frightening heavenly flame storm swept past and turned into nothingness. At this moment, the expressions on the faces of Xiao Yan and He Mu suddenly changed. They revealed a deeply shocked expression. The strength of the bone-chilling flame was something that Xiao Yan had personally witnessed. However, this was the first time that Xiao Yan had seen such a powerful flame. After merging with its actual body, the strength of the bone-chilling flame had reached an extremely frightening level. Based on the strength that the bone-chilling flame had unleashed, it was likely that it would not be inferior to the nihility devouring flame on the Douqi continent. This also caused Xiao Yan to involuntarily click his tongue in amazement at the same time that he felt surprised. I really did not expect that a mere seed flame would be able to unleash such a terrifying might. It's hard to imagine. If the bone-chilling flame were to unleash all of its might, wouldn't that kind of might be able to destroy the world? Haha, the strength of a heavenly flame is far more frightening than you understand. Hence, if you wish to raise the burning flame mantra to the highest tier, it is impossible without true ability. The shock within Xiao Yan's heart naturally did not escape Guyu's attention. Guyu did not forget to add another obstacle to Xiao Yan's heart while he ridiculed Xiao Yan with his mouth. There was naturally no need to doubt the strength of a heavenly flame. It was also because of this that Xiao Yan's path to raise his strength would be even more difficult. Old Gu's words were not purposely adding pressure to Xiao Yan. Instead, he wanted to let Xiao Yan clearly understand just how high the requirement of strength was for the path that he would take in the future. His current strength was far from sufficient. Xiao Yan quietly nodded in his heart after hearing Old Gu's words. His strength came from a heavenly flame. Only by controlling an even more powerful, heavenly flame would he be able to truly gain a foothold in this Yuanwu continent. At that time, the aim of the ghost-shattering gate would be revealed. On the other hand, Heimu's skinny body involuntarily trembled after he sensed the frightening wild and violent aura within the bone-chilling flame. He had actually sensed a trace of a frightening aura that caused him to be incomparably fearful within the heavenly flame. The terror of that aura was even greater than when he was at his peak. Bastard! Where exactly did this brat obtain this heavenly flame? How can it be so frightening? This brat. Why is the aura on his body a little strange? The strangeness of the bone-chilling flame caused Heimu to involuntarily curse. Even though this was the case, it was still difficult for him to hide the shock in his heart. However, compared to the doubt in Heimu's heart, the frightening storm that was formed by the bone-chilling flame did not give him any time to consider. The moment the wild and violent dragon-like dense white, heavenly flame storm swept out, an unknown number of layers of the invisible space that had been torn apart once again exploded. Within the empty space, the flickering lightning-like spatial storm was like numerous small snakes attached to the periphery of the heavenly flame storm. They violently smashed towards the still incomparably overbearing, heaven-capturing claw. When the heavenly flame storm attacked, the heaven-capturing claw, which was as thick as a dragon pillar, suddenly clenched. A frightening strength also began to wreak havoc. Immediately, a thunder-like explosive sound reverberated over this empty world. The invisible space was like a balloon that was being squeezed between the gaps of the claw. The half-opened and half-closed hand claw tore through the empty space. An incomparably sharp wind transformed into numerous invisible pillars that violently smashed towards the dense white firestorm that was similarly filled with an imposing aura. Unfortunately, this invisible pillar, which even an ordinary bandit would not dare to be careless when seeing it, was like a gentle breeze brushing past the heavenly flame storm. It scattered with a bang, before it was even 1,000 feet from the heavenly flame storm. After the pillar was broken, the distance between the heavenly flame storm and the heaven-capturing claw became increasingly smaller. In just an instant, these two powerful do skills that possessed destructive strength would collide with a bang. The ending of this battle would also officially arrive. In a short instant, the heavenly flame storm and the heavenly flame storm had already violently collided with each other at the same time when the pillar was broken. However, what welcomed Xiao Yan and Heimu was an instant of silence. It was as though two different colored cotton balls had collided in the empty space. Not the slightest sound was emitted, however. In the next moment, a glaring white light shot out from the middle of the collision like a sun in the dark night, causing one to be unable to open one's eyes. Bang! Soon after, a frightening explosion that was like the explosion of a nuclear bomb transformed into a circular invisible air wave that swept over the entire space. Chapter 181. Xiao Yan and Heimu, who were outside of the arena, were naturally unable to escape from such a frightening air wave. When the air wave attacked, the two of them felt as though there was an invisible Mount Tai in the space in front of them. The frightening force caused their chests to be instantly flattened. Xiao Yan only felt a trace of sweetness on the tip of his tongue. After a wave of giddiness passed in his mind, His frail body was directly sent flying. However, soon after Xiao Yan's body flew for nearly 10,000 feet, another wave of even more frightening energy storm suddenly attacked. It carried an aura that could destroy the world as it suddenly attacked. Before Xiao Yan could regain consciousness, it violently smashed into his chest. Bang! A muffled thunder-like sound mixed with a wave of bone-breaking sounds appeared. Xiao Yan's body was immediately sent flying like a football that had been kicked. He turned into a shooting star in the empty space, and shot toward the other side of the space. The wild and violent energy was like a wild wind and tsunami as it attacked Xiao Yan's body. The frightening spiritual strength that was contained within the storm directly invaded Xiao Yan's soul. The terror of an E-class Do technique was undoubtedly displayed at this moment. By combining Do Qi and spiritual strength, not only was it more powerful, but the spiritual strength within it could also directly injure one's soul. This point was something that other ordinary Do techniques could not compare with. However, just as the frightening energy was about to enter Xiao Yan's body and wreak havoc, a bang sounded from within Xiao Yan's body. A large cluster of dense white flames rose and completely swallowed the wild and violent energy and spiritual strength that had entered. Xiao Yan, on the other hand, had already fainted. Ugh, little fellow, you are really crazy. If the old me was not here today, I want to see if you would be able to survive. After dealing with the wild and violent energy, a faint old voice was emitted from Xiao Yan's body. Immediately, a majestic spiritual strength swiftly surged from deep within Xiao Yan's body and merged into the fire symbol between Xiao Yan's brows. The next moment, Xiao Yan, who had already fainted, slowly opened his slightly shut eyes. His dark black pupils were already filled with a dense white raging flame. The corner of his mouth was lifted and revealed a playful smile. His eyes were slowly raised and shot through the dazzling white light toward the similarly extremely weak He Mu. His mouth laughed softly as he said, "Next, let me accompany you to play." The white light that was like the sun slowly scattered. The scene within it had also once again become clear. At this moment, after that wave of attacks, He Mu, who was similarly quite injured, could not help but reveal a joy on his shriveled old face when he saw the scene in the arena. His pair of shady eyes were filled with coldness. Looking from a distance, the dense white, heavenly flame wave in the empty space had already completely scattered. The only thing that was still standing in the empty space was the enormous claw of Ling Tian. The E-class Do technique did indeed live up to its reputation. Even though it did not live up to its great reputation back then, it was still this strong. It was actually able to forcefully scatter such a peerlessly frightening attack like the heavenly flame. It was likely that this heaven-capturing claw could be considered extremely strong even when placed among the E-class Do techniques. Although the E-class Do technique was strong, even so, 3 of the 5 dragon pillar-like hand claws on the heaven-capturing claw had already been broken. Even one of the remaining 2 hand claws was only left with less than half of it. There were still a few clusters of dense white, heavenly flame, remaining on the broken part. Following the burning of the heavenly flame, the heaven-capturing claw was also repeatedly being incinerated. It was a long while later before it gradually disappeared. Seeing this scene in front of him, He Mu's brows were involuntarily knit together. He felt quite surprised in his heart. The bone-chilling flame was indeed worthy of being in existence, ranked 11th on the heavenly flame ranking. Even though this was only a seed flame, the strength that it erupted with was still something that even a proud class Do technique had difficulty completely suppressing. A heavenly flame was really this frightening. However, although the heavenly flame was strong, it was ultimately only a Rune class Do technique. There was still quite a big gap when compared to an E-class Do technique. Seeing that the heavenly flame was broken, a smile immediately surfaced on He Mu's face that was covered with strange lines. His mouth involuntarily let out a mocking sound. TSK, human brat, so what if it is a heavenly flame? So what if it is a Do technique that has transformed into a spirit? It is ultimately only a Rune class Do technique. Compared to an E-class Do technique, it is merely a baby. The arc on the corner of Xiao Yan's mouth became even denser when he heard these words. His gaze turned toward the empty space. A glow flashed across his dense white eyes. Immediately, he opened his mouth and laughed faintly. Ah, is that so? Don't tell me that you have forgotten that the final layer of the lotus core is accumulating strength and waiting to be unleashed. Although the voice was calm, it was like a wave of clear thunder that was transmitted into the black fungus, causing the expression on his face to swiftly change. Only then did he hurriedly turn his gaze toward the empty space. When his gaze turned over, a cluster of milk-white gentle light quietly flashed across the empty space. It cut through the empty space and once again collided with the heaven-capturing claw. The milk-white gentle light was just like a lustrous white warm jade. If one were to look carefully, one could even faintly see a somewhat illusionary snow-white lotus flower. The milk-white light cluster slowly cut through the empty space, scattering down numerous specks of light that formed a long tail in the empty space. When Heimu's gaze landed on the milk-white light cluster, his sinister old face immediately became solemn. At this moment, even with his character, he had no choice but to admit that the strength contained within this light cluster had already reached the stage where it could shake the heaven-capturing claw. The thing that caused Heimu to feel the most bewildered was that even with his experience, he was actually unable to identify exactly what kind of heavenly flame this light cluster in front of him was. Hiss, from the wild and violent aura on this thing and the frightening temperature that does not lose to any heavenly flame. This thing is indeed a heavenly flame. However, since when did such a milk-white, heavenly flame appear on the heavenly flame ranking? What exactly is this thing? At this moment, the feeling of danger within the depths of Heimu's heart quietly rose once again, causing his heartbeat to involuntarily increase by quite a bit. This also caused Heimu to once again recall the trace of strange aura that was emitted from the bone-chilling flame earlier. When he thought of this, Heimu's expression became even more solemn. Could it be that the aura from earlier belonged to this heavenly flame? When he thought of this, Heimu involuntarily felt a deep chill. The terror of that aura was naturally something that he had deeply experienced. If what he was thinking in his heart was really the case, would the terror of this attack not exceed his expectations? Unfortunately, when Heimu thought of this point, the milk-white light cluster had already carried a long tail and violently collided with the broken heaven-capturing claw. In the next instant, an even more glaring white light shot out in all directions. This time around, even with Heimu's character, he involuntarily narrowed his eyes when the white light shot over. When Heimu focused his gaze, he saw through the white light that surrounded the heaven-seizing claw. At the place where the two clashed, the outer layer of armor on the heaven-seizing claw had been completely destroyed. Cracks spread out and covered the entire heaven-seizing claw. On the other hand, the somewhat illusory snow-white lotus flower within the milky white light cluster had become increasingly real at this moment. Faintly, there was a human figure at the center of the lotus flower. The human figure's hands were held in front of his chest. Between his palms, there was an even smaller version of the lotus. The difference was that the lotus was formed from over 20 different colors. In the next instant, under Heimu's gloomy gaze, the dazzling lotus slowly flew out from the human figure's palms and collided with the heaven-capturing claw that seemed to be wrapped by a spider web soon after. An extremely terrifying explosive sound spread out. The entire space shook because of this and everything within it was completely destroyed. In the spirit ginseng tribe, on the surface of the ground where the great formation had been set up, a huge crack that was tens of thousands of feet wide formed a pitch-black abyss under the continuous shaking of the ground. At this moment, Old Luo's figure had once again appeared in the sky above the abyss. At the same time, his expression was grave as he looked at the abyss below. Chapter 182. A roar that could cause one's eardrums to explode suddenly resounded over the entire space. At this moment, even the muscles at the corner of Heimu's eyes were involuntarily squeezed together. The gap between his teeth that was revealed at the corner of his mouth was repeatedly sucking in threads of hot air. An enormous do-chi storm swept over the entire space. The crack lines that covered the entire hand claw in the air also emitted a glaring golden light. Soon after, a clear breaking sound was emitted. The huge heaven-capturing hand claw was forcefully broken at the waist. Soon after, another wave of frightening do-chi storm once again swept over. This space was repeatedly destroyed by wave after wave of frightening storms. This entire space had completely turned into a human purgatory. Heimu was also repeatedly forced back by this wild and violent storm. The empty space under his feet collapsed time and time again. The frightening wind continued to bombard his body. If it was the body of an ordinary expert, it was likely that he would have long since been turned into dust. At this moment, Heimu finally felt a little powerless. The resistance of Qingmu deep within his soul had also gradually become clear. If he could not swiftly finish off Xiaoyan, it was likely that he would not have the opportunity to make a comeback once Qingmu woke up. Bastard! Do you really think that this venerable self has no way of dealing with you? Humph! Today, I will let you experience the tactics of the ginseng spiritual tribe. After letting out a low cry, Heimu suddenly slammed his palm violently on his chest. His face immediately turned red and a mouthful of essence blood was spat out. As this mouthful of essence blood was spat out, Heimu's complexion rapidly turned deathly pale. His aura also abruptly dropped to rock bottom. However, it was the exact opposite. At this moment, the corner of his mouth hung a sinister smile. After spitting out the essence blood, Heimu's shriveled hand swiftly formed a seal. The little doqi in his body also gathered into the essence blood at this moment. This continued until a certain moment when a ruthless expression flashed across Heimu's eyes. His right hand also violently slammed into the essence blood cluster in front of him. After this palm strike, the palm-sized essence blood cluster instantly exploded into pieces, turning into droplets of blood that scattered over the empty space. Ha! Ginseng spirit root, come here. With a loud shout, Heimu raised his head and looked at the sky above him. At the same time, he raised his palm with his palm facing upwards. It was as if he was trying to summon something. Swish! After a few breaths, the sound of wind breaking could be heard. Heimu once again let out an explosive roar. He raised his hand and clenched it into a fist in the air. Then he fiercely pulled it back. Space cracked as an emerald green tree root with a diameter of several hundred feet broke through the air under this force. The cruel smile on Heimu's face widened when he saw this tree root. On the opposite side, Xiaoyan involuntarily frowned when he saw this. The dense white flame in his eyes also burned even more intensely at this moment. No wonder the spirit ginseng race is no longer as glorious as it was in the past. So it turns out that there's actually a traitor like you who wantonly wasted the inheritance left behind by your ancestors. It's truly a great crime that deserves death. Although Xiaoyan thought in his heart he did not attack. He really wanted to see the ability of the spirit ginseng race. He also wanted to see just how much of the spirit ginseng race's strength could be displayed by Heimu. Seeing the emerald green tree root in front of him, Heimu's dark old eyes revealed a cold expression. His tongue violently licked his lips as he glanced at Xiaoyan. Noticing the indifferent gaze of Xiaoyan, Heimu involuntarily frowned. However, he quickly threw the thoughts in his heart to the back of his mind. His right hand turned into a claw. His flat fingernails were as sharp as blades at this moment. Immediately, his right hand was inserted into the spirit ginseng tree root in front of him, piercing the core of the root. Bang! Another explosion sounded at the spot where the creamy white light cluster collided with the heaven-capturing claw. A frightening doqi storm once again swept over like a tsunami. Ha! At this moment, Heimu's dark black and deep old eyes had been completely replaced by a dark green color. The flickering light gave off an extremely evil feeling. The strange dark green lines that covered his entire body also emitted waves of strange light. Heimu's aura was also swiftly recovering at an extremely frightening speed. Faced with the frightening storm that was attacking him, Heimu's reaction was only a soft aha. However, this was all. The frightening storm appeared to have collided with a wall. It abruptly turned around and was annihilated in this empty space together with the storm that came right after. Ga. After a strange laugh, Heimu's hand, which was inserted into the tree root, was suddenly withdrawn. At the same time, the enormous spirit ginseng tree root also emitted a bang sound and turned into fragments that filled the sky. Ga. Yin Xiao, do you know how many years this spirit ginseng root needs to grow? Heimu casually shook away the fragments. He felt that his body was once again filled with strength. He looked at Xiaoyan and opened his mouth to speak with a sinister smile. With regards to this, Xiaoyan did not comment. The Heimu in front of him would answer him one by one. 4,000 years of accumulation in order to become a Dodi. Tell me, is this easy? However, you merely used less than an hour to use it to recover to the level of a 9-star half-emperor. Hearing the words from Heimu's mouth, Xiaoyan could not help but raise his eyebrows again. His mouth similarly replied in an indifferent manner. Cuckoo being able to be used by me, its life of training was not in vain. If it was still alive, I wonder what it would think. If it was still alive, would the spirit ginseng tribe be in this state? Hearing the words of Xiaoyan, Heimu immediately became a little agitated. His mouth directly pointed at the current spirit ginseng tribe. The spirit ginseng tribe has sealed themselves in. They think that they can be independent just because they are ignorant of the matters of the world. Don't tell me that these old fellows are not aware of the state of the continent. The current ruin of the spirit ginseng tribe is all caused by them. I only want the spirit ginseng tribe to rise once again. What is wrong with that? What right do they have to seal me? Toward the end, Heimu's emotions were close to madness. His mouth repeatedly cursed the older generation of the spirit ginseng tribe. It was as though he wanted to vent all the anger he had accumulated over the past 10,000 years. The spirit ginseng tribe naturally needs to be revived. However, the method you have chosen is wrong. Your ancestor might have been wrong, but you should not have done the opposite. The tree demon is a great taboo of the spirit ginseng tribe. By turning into a demon you are... Enough. You really speak a lot. I am merely giving you a chance to breathe. Do you really think that you can be mentioned in the same breath as this venerable self? Once he finished speaking, Heimu could not be bothered to say anything else. The do-chi within his body surged wildly. The broken connection between Heimu and the heaven-capturing claw was once again forcefully reconnected. The corner of Heimu's mouth was lifted into a cold smile, as he sensed the wild and violent strength within the heaven-capturing claw. An E-class do technique was indeed an E-class do technique. Even at this moment, it was still incomparably powerful. Swoosh! Suddenly Heimu's body moved. His body had already disappeared from the spot. At the same time, all the remaining do-chi within the heaven-capturing claw began to wildly erupt at this moment. Soon after, a frightening storm once again swept through the entire space. The final attack of the angry Buddha lotus flame, and the heaven-capturing claw had completely erupted. Chapter 183. Within the mysterious space, the full-force attack that contained all of the do-chi of the two half-emperor experts completely erupted. A frightening do-chi storm raged in the empty space. Xiaoyan and Heimu within it appeared as though they had nothing to do with it. They were completely unaffected. Following the explosion of the two do skills, an enormous mushroom cloud slowly formed in the empty space. A frighteningly high temperature, and a grayish-white fog that permeated the sky filled the entire space in the blink of an eye. At a glance, all that one could see within this space was a grayish haze. Within a short couple of breaths, this place appeared to have changed into a completely different world. At this moment, the expression of Xiaoyan did not change in the face of this. The figure that stood in the empty space did not move at all. His eyes narrowed and a strange glint flashed across his densely white eyes. The aura of his entire body was withdrawn, and he appeared just like an ordinary person without any cultivation. The grayish energy fog slowly spread. Finally, it wrapped around Xiaoyan within it. With his sight blocked, Xiaoyan simply closed his eyes and allowed the fog to wrap around him. The corner of his mouth continued to carry a playful smile. Swoosh! A sharp rushing wind sound appeared. The energy fog in the space in front of Xiaoyan suddenly parted to two sides. Soon after, a tiny spatial crack line appeared in the space in front of Xiaoyan's chest. A shriveled hand that was covered with strange dark green lines was extended from it. A palm violently pressed down on Xiaoyan's chest. Bang! Soon after, a muffled thump was suddenly emitted. Within the empty space, Xiaoyan still did not move at all. When one looked at his chest again, the shriveled hand that was violently pressing down was easily blocked by another white hand that was heading toward him. This hand appeared to be casual. However, the moment the two palms came into contact, the surrounding empty space suddenly collapsed like a dam that had been flooded. At this moment, at a glance, the shriveled palm seemed to be difficult to resist. That seemingly white palm actually possessed even more strength than the shriveled palm. Huh. At the moment when the two forces came into contact, there was a cry of surprise in the void. Obviously, he was quite surprised that Xiaoyan still had the strength to resist at this moment. The thing that shocked him the most was that the strength that Xiaoyan had displayed at this moment was actually not inferior to his current self. How is that possible? With his current state, how could he possibly possess such strength again? No, that's impossible. In the void, Heimu stared in shock at the white palm that was fighting against him. His heart was filled with bewilderment. Douqi gathered in his palm. Immediately, the shriveled hand suddenly shook. At the same time as it separated from the white hand, the turbulent Douqi in his palm suddenly spluttered out and smashed toward the white hand. At this moment, Xiaoyan also suddenly opened his slightly shut eyes. Two terrifying, heavenly flame, light beams shot out from his densely white eyes and completely incinerated the Douqi that was smashing over. At the same time, that white hand followed up with another attack. The instant Heimu's hand entered the empty space, it violently smashed toward it. In the next moment, one could hear a bang sound. The empty space in front of Xiaoyan suddenly exploded. A skinny human figure was sent flying like a kite with a broken string. Grug! After that human figure forcefully stopped his body, his mouth involuntarily spat out a large mouthful of fresh blood. A pair of dark eyes carried an expression of disbelief as they looked at Xiaoyan, 1,000 feet away. Heimu's body that was sent flying suddenly shook in the empty space. His feet violently stomped on the empty space, and his left hand violently smashed toward the empty space behind him. As the Douqi gushed out, Heimu borrowed the reaction force to completely stop his body. Sensing the waves of intense pain that were transmitted from his right arm, even with Heimu's mental fortitude, the corner of his mouth involuntarily twitched intensely. The palm that followed closely was even more frightening than the one before. Being caught off guard, Heimu also suffered quite a bit. When Heimu focused his gaze and looked over, his gaze was fixed on the pair of densely white eyes of Xiaoyan. Seeing this, Heimu's eyes immediately shrunk. He recalled the two heavenly flame light beams from earlier and his heart suddenly trembled. It was a long while later before his eyelids trembled slightly as he opened his mouth to speak. "You are not Yin Xiao." Hearing the affirmative words from Heimu's mouth, the corners of Xiaoyan's mouth curled into a smile. His densely white eyes stared at Heimu as he used the same tone to speak. "You are not Qingmu." When these words left his mouth, Heimu's face immediately trembled 3 times. The casual attitude of Xiaoyan in front of him caused him to feel in extreme danger. Being able to hide in Xiaoyan's body without him even noticing, just this point alone already indicated that his strength was at least above that of a Dodi. However, in Heimu's current condition, his strength was at the very most a 9-star half-emperor. Compared to this person, the difference was like the difference between heaven and earth. Although the current Heimu's strength was at least comparable to a 9-star half-emperor, a half-emperor was ultimately only a half-emperor. In front of a true Dodi, he was still so weak. From the looks of it, the gap between the current Heimu and Xiaoyan was like the gap between a man-class Do technique and an E-class Do technique. This was not just a difference of 1 or 2 stars. If one had to describe it, it would be a huge chasm. Bastard! Who exactly is this brat? Why is there such an old demon in his body? At this moment, Heimu's expression involuntarily became completely gloomy. He did not expect that a little half-emperor would actually be able to turn him, a Yuanzong expert from back then, into such a miserable state. He had also never expected that a Dodi would actually exist in the body of a little half-emperor. However, regardless of how he thought, the current situation was that he, Heimu, no longer had any way out. In front of a Dodi, his current little strength was really insufficient. However, in the next instant, a thread of hope once again rose within Heimu's heart. His dark old eyes narrowed into a thin line as he stared at Xiaoyan. The grave expression on his face slowly disappeared. The corner of his mouth was lifted into a strange smile. He, Heimu, might not really have no way out. Ha 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 ha. A Dodi is actually hiding in the body of a little half-emperor, not daring to show himself to others. Why? Does a dignified Dodi only know how to do such despicable things? Suddenly, Heimu raised his head and let out a mocking laugh. His dark old eyes stared at Xiaoyan on the opposite side. His eyes were filled with ridicule. The expression of Xiaoyan did not change in the face of this. His eyes flickered slightly as he similarly looked at He Mu and softly opened his mouth to laugh. Why? Do you really wish to see my actual body? He Mu laughed softly when he heard this. A glint flashed across his eyes as he once again opened his mouth to laugh. A scoundrel. So what if I don't see you? Unfortunately, this venerable self will actually die in the hands of an unknown despicable person. My heart is really unwilling to accept this. He Mu actually did not forget to shake his head and sigh when he finished speaking. This caused the smile on the corner of Xiaoyan, on the opposite side, to become even denser. With a cold snort, Xiaoyan opened his mouth to laugh coldly. Since you wish to see my actual body so much, I shall give in to you. Die thoroughly. A glint suddenly flashed across He Mu's eyes after his voice sounded. He laughed coldly in his heart. Chapter 184. The fire seal between Xiaoyan's brows flickered in front of He Mu's eyes. Soon after, a faint dense white light cluster slowly drifted out. It gradually transformed beside Xiaoyan's body and transformed into a white-robed old man. It was Guyu. When Guyu left Xiaoyan's body, the unconscious Xiaoyan's body softened and fell into the empty space. Guyu appeared to have expected this. A thought passed through his mind, and his sleeves fluttered. An invisible force swept out and supported Xiaoyan's body in the empty space. He Mu, who had been staring at Guyu, flashed the moment Guyu appeared. He left behind an afterimage on the spot and charged toward Xiaoyan, who was lying in the empty space. From the way He Mu saw it, since this old fellow beside him had hidden in Xiaoyan's body without harming him, it meant that the relationship between the two of them was not simple. As long as he could control Xiaoyan, he would be able to force Guyu to hold back. Although He Mu's strength was clearly inferior to Guyu's, He Mu was confident that he could capture Xiaoyan the moment Guyu left Xiaoyan's body. Although 1,000 feet was quite a long distance, it was covered in the blink of an eye for these Bandi experts. At the same time that He Mu's body disappeared, the empty space beside Xiaoyan's body suddenly distorted intensely. He Mu's body instantly appeared. At the same time that He Mu appeared, his movements did not pause even a little. His shriveled hand curled into a claw and swiftly grabbed at Xiaoyan's neck. All of this might seem long, but it happened in a split second. It was only at this moment that Guyu finally revealed himself. However, He Mu's hand claw was already less than an inch away from Xiaoyan's neck. Given this distance and He Mu's speed, even an elite Dodi would not be able to react in time. From the looks of it, Xiaoyan was bound to fall into He Mu's hands. However, even at this moment, Guyu, who had already reacted, remained unmoved. It was as though his heart was filled with despair. He stood in the same spot without moving. He Mu involuntarily frowned when he saw that Guyu did not move from the corner of his eyes. His heart felt strange. Given Guyu's strength, he should have already reacted to He Mu's actions. Even if he knew that Xiaoyan would still end up in his hands, he should not have simply waited for death. However, He Mu was confused by Guyu's actions. However, in the next moment, just as He Mu's fingertips touched Xiaoyan's collar, Xiaoyan's body, which was being supported in the air, suddenly went limp and fell toward the endless void below. Ha! When he saw this scene, He Mu's eyes suddenly shrunk. The expression in his eyes changed and he swiftly reacted in his heart. His body in the air forcefully twisted as he flipped his hand and violently threw a palm strike at the empty space behind him. Bang! The empty space in front of him suddenly exploded the moment his palm was thrown forward. A shriveled hand was extended from nowhere and violently collided with He Mu's palm. When the two palms collided, the expected evenly matched strength did not appear. Instead, the instant the black wood came into contact with the palm, the force in the palm was forcefully destroyed by an even more domineering force as if it was breaking rotten wood. He Mu's body swiftly fell toward the empty space below as fresh blood was spat out from his mouth. Coincidentally, Xiaoyan was also falling below him. The fresh blood that He Mu spat out turned into a blood arrow that ruthlessly shot toward the empty space on the other side. However, a cluster of dense white heavenly flame emitted a puff, sound and appeared in the air when the blood arrow was formed. It instantly incinerated the blood arrow into nothingness. However, It was also at this moment that the falling He Mu had once again appeared above Xiao Yan's head. The corners of He Mu's mouth carried an evil smile. His eyes stared at the already unconscious Xiao Yan in front of him, as if he wanted to devour a person. He extended his hand and it landed on Xiao Yan's face, intending to control Xiao Yan in his hand. However, just as He Mu's hand was about to grab Xiao Yan, a dense white heavenly flame rose from the surface of Xiao Yan's body with a puff sound. It enveloped Xiao Yan's entire body within it. He Mu's hand then violently pressed against the heavenly flame. Sizzle sizzle. Instantly, a sizzling sound that was similar to being barbecued was emitted from within. Accompanying the sound was a faint smell of burnt meat. He Mu's face, which was still wearing an evil smile a second ago, suddenly became distorted a second later. His entire face appeared to have been violently ravaged. It was twisted into a ball, giving him a frightening appearance. After a hissing pain, He Mu forcefully withdrew his hand. The dou qi in his body crazily surged out of his body. After a few fierce attacks, he finally extinguished the bone-chilling flame that was still stuck to his hand. At a closer look, his hand, which was originally only skin and bones, had become a bloody mess at this moment. If one were to carefully observe, one could roughly see the dense white bones under the skin. There were a couple of thumb-sized bloody holes in his palm. At a glance, one would involuntarily feel a chill on one's back. He Mu forcefully endured the heart-wrenching pain from his palm. An extremely furious and cold murderous intent flashed in his eyes. He turned his gaze and instantly stared at Guyu, who had already appeared in the void. He immediately reprimanded angrily. "What are you doing here?" "Emph. What a fellow who hides his head and shows his tail. It is unexpected that a dignified Dodi like you is actually so despicable." A cold glint flashed across Guyu's dense white eyes when he heard this. His mouth emitted a disdainful cold laugh as he opened his mouth to speak. "Haha, in terms of despicableness, I am really not even 1,000th of you. A mere bandit actually dares to shamelessly boast about being despicable in front of the old me. Do I even need to use any tactics to deal with you?" Guyu waved his sleeve after uttering those words. Immediately, a large cluster of bone-chilling flame swiftly spread from the empty space under his feet, spreading over a large area. He Mu's expression involuntarily changed when he saw this attack. His body, which was standing in the empty space, suddenly withdrew by 500 kilometers. Only after he withdrew from the area covered by the bone-chilling flame did he look at Guyu with a frightened face. Both of his eyes were filled with an incomparably grave expression. It was a long while later before his mouth finally spoke with great difficulty. You are the owner of the bone-chilling flame?" Only at this moment did He Mu completely understand that this old man in front of him was likely the owner of the trace of aura that he had sensed earlier. Did this not mean that the strength of this old fellow, who had entered Xiao Yan's body, was at the very least an expert at the origin state? Guyu merely laughed coldly when he heard the words from He Mu's mouth. He was non-committal as he slowly lifted his shriveled hand. He extended his index finger and gently pressed it on the empty space in front of him. His mouth spoke at the same time. "Seal." As soon as he gave the order, white flame pillars appeared out of thin air within 1,000 feet of He Mu in this space. Hundreds of light pillars were connected. Within a couple of breaths, they formed a heavenly flame cage that trapped He Mu within it. Chapter 185. He Mu's eyes slowly swept over the heavenly flame cage that had trapped him. At this moment, the expression in his eyes had become extremely grave. His heart was filled with both shock and fear. He had never expected that the old fellow in Xiao Yan's body would be so powerful. It should be known that based on the aura that he had sensed earlier, the true strength of this old fellow in front of him was even greater than when he was at his peak. The strength of this old fellow in front of him had at the very least reached the great origin zone level. He Mu felt a wave of helplessness in his heart when he thought of this. A origin zone expert was not someone that the current him could deal with. However, how could He Mu be so easily resigned to this? Although his strength was inferior to the other party, he was once an expert at the great origin zone level. Moreover, He Mu had prepared for over 1,000 years in order to completely escape the Ginseng spirit tribe's restraints. Now that he had ended up in such a state because of Xiao Yan, how could he swallow this anger? Humph! Even if you have trapped this venerable self, what can you do to me? At the very most, this venerable self will die together with the owner of this physical body. At this moment, Heimu's heart was incomparably alarmed. Although he was unwilling, there was nothing he could do. Guyu's strength far exceeded his. Since he couldn't defeat Guyu, he could only use greenwood as a final barrier to threaten Guyu. He believed that Guyu wouldn't easily attack with greenwood in his hands. Unfortunately, although Heimu was somewhat confident in his heart, there was one thing that he had not expected. Guyu did not care about Qingmu's life or death. Guyu only cared about Xiaoyan. Hence, Guyu involuntarily snorted after hearing Heimu's threatening words. He lifted his eyebrows and looked at Heimu. Guyu involuntarily laughed out loud when he noticed the expression on Heimu's face, which appeared as though he was prepared to die together with Heimu. After which, he stared at Heimu with an indifferent expression and opened his mouth to laugh. Are you planning to use Qingmu's life to threaten the old me? Heimu slowly withdrew the smile on his face when he heard the strange meaning in Guyu's words. He frowned and looked at Guyu with narrowed eyes. What? Do you really intend to kill me and Qingmu together? What do you think? Guyu's voice was quickly emitted after Heimu's words sounded. Heimu's eyes suddenly shrunk when he heard the indifference in Guyu's words. His heart, which had calmed down earlier, was once again suspended in his throat. Could it be that the old bastard before him really intended to kill him and Qingmu together? When he thought of this, Heimu's entire body trembled violently. Cold sweat involuntarily appeared on his forehead. His heartbeat became even more intense at this moment, and his breathing also became hurried. Heimu seemed to have suddenly recalled something a moment later. He hurriedly raised his head and looked at Guyu. Coincidentally, his gaze met Guyu's densely white eyes. At the instant when the two of them looked at each other, there seemed to be an invisible wave of terrifying icy cold energy shooting towards Heimu, causing Heimu to hurriedly shift his gaze away. An icy aura was suddenly emitted from the empty space in front of Heimu when he shifted his eyes away. By the time Heimu carefully looked at it, the empty space a couple of inches in front of him had already been sealed by ice. The corner of Heimu's mouth twitched slightly. A fury immediately surged into his heart. The doqi within his body surged as Heimu suddenly waved his hand. A doqi pillar shot out and shattered the cold ice in front of him. Heimu once again turned his eyes to Guyu. He coldly snorted and said, "Humph. You are really a vicious and merciless person. If you really do not have any misgivings, this venerable self will not be able to escape death. However, I think that your relationship with Yan Xiao is not ordinary. If I am not wrong, this brat should be your disciple." Guyu immediately lifted his brows when these words were uttered. A surprised glint flashed across his eyes, but a cold smile still hung on the corner of his mouth. Heimu was really overthinking things. However, Guyu had indeed thought of something. If it was someone else, Guyu might have already ended the matter. However, the key was that Qingmu had some relationship with Elder Luo in the outside world. This relationship was also beneficial to Xiaoyan. Otherwise, he would not have bothered about Qingmu or Heimu. Guyu did not have the mood to think too much about his disciple. He knew quite a lot about Xiaoyan. Xiaoyan had also mentioned Yao Lao's existence to him. Hence, even Guyu had to admit that he was not suitable to be Xiaoyan's teacher. Hey, you are not a fool. You even know to use him to restrain me. However, the old me is not his teacher. Heimu involuntarily lifted his brows when he heard Guyu's words. It was unexpected that Xiaoyan's teacher was someone else. At the same time, Heimu once again sighed in relief. His throat rolled as a smile once again surfaced on the corner of his mouth. He was just about to speak when Guyu quickly opened his mouth. However, what does this have to do with the old me? This brat knows him, but the old me does not. This Qingmu is merely a king yuan. The old me does not think highly of him. Heimu's expression changed again before Guyu's words sounded. His heart was so angry that he wished he could slap Guyu to death. However, at this moment, a soft cough attracted the attention of Guyu and Heimu. Cough cough, Xiaoyan, whose face was still pale, slowly opened his eyes in the empty space. Although Guyu had already given Xiaoyan a medicinal pill, the overconsumption of doqi earlier had still caused him to be extremely weak. Fortunately, at the very least, the current Xiaoyan was able to do some activities. Xiaoyan stood up with great difficulty. His eyes contained some gratitude when he saw Guyu by the side. Guyu smiled in response. He turned his head and continued to look at He Mu. He opened his mouth and laughed. Hey, if it were not for the old me today, this little life of yours would have been lost. Xiaoyan smiled. He was naturally aware that if Guyu was not beside him, he would still be bound by the vine ball, and could only wait for death to arrive. However, he also knew that Guyu would definitely help him. Hence, he had the courage to fight with this old ghost from 10,000 years ago. Yin Xiao, it is unexpected that there is such an old demon in your body. This venerable self has indeed underestimated you. However, this venerable self wishes to see if this protective talisman of yours will really kill this venerable self and the owner of this body. He Mu's eyes stared intently at Xiaoyan. He did not dare to relax even a little. He had already made up his mind. If Xiaoyan really dared to ignore Qingmu's life, he would definitely let Qingmu die a horrible death. Xiaoyan lifted his brows when he heard the words from He Mu's mouth. Qingmu had an extraordinary relationship with Elder Luo. Regardless of who he was trying to rope in, Xiaoyan would definitely not ignore Qingmu's life and death. All right. Why are you spouting so much nonsense? I was merely teasing you earlier. However, since this brat has already woken up, there is no need for me to continue playing with you. Before Xiaoyan could do anything, Guyu had already looked at He Mu with a cold smile. His hand was slowly extended from under his sleeve, and slowly clenched into a fist in the empty space. At the same time, the heavenly flame cage that had trapped He Mu also became smaller. Hey, next, you should obediently accept your fate. Chapter 186. In the dark space, a heavenly flame cage of a few hundred feet in size was shrinking at a speed visible to the naked eye. Guyu was looking at He Mu with a cold smile outside of the cage. His eyes were filled with coldness. Xiaoyan immediately understood in his heart when he heard the words from Guyu's mouth. Given Guyu's intelligence, how could he not know what Xiaoyan was thinking? Of course he would not ignore Qingmu. Xiaoyan once again threw a grateful gaze at Guyu. However, Guyu acted as though he did not see it. His eyes continued to focus on He Mu. He Mu's eyes swiftly swept over the heavenly flame cage, which was less than 1,000 feet in size and was becoming smaller. His heart began to burn with anxiety. He had experienced the terror of the bone-chilling flame before his eyes. Based on his current condition, not to mention forcefully enduring it, even if he was just slightly touched by it, it would cause him great harm. The shady scene in front of him could be considered a prisoner. The dense white heavenly flame cage finally slowly wrapped around He Mu's body in front of his anxious eyes. The waves of intense pain that were transmitted from his body caused him to involuntarily emit a sharp cry from his mouth. However, this pain left as quickly as it came. The dense white bone-chilling flame left behind numerous strange charred symbols on He Mu's body before it completely disappeared. At this moment, He Mu was horrified to discover that the Do Qi in the vortex within his body had been completely sealed the moment the heavenly flame disappeared. Without the support of his Do Qi, the current He Mu was just like an ordinary old man. He no longer posed any threat to Xiaoyan. Given He Mu's current condition, it was likely that any initial stage doja would be able to kill him. A former Yuanzong expert had actually fallen to a state where he was even inferior to an ordinary person. This was indeed surprising when one thought about it. Cough cough. I didn't expect that my plan for 1,000 years would be defeated by a stinking brat like you. Brat, once I leave the spirit ginseng race again, I'll definitely search the entire continent and kill you to attain my Tao. Coughing out a mouthful of fresh blood, He Mu slowly lifted his gaze and looked at Xiaoyan with a venomous expression. The fresh blood at the corner of his mouth made him look even more bloodthirsty. The corner of Xiaoyan's mouth curled into a smile upon hearing these words. He glanced at Guyu, who was looking at He Mu with a cold smile. Only then did he look at He Mu and laugh. Since old Gu has already sealed your Do Qi, he has no intention of allowing you to continue living. Don't tell me that you have not even noticed this. Once those words were spoken, He Mu's eyes narrowed. Then his expression changed. He sneered and started to laugh loudly. Ha 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 ha, cough cough. What? Are you really going to disregard Qingmu's life and death and forcefully kill me? Let me tell you, I have already completely merged with Qingmu's body. If I die, Qingmu will die as well. Since you want to kill me, you will have to step over Qingmu's body first. How about it? Come kill me, and all troubles will be solved. He Mu had a disapproving expression when he heard Xiao Yan's words. He completely ignored Xiao Yan's words. Due to the uniqueness of the spirit ginseng race's body, He Mu's soul had already perfectly merged with Qingmu's body. Although Guyu was not weak, He Mu believed that Guyu was at the very most an advanced source ancestor. As long as He Mu had not broken through that barrier, He Mu would not be able to completely separate his soul from Qingmu's body with his current strength. Do you really think that the old me does not dare to kill you? Guyu cried out coldly. He extended his hand and a terrifying suction force instantly appeared in his palm. It pulled He Mu, who was dozens of feet away, in front of him. Guyu clenched his hand and firmly grabbed He Mu's neck. Humph! The spirit ginseng race's body might be special, but it is nothing in front of the old me. It will be extremely easy for me to extract your soul. Guyu's hand, which was grabbing He Mu's neck, suddenly loosened after his words sounded. He Mu's flushed face also relaxed at this moment. However, before He Mu could focus, Guyu's hand suddenly turned into a claw. He Mu's horrified eyes were followed by a sudden force. Guyu's hand ruthlessly pierced into He Mu's heart. At that moment, He Mu's body suddenly stiffened. He seemed to have turned into a block of wood as he stood there motionlessly. He had never imagined that Guyu would actually attack without any hesitation. Moreover, Guyu had not held back at all. Xiao Yan, who was watching by the side, was also shocked by the scene in front of him. He was also stunned for a moment. The heart was the source of life for all living creatures. Once it was damaged, one would definitely die. Although they could survive without a physical body given their strength, their souls would definitely be damaged if their hearts were damaged. This was not something they were willing to see. The scene at this moment was indeed frightening enough. Without saying anything, Guyu withdrew his hand from He Mu's chest. However, when Xiao Yan focused his eyes, he was once again shocked by the scene in front of him. What had appeared in Guyu's hand was not a bloody heart like he had imagined. Instead, it was a palm-sized, tender yellow tree root. At this moment, at a glance, there was a layer of grayish-black fog lingering on the surface of this tender yellow tree root. Even 1/3 of the tree root had already turned pitch black. When Xiao Yan saw the pitch-black fog on the tree root, he immediately understood that it should belong to He Mu. As long as he could remove the blackness, He Mu would be able to completely awaken. You, who exactly are you? Why do you know so much about the spiritual ginseng tribe? At this moment, He Mu's terrified voice was once again transmitted. He did not expect Guyu to know the fatal weakness of his spiritual ginseng tribe. Humph! However, any faction with some strength would know about such a small matter. Isn't the most precious thing in the spiritual ginseng tribe the ginseng spiritual root? Guyu laughed coldly in response to He Mu's words. In the end, He Mu's soul became even more terrified. Guyu was right. The most precious thing in the spiritual ginseng tribe was the ginseng spiritual root. This was also the case in the eyes of the humans in the outside world. The ginseng spiritual root was the lifeblood of the spiritual ginseng tribe. It was the most precious thing. However, in the eyes of the other tribes, it was a natural treasure. This was why the spiritual ginseng tribe had been killed. This was also one of the many reasons why the spiritual ginseng tribe had decided to hide from the world. Chapter 187. However, what He Mu was truly afraid of was not that Guyu knew the secret of his spirit ginseng tribe. Instead, he was afraid of Guyu's heavenly flame. The spiritual ginseng tribe was a plant and was naturally restrained by heavenly flames. Under normal circumstances, even if the other party knew about the spiritual ginseng root, he would not be afraid. However, if the other party had a heavenly flame, it would be a different story. While the ginseng spirit root was regarded as a supreme treasure of the world, its toughness was also enough to amaze the world. The strength that the ginseng spirit root had obtained after thousands of years of cultivation allowed it to gain a tough body. The toughness of the ginseng spirit root was comparable to some of the extremely rare metals on the continent. Ordinary weapons were already unable to cause any damage to the ginseng spirit root. Only some truly divine weapons could forcefully cut it apart. Of course, given Guyu's strength and the Genesis Chi in his body, he could break the ginseng spirit root with one hand. However, the consequences of doing so were obvious. Heimu would die, and Qingmu would not be able to survive. Guyu casually tossed the ginseng spirit root in his hand into the void in front of him. With a thought, a cluster of blazing white flames wrapped around the ginseng spirit root. Immediately, a painful roar sounded from within the raging flames. From the sound of it, it was Heimu. "Ah, you lunatic. If you continue like this, even if I die, Qingmu will die." The intense pain from his soul made Heimu feel even more pain. However, he continued to use Qingmu to threaten Guyu. "Tisiek, you're really noisy. Don't you realize that Qingmu's spirit is slowly recovering while your spiritual strength is gradually weakening?" The heavenly flame cluster was quiet for a couple of seconds after hearing the words from Guyu's mouth. After Heimu recovered, he suddenly let out a hysterical roar. "No. Impossible. How is this possible? No matter how perfect your control of the bone-chilling flame is, how is this possible? No. This is impossible. You. What exactly are you?" During Heimu's earlier investigation, he was shocked to discover that while the ginseng spiritual root was being refined by the heavenly flame, only his spiritual energy was burned by the heavenly flame. Qingmu was completely unharmed. In fact, under the burning of the heavenly flame, among the ginseng spirit root, Qingmu's soul, and Heimu's soul, only Heimu was being refined by the heavenly flame. Even the visible hairs on the surface of the ginseng spirit root were not burned by the heavenly flame at all. However, in Heimu's opinion, this was something that was completely impossible. Even if the other party was a high-level alchemist whose control over wondrous flames had already reached the acme of perfection, wondrous flames were wondrous flames after all. No matter what, it was still something born of nature and nurtured by heaven and earth. It was the most violent energy in the world. The high temperature contained within a wondrous flame was enough to turn a piece of mysterious metal into magma even from a great distance, much less at such a distance. Even with Guyu suppressing the wondrous flame when it was unleashed, the bone-chilling flame should be able to burn the hairs on the ginseng spirit root into nothing the moment it appeared. However, Guyu's control over the bone-chilling flame had already merged into one. He was able to control the bone-chilling flame, as though it was his own arm. The heavenly flame was him, and he was the heavenly flame. Heimu's soul immediately shook as though it had been struck by lightning when he thought of this. His mind was completely blank. Two faint words were slowly transmitted from deep within his soul. "Fire spirit, fire. Fire spirit." Heimu spat out these two words in a hoarse voice. Immediately, he seemed to have lost all his strength. His entire soul stiffened, and his originally weak aura swiftly disappeared. Fire spirit. Just these two words were enough to cause Heimu to lose all hope of living. Although the words from Heimu's mouth were nearly undetectable, who was Guyu? Given his current strength, he could even clearly hear the sound of wind blowing through leaves, much less at such a close distance. That's enough. I won't waste any more time with you. You were once a Genesis sect powerhouse, but now, you should obediently show yourself for this old man. Guyu let out a cold cry. His shriveled hand suddenly covered the ginseng spirit root, while Heimu's aura was at its weakest. At the same time, a frightening spiritual strength wildly surged out of his palm. It swiftly poured into the ginseng spirit root, and forcefully severed the connection between Heimu's soul and the ginseng spirit root. Finally, Guyu used his spiritual strength to firmly imprison the ginseng spirit root. It was unknown whether it was intentional or not, but when Guyu's spiritual strength wrapped around Heimu's soul, it also wrapped around Qingmu's soul, which was in the same body as Heimu. Guyu's overbearing actions caused Qingmu to let out a miserable roar that hurt even his soul. Soon after, a glint shot out from Guyu's eyes. His extended hand suddenly clenched. It seemed as though something had been grabbed by his palm at this moment. He slowly withdrew his shriveled hand. The bone-chilling flame that wrapped around the ginseng spirit root also disappeared. After the heavenly flame disappeared, the ginseng spirit root was once again exposed to the empty space. The small part of the ginseng spirit root that had turned dark because Heimu's soul had invaded it had completely disappeared at this moment. Although there was still some gray fog remaining on the ginseng spirit root, it would quickly resolve itself once Qingmu recovered. Guyu slowly opened his clenched hand. At this moment, a cluster of pitch-black soul was continuously trembling in his palm like a black fog. TCH. Guyu's nose once again emitted a disdainful cold laugh as he looked at the trembling Heimu in his hand. Only then did he turn his eyes to Xiao Yan by the side. Guyu randomly threw Heimu's soul into the empty space in front of Xiao Yan. He shrugged his shoulders in a somewhat lazy manner, and slowly opened his mouth to speak. You should know what to do next, right? Xiao Yan looked at the trembling Heimu in front of him. He naturally understood the meaning behind Guyu's words. However, when he turned his eyes to Guyu, the latter turned his body and flew into the depths of this realm. At this moment, the Do Qi within Heimu's body had been sealed. His soul was also seriously injured. He no longer posed any threat to Xiao Yan. Hence, Guyu could naturally leave without worry. A sincere smile slowly surfaced on the corner of Xiao Yan's mouth as he looked at Guyu's back. After Guyu's figure gradually disappeared, Xiao Yan finally spat out 2 words from his mouth. Thank you very much, old Gu. The ears of Guyu, who was flying through the empty space in the distance, twitched slightly the moment Xiao Yan uttered these words. His mouth let out a soft scoff as the corner of his mouth slowly lifted into a smile. Guyu lifted his eyes. A glint flickered in his dense white eyes as he looked into the depths of this realm. Allow the old me to see just what the secret of the ginseng spirit looks like. Chapter 188. Xiao Yan was seated cross-legged in the empty space. Both of his eyes were shut, and the aura of his entire body was withdrawn. His body did not move. At a glance he appeared just like a statue. If it were not for his rosy cheeks and his rising and falling chest, it was likely that anyone would have thought that he was a dead person. At this moment, within the vortex within Xiao Yan's body, numerous Tier 9 energy recovery pills were emitting waves of majestic Do Qi. Under the refinement and purification of the heavenly flame, the Do Qi completely returned to the vortex space. Following the gradual refinement of these medicinal pills, Xiao Yan's depressed aura also began to slowly recover. Although Xiao Yan's aura at this moment was not even 1/10 of his peak, it was at the very least sufficient to support him. A moment later, the medicinal pills within his body were completely refined. Xiao Yan's aura had once again become deep and stable. Although there was still a gap from his peak, it was no longer a problem that Xiao Yan needed to consider at this moment. What Xiao Yan needed to consider now was how to entertain this friend within his storage ring. The corners of Xiao Yan's mouth curled into a smile as he flipped his hand. A light flashed over his storage ring, and a palm-sized jade bottle appeared in Xiao Yan's hand. A painful roar was emitted when the jade bottle was opened. This caused the smile on the corner of Xiao Yan's mouth to become even colder. Xiao Yan was not a bloodthirsty person. He did not have the intention to take the initiative to provoke others. However, he would definitely not show any mercy to his enemies. A thought passed through Xiao Yan's mind and the heavenly flame within the jade bottle quietly scattered. Soon after, a dark black human figure swiftly flew out in a terrified manner. However, it was grabbed by Xiao Yan's palm. This person was Heimu, whose cultivation had been sealed by Guyu. Before Heimu could open his mouth to curse, a frightening heavenly flame surged from Xiao Yan's palm and wrapped around him. The frightening heavenly flame was just like an exotic beast as it crazily bit his soul. At this moment, this former expert from the Source sect had finally forgotten his past glory, as he tried his best to block the frightening heavenly flame around him. Xiao Yan finally slowly opened his hand after experiencing a painful cry. The heavenly flame scattered and Heimu's exhausted body finally had the opportunity to catch a breather. How is it? Is my heavenly flame still alright? The instant he heard these words, Heimu's body involuntarily shivered. He raised his head and saw Xiao Yan, who was like a huge god in front of him. The fury in his heart grew even greater. However, Heimu's body involuntarily Heimu's as he tried his best to calm himself. Only then did he look at Xiao Yan's eyes, and forcefully laughed coldly. Those 2 heavenly flames are the 14th on the heavenly flame ranking, the fallen heart flame, and the third ranked purifying demonic lotus flame. Xiaoyan was not surprised that He Mu was able to recognize the two heavenly flames. Given He Mu's experience, this was normal. However, He Mu's subsequent words caused Xiaoyan to involuntarily feel surprised. It's just a pity, it's merely two seed flames. Compared to the true origin source flame, it's worlds apart. Huh. Xiaoyan involuntarily lifted his brows when he heard this. It was unexpected that He Mu in front of him was able to recognize that his heavenly flame was not an essence flame. He Mu let out a cold laugh when he saw the stunned expression on Xiaoyan's face. He opened his mouth to ridicule. Humph. This venerable self was fortunate enough to see these two heavenly flames when I was at my peak. Its strength is many times greater than your heavenly flame. As for the latter, this venerable self may have never seen it before. However, I can imagine the strength of the former. Xiaoyan also understood when he heard He Mu's words. However, the cold smile on the corner of his mouth did not diminish by even a little. His other hand was extended out of nowhere. He beckoned with his hand and a glow appeared on his palm. Immediately, an enormous medicinal cauldron flew out and was suspended in Xiaoyan's palm. At a glance, the enormous cauldron gave one an extremely vast feeling. The carvings on the cauldron were of this world. Everything in this world, the living creatures, the land, the sky, and the ocean were all covered within it. The thickness of the medicinal cauldron was also filled with a domineering strength. Just from its outer appearance, this cauldron was definitely extraordinary. This medicinal cauldron was the Luotian Divine Cauldron. Cuckoo. Since Elder He Mu's eyes are so sharp, it is likely that you will be able to recognize this medicinal cauldron at a glance. Xiaoyan smiled faintly as he looked at He Mu in his palm. At this moment, the mocking and cold smile on He Mu's face had once again turned into shock. With his experience, he was still able to recognize the medicinal cauldron in front of him, even though there were very few people who knew about it. This medicinal cauldron was ranked second on the Heavenly Cauldron ranking. Luotian Divine Cauldron. The Luotian Divine Cauldron. The carvings on the cauldron used the entire continent as a mirror. The carvings of the entire continent were drawn on it. It could be said to be a peerless masterpiece. There were even people who said that obtaining the Luotian Divine Cauldron was equivalent to obtaining a detailed map of the entire continent. As for whether it was the Yuanwu continent, no one knew. After all, even Xiaoyan himself came from the Doqi continent. Who could be certain that the Luotian Divine Cauldron came from the Yuanwu continent? Just based on this point alone, the Luotian Divine Cauldron was sufficient to suppress the other medicinal cauldrons on the Heavenly Cauldron ranking. The only one that could suppress the Luotian Divine Cauldron was the most mysterious medicinal cauldron ranked first on the Heavenly Cauldron ranking. Gulp! Swallowing a mouthful of saliva with great difficulty, He Mu once again turned his gaze to Xiaoyan. There was no need to mention the shock in his eyes. It was a long while later before he opened his mouth to speak one word at a time. The Luotian Divine Cauldron. I can't believe that this thing has been fought over on the continent for thousands of years. It has changed owners countless times. In the end, it actually landed in your hands. Ah, I'm just lucky. However, I didn't take it out today just for you to see. After his voice sounded, Xiaoyan's hand, which was holding the Luotian cauldron, suddenly waved. The Luotian cauldron in his hand suddenly flew out. Under the control of Xiaoyan's mind, it was suspended in the empty space in front of him. Following a clear snap of his fingers, the Luotian cauldron emitted a bang sound and two clusters of frightening, heavenly flames surged and burned. The two types of heavenly flames rose within the cauldron. Coupled with the enhancement of the medicinal cauldron, the two types of heavenly flames appeared even more imposing at this moment. He Mu involuntarily frowned when he saw the scene in front of him. From the looks of it, it seemed like he was refining a pill. However, Xiaoyan was definitely targeting him at this moment. How could he have the time to refine a pill? Could it be? He Mu immediately felt a deep chill when he thought of that possibility. His heart was extremely terrified. His body moved and he attempted to escape from Xiaoyan's palm. However, just as his body moved, the space around him emitted a puff sound, and a raging heavenly flame rose, trapping him within. Ugh! Yin Xiao. How dare you? If you turn a living being into a pill, you will be violating the rules of the pill tower. The pill tower will definitely not let you off. Ugh. Bastard. The burning of the heavenly flames caused Mu to emit a series of painful roars. However, he clearly understood that the most important thing at this moment was not the heavenly flames surrounding his body. Instead, it was Xiaoyan who was about to attack. If he could not use some reason to threaten Xiaoyan, he would definitely not stop. Mu did not want to be refined into a pill. The pain of doing so was something that he could not endure. Chapter 189. Xiaoyan appeared to be afraid of Mu's threat after these words were spat out from Mu's mouth. A thought passed through his mind and he scattered the heavenly flame on Mu's body. Mu forcefully endured the intense pain that was transmitted from within his soul after the heavenly flame scattered. His eyes stared intently at Xiaoyan as he coldly cried out, "Yan Xiao, if you really dare to attack, just wait for the pill tower to ban you. The rules of the pill tower will definitely not be violated." "Oh, is that so? But I am here. Can the pill tower do anything? Even if I refine you into a medicinal pill, will the pill tower know? Moreover, this is the border of the continent. The pill tower will not do something so senseless as to chase a bandit all the way to the border of the continent. Moreover, did I say that I want to refine you into a medicinal pill? I am unable to do such a thing." Xiaoyan grabbed Mu's soul after his words sounded. A thought passed through his mind, and the cover of the Luotian cauldron opened. He threw it into the medicinal cauldron. Xiaoyan was helpless as he looked at the enormous medicinal cauldron in front of him. If it was not because he did not have much dou qi left, he would be too lazy to use such a method to refine Mu's soul. In order to refine Mu's soul to the purest state, so that Xiaoxian's soul fragment could absorb it, Xiaoyan had really used all his strength. However, he did not know how long it would take for Xiaoxian to truly recover. Xiaoyan sighed softly in his heart. He slowly lifted his eyes and looked at Mu, who was being refined by the heavenly flame within the medicinal cauldron. An additional determined expression suddenly appeared in Xiaoyan's eyes. "No matter how long it takes, I must definitely recover the soul of Ancestor. No matter what, I must let him see the current Xiao clan." Following the fluctuation of Xiaoyan's mental state, the heavenly flame within the medicinal cauldron suddenly became even more ferocious and wild. The hot heavenly flame was just like two lions tearing at Mu's soul. The refinement began now. In the void, Xiaoyan sat cross-legged in front of the Luotian cauldron with his eyes slightly closed. His mind was completely focused on the medicinal cauldron before him. Refining one's soul was different from refining pills. Although the process was simple and straightforward, refining one's soul was also a difficult task. Refining souls was not as complicated as refining pills, but it required more concentration during refining, and not even a trace of impurities could pass by. Otherwise, if it merged with Xiaoyan's remnant soul, and the two couldn't tolerate each other, wouldn't it end up disappearing into thin air? This was not something Xiaoyan wanted to see. Therefore, during the process of refining the soul, Xiaoyan had to pay close attention to every single moment. Every time a wisp of soul was refined and purified by the fallen heart flame, Xiaoyan would use the purifying demonic lotus flame to refine it 3 times. Although this would cause him to lose a small portion of his soul, which was already sufficiently pure for an ordinary person, Xiaoyan was still willing to pay this price. At this moment, the only thing Xiaoyan could think of in his heart was to be careful and not lose sight of the bigger picture. This was enough to show how much effort Xiaoyan had put in for Xiaoxian. Within the medicinal cauldron, Xiaoyan's spiritual strength spread to every corner of the cauldron, carefully controlling every part of the refinement process. The invisible fallen heart flame transformed into a flaming palm that grabbed Mu's soul in its palm. It completely ignored the painful roar from Mu's mouth. A thought passed through Xiaoyan's mind, and he once again extracted a wisp of soul source from Mu's body. In order to be able to refine Mu's soul until it was sufficiently pure, Xiaoyan had no choice but to extract his soul source bit by bit. Only by doing so would he be able to refine it to the greatest extent. Of course, the disadvantage of this method was that it wasted a lot of time. Fortunately, this was not a problem for Xiaoyan. As long as he made contact with Xiaoxian's soul, he would no longer be anxious regardless of how much time he wasted. Xiao Yin immediately threw the wisp of soul into the fallen heart flame. After it was extracted, the attack of the heavenly flame became even more ferocious as the dou qi in his body was wildly poured out. That wisp of soul source was just like a strand of hair. Although it was extremely stubborn, the temper of the heavenly flame was even worse. The terror of the fallen heart flame was ultimately only able to remove over half of Heimu's aura from the wisp of soul source. The remaining work could only be left to the purifying demonic lotus flame. The fallen heart flame really wasn't that good at purifying things. At the very least, the current fallen heart flame was not sufficient to completely refine and purify Heimu's soul. Although the fallen heart flame had put down the work at hand, it did not mean that it was standing by the side. This cycle of work allowed the fallen heart flame to continue taking care of Heimu. Next, the wisp of refined soul source landed in the palm of the purifying demonic lotus flame. After a series of miserable cries, the pink flame illuminated the space within the cauldron. The grayish-white strands of hair fell into the pink flame. The two colors blended together, and the strands of hair were not too conspicuous. After being refined by the fallen heart flame, it was even easier for it to hide in the void. Of course, this could only deceive the naked eye. Under the observation of one's spiritual strength, the remaining one-third of the grayish-black gas was also swallowed by the heavenly flame. An hour later, a grayish-white fog that could not be seen by the naked eye slowly rose from the wisp of soul source. At this moment, the grayish-white hair had already become like the hair on the head of an old man past his prime. It had turned as white as snow, or perhaps as white as clouds. After being purified 3 times, this wisp of soul source had already been completely refined. At this moment, this wisp of soul was probably not inferior to that of a newborn baby. If he was still unable to devour Xiaoxian's soul at this stage, Xiaoyan could only find another way to repair Xiaoxian's soul. Xiaoyan exhaled a long breath in his heart. However, he was extremely spirited. This was not only because of Xiaoxian, but also because of Heimu. Xiaoyan had left the purest soul source for his ancestor, Xiaoxian. As for those that had been lost, they were all carefully devoured by Xiaoyan. Although he could not guarantee whether this was safe or not, he still had the heavenly flame. As long as he refined it a little in the future, it would not be a problem. While feeling the satisfaction from his soul, Xiaoyan could only try his best to comfort himself. After all, this was equivalent to eating crabs for the first time for Xiaoyan. As a pseudo-emperor, devouring the soul source of a source sect expert might not be a lot, but the consequences were probably something that no one had ever tried before. Throwing away the thoughts in his mind, Xiaoyan controlled the wisp of pure soul source and withdrew his consciousness from the Luotian cauldron in front of him. As long as he had the first experience, Xiaoyan was confident that he could refine the soul source in the cauldron with his powerful spiritual strength. This way, he would not have to constantly stare at the cauldron in front of him. As for now, he wanted to give it a try and see if this wisp of soul source could be the first firewood for Xiaoxian's resurrection. Chapter 190. Xiaoyan held a jade bottle in each hand as he sat hesitantly in the void. His powerful spiritual strength was still supporting the refinement of Heimu's spiritual origin in the medicinal cauldron. At this moment, Xiaoyan was hesitating over the jade bottles in his hands. One of the jade bottles contained the remnant soul of his ancestor, Xiaoxian, while the other jade bottle contained the wisp of pure spiritual origin that had just been refined. The connection between them was to open the caps of the 2 jade bottles and extract the wisp of pure spiritual origin. Then he would slowly place it into the jade bottle that contained the remnant soul, and wait for it to be absorbed. This process sounded simple, but it wasn't difficult to do. However, Xiaoyan was a little solemn at this moment. After all, the connection between them wasn't that simple. Whether it succeeded or not was related to Xiaoxian's resurrection. Xiaoyan couldn't help but feel solemn about this. He had no choice but to think thrice before acting. Although Guyu was the one who had thought of this method and Xiaoyan had absolute trust in Guyu, Xiaoyan had no choice but to think twice about this matter. After all, Guyu hadn't been so certain when he had said those words. Guyu had only given Xiaoyan the greatest possibility of reviving Xiaoxian. However, he hadn't said that this method would definitely work. Now that they had reached a critical juncture, and the result was about to be revealed, Xiaoyan was still hesitant. Xiaoyan frowned as he looked at the jade bottles in his hands. He sighed again and again in his heart. The expression on his face changed again and again. The hand that was holding the jade bottles loosened and tightened at times. It was sometimes clenched and sometimes put down. While Xiaoyan was still hesitating in his heart, a human figure slowly flew over from the distant empty space. It was Guyu, who had left for a moment. Guyu saw the expression on Xiaoyan's face from afar. He then noticed the 2 jade bottles in his hands and the black wood in the cauldron in front of him. Guyu immediately understood that Xiaoyan's current predicament was due to the jade bottle in his hand. He had nothing to say about this. Xiaoyan's hesitation wasn't unreasonable. After all, this was related to Xiaoxian's resurrection. Guyu also knew that Xiaoyan wasn't doing this because he didn't trust him. However, even Guyu wasn't completely confident that this method would work. The reason why he had mentioned it was to give Xiaoyan some hope. And this was the biggest possibility he could think of. Guyu saw the conflicted expression on Xiaoyan's face as he approached. He could not bear to see him like this. However, he also wanted to see if this method of his would be able to save someone. Haha, as expected, there is still some hesitation. Guyu sighed softly. He stood beside the Luotian cauldron and gently stroked the patterns. His gaze pierced through the hole, and looked at the black wood that was being refined. Xiaoyan gently lifted his eyes and looked at Guyu. He did not say anything. All he did was reveal an apologetic smile. Guyu gently waved his hand. He turned around to face Xiaoyan and said, "There's no need to apologize. There's no need to apologize. I don't have absolute confidence in this method. I can only say it with the greatest possibility. At the same time, I also hope that this is the best solution. After all, before me, no one has pointed out a way for him to come back to life." Guyu turned around after his voice sounded. He lifted his head and looked at the space above. There was still an endless emptiness at that spot, and one could never find the end. Guyu narrowed his eyes when he looked at that spot. A glint flashed deep within his eyes. His body moved and once again rushed away. A voice slowly drifted into Xiaoyan's ears while he was leaving. "Xiaoyan, there are many things that you don't need to search for the answer, nor do you need to think about it. Perhaps it is in your hands, but you have yet to try. The result might be important, but isn't the process even more important?" Xiaoyan slowly withdrew his eyes after hearing these words. His hands, which were holding the 2 jade bottles, involuntarily tightened. Xiaoyan lowered his eyes and looked at one of the jade bottles in his hand. Xiaoxian's soul fragment was stored within the jade bottle. Xiaoyan inhaled a deep breath of air and slowly opened it. The soul fragment within also flew out. Xiaoyan carefully protected it as it floated in Xiaoyan's palm. Currently, most of Xiaoxian's soul fragment had already been scattered. At this moment, only a rice-sized milky white light spot remained in Xiaoyan's palm. This rice-sized milky white light spot was the key to Xiaoxian's resurrection. Xiaoyan's eyes were filled with gentleness as he looked at the light spot in his palm. He involuntarily recalled the scene when he had first met Xiaoxian. Although Xiaoxian had barely managed to survive with the help of the heavenly tomb at that time, his remaining strength was less than 1/100th of his peak. However, he had forcefully killed 2 ancestors of the Han clan back then. His aura was incomparably domineering. When Xiaoyan recalled the second time he had met Xiaoxian, his other hand, which was holding the jade bottle, involuntarily tightened its grip. His eyes were filled with memories. In order to allow Xiaoyan to break through the shackles of the perfect heavenly stage soul, Xiaoxian had ignited his own soul and fought the heavenly tomb soul. Although all of this had happened a long time ago, it was just like yesterday for Xiaoyan. It was still vivid in his mind. Unknowingly, some tears had already surged into Xiaoyan's eyes. Crack! A clear sound caused Xiaoyan to instantly recover. When his eyes looked over, the jade bottle in his other hand had burst apart with a bang, due to Xiaoyan's unknowingly exerting strength. The wisp of pure spiritual essence within it had also drifted out. The moment the two were exposed in the air, Xiaoxian's soul fragment suddenly emitted a faint light. A special suction force also suddenly appeared. When the suction force appeared, the pure spiritual essence seemed to be attracted by something as it flew towards Xiaoxian's soul fragment. Xiaoyan's expression immediately changed when he saw this scene. He hurriedly grabbed the wisp of pure spiritual essence in his hand to prevent it from being devoured by Xiao Xian's soul fragment. However, even if the tree wished to remain calm, the wind would not stop. When Xiao Yan grabbed this wisp of spiritual essence in his hand, another couple of spiritual essences that had been completely refined within the Luotian cauldron were blocked by the medicinal cauldron. If the medicinal cauldron had not blocked them, it was likely that they would have already come into contact with Xiao Xian's soul fragment. Xiao Yan once again looked at Xiao Xian's soul fragment when he saw this scene. He saw that it was continuously releasing waves of special suction force in an attempt to pull the few spiritual essences closer. Xiao Yan once again frowned when he saw this. His gaze was gentle as he looked at the soul fragment. It was a long while later before he sighed softly and slowly opened his mouth to speak. "Ancestor, is this your choice?" The special suction force still did not disappear after his voice sounded. After an intense struggle in his heart, Xiao Yan finally released his hand and allowed the wisp of spiritual essence to fly out. Chapter 191. In the empty sky, Xiao Yan watched the two light clusters slowly approach each other. His heart was filled with uncertainty. Both of his eyes stared intently at the two light clusters. As long as there was anything wrong, he would immediately separate the two. However, the worry in Xiao Yan's heart did not appear in the end. This allowed him to relax a little. At the same time, he also felt a little anticipation for the fusion of the two. Under Xiao Yan's gaze, the pure spiritual origin slowly came into contact with Xiao Xian's soul fragment. The moment the two rays of light merged, they released an even warmer light, causing the darkness in the sky to quietly retreat. Xiao Yan poured out all of his spiritual strength and wrapped it around the exterior of the light cluster. This was to prevent him from being disturbed by anything that suddenly appeared. It was also to allow him to observe the situation within in greater detail. Xiao Xian's soul fragment had already reached an extremely fragile state. It was impossible for him to take the initiative to fuse with it. The current situation was that the wisp of spiritual origin was being split bit by bit. 1% of the spiritual origin was being extracted and injected into the soul fragment. As this process slowly progressed, Xiao Xian's soul fragment released a milky white light that was even brighter than before. Although the change was extremely small, it could not escape the careful observation of Xiao Yan's spiritual strength. This little change caused Xiao Yan's suspended heart to relax a little. Of course, this did not mean that it was over. This was only the beginning, and it was a very good beginning. As long as he could ensure that the wisp of spiritual origin was completely absorbed by Xiao Xian's soul fragment, it meant that he could absorb the rest of the spiritual origin. This was the result that Xiao Yan wanted the most. After all, this was the only way for Xiao Xian to truly have a chance of being revived. While Xiao Yan was splitting his spiritual strength and happily refining He Mu's spirit, time had already swiftly flowed by. After Xiao Yan ensured that Xiao Xian's soul fragment could absorb the spiritual origin on its own, he simply placed the refined spiritual origin into the jade bottle and waited for it to slowly fuse with it. At this moment, Gu Yu, who had left, returned. When he saw Xiao Yan's relaxed expression, Gu Yu instantly understood. If Xiao Xian's problem had not been resolved, it would have been impossible for Xiao Yan to reveal such a relaxed expression. Gu Yu randomly threw a cream-white light cluster to Xiao Yan. The corner of his mouth carried a smile as he spoke. "How is it? The matter of your ancestor has been resolved, right?" Xiao Yan took the ball of light with a suspicious look on his face. Then he nodded and let out a soft hum. Only then did he turn his attention to the ball of light in his hand. The ball of light in his hand was also a ball of soul origin. Judging from its aura, it was probably about 1/5 of the Blackwood origin. However, after sensing the aura on it, Xiao Yan could not help but exclaim softly. A hint of suspicion appeared on his face. Why does this aura seem somewhat familiar? After pondering for a moment, Xiao Yan suddenly recovered. The aura in this ball of light, why does it seem like Qing Mu's? Xiao Yan suddenly raised his head and stared at Gu Yu. He pointed at the ball of light in his hand and asked with some uncertainty, "Old Gu, your spiritual origin, where did it come from?" At this moment, Xiao Yan's heart was once again filled with anxiety. If it was really as he had sensed, Wouldn't the spiritual origin in his hand belong to the Ginseng Spirit Tribe's tribe leader? If the Ginseng Spirit Tribe's tribesmen knew that he, an outsider, had taken something that belonged to their tribe leader, who knew what they would do to him? Guyu softly laughed in the face of Xiao Yan's uncertain question. He opened his mouth and spoke in an unconcerned manner. He did not care and said nonchalantly, all right. This thing does belong to Qingmu. However, this old man helped him regain his body. What's wrong with taking something from him as a reward? Before Guyu's voice sounded, Xiao Yan's expression changed drastically. This old fellow in front of him was really powerful. He was not afraid of anything. Regardless of how one put it, Xiao Yan was the one who had extracted the other party's spiritual essence. Now he had randomly tossed it to a little bandit. If the other party were to come looking for him, would this thing be Guyu's fault or Xiao Yan's? Guyu involuntarily laughed when he saw the worried expression on Xiao Yan's face. He gently waved his hand in surrender in front of Xiao Yan's grumbling eyes. After which he laughed and said he then smiled and said, "Why? This brat has already complained to this extent. As the person involved, you are not going to say anything? This old man also wants to know if you're really going to bite the hand that feeds you after I've done you such a big favor." Xiao Yan immediately raised his eyebrows after his voice sounded. He followed Guyu's gaze and saw a figure standing in the empty space like a withered tree. He did not move at all. A dazzling green light was emitted from Guyu's heart after he spoke. Soon after, a rich life aura swept out. His body, which had been standing in the empty space, slowly relaxed. Both of his eyes were gently opened, and his life force was revealed. At a glance, Heimu had already disappeared after the dazzling green light flashed. The strange picture on the old man's body had also disappeared. His emerald eyes were filled with an intelligent brilliance. His body suddenly flashed the moment he woke up, and he appeared in front of Guyu. Both of his hands were cupped together as he bowed to Guyu like a junior would. Junior Qingmu greets Elder Hualing. Xiao Yan only understood when he heard this voice. No wonder Guyu acted so indifferent after extracting Qingmu's spiritual origin. It was because Qingmu was already aware of his identity. The corner of Guyu's mouth curled into a smile upon hearing this. However, he immediately let out a cold snort and said, "You actually woke up at that time. You actually dare to put on an act in front of this old man. Aren't you afraid that I will burn your ginseng spiritual root?" The moment Guyu spoke, Qingmu hurriedly buried his head even deeper into the ground and hastily said, he quickly lowered his head and said, "Elder, please do not blame me. However, this junior had yet to recover at that time. My spiritual origin was also extracted, and Heimu was removed from my body. This junior did not reveal himself in order to purify the remnant aura of Heimu in the ginseng spiritual root." Why? Are you blaming this old man now? Guyu's words caused Qingmu's face to be filled with horror as he hurriedly denied it. Guyu was not someone that the current ginseng spiritual tribe could afford to offend. Forget about his strength. Just the fact that he had a fire spirit body was enough to sweep through their ginseng spiritual tribe. "This brat said that I have forcefully extracted your spiritual origin. This is my fault. Do you agree with him?" Guyu's words caused Qingmu's eyes to harden. He hurriedly shifted his gaze to Xiao Yan. A smile appeared on his face as he opened his mouth and laughed. "Senior, you have helped me to take back my body. This is already a great favor to me. A little soul source is nothing. At the very most, I can slowly cultivate this kind of thing. Little friend Yin Xiao, please take it." Haha. Although he spoke in a relaxed manner, Xiao Yan could see that Qingmu's head was covered in sweat. His spiritual origin had been extracted. At this moment, Qingmu was already extremely weak. Talking about slowly cultivating was simply a joke. Spiritual origin was the lifeline of a living being. How could it be easily obtained through cultivation? Qingmu would likely need hundreds or even thousands of years to recover this 1/5 of his spiritual origin. Looking at Qingmu's appearance, it was obvious that he would not take it back. Since this was the case, Xiao Yan could only glare viciously at Guyu before putting it away with an apologetic expression. Chapter 192. Time quietly flowed by in this dark black world. In the blink of an eye, not much of Heimu's refined soul remained at this moment. Another cluster of light appeared in the medicinal cauldron. That cluster of light was He Mu's sealed do qi. The appearance of this cluster of light gave Xiaoyan a pleasant surprise. As long as he could completely refine and absorb the do qi within this cluster of light, all the do qi of a 9-star ban emperor would be quite a great training resource. Of course, just like before, Xiaoyan would need to refine this do qi a couple of times in order to safely absorb it. Otherwise, Xiaoyan would be a little worried. The same repeated steps were repeated in the cauldron in front of Xiaoyan. Wave after wave of do qi was refined and purified by the heavenly flame. The do qi, which had originally been as thick as an arm, was reduced to a thin rope the thickness of a thumb. Although the do qi did not appear to be as good as before, the purity and quantity of the do qi were not much different from before. Of course, it was impossible to not consume the do qi while refining it. The strength of a heavenly flame was absolute. Although this do qi was as large as a do qi ocean, it had turned from a do qi ocean into a do qi lake under the continuous refinement of the heavenly flame. As the saying went, one must first lose something if one wished to obtain it. This was what was happening in the cauldron at this moment. However, this did not matter to Xiaoyan. In any case, this do qi was not something that he had cultivated. As long as it could be used in proportion to his strength, he did not care how much he consumed. Guyu, on the other hand, once again moved after fooling around with Qingmu. He began to explore the deeper regions of this realm. Qingmu watched Guyu's departing figure. Only then did he heave a sigh of relief. The cold sweat on his forehead instantly surged out like spring water. He was able to sense a vague pressure when facing Guyu. Perhaps this was the attitude of an expert, or perhaps it was because Guyu was a heavenly flame. In front of a heavenly flame, it was difficult for these ancient clans, who were born from nature, to compare with it. Guyu's departure gave Qingmu enough time to recover. Otherwise, he wouldn't have dared to act as relaxed as Xiaoyan. Hence, other than Guyu, who was roaming around, Xiaoyan and Qingmu had entered a focused training state. After an unknown period of time, the silent atmosphere was broken by a sudden gust of wind. Qingmu, who was in the midst of cultivating and slowly recovering, was nearly blown away by a gust of wind. However, Qingmu was still a powerful cultivator. Although he was at a low point, this amount of astral wind couldn't hurt him. The figure sitting cross-legged in the void suddenly flashed and retreated 1,000 feet away. His eyes instantly stared at the center of the storm. With his sharp senses, he instantly knew that the source of the gale was there. However, when Qingmu glanced over, he was involuntarily startled by the scene in front of him. The source of the gale was Xiaoyan. At this moment, Xiaoyan's aura had already reached the peak of an advanced 3-star half-martial emperor. He was only a step away from breaking through the 3-star half-martial emperor realm and entering the 4-star half-martial emperor realm. With regards to this point, the frightening wind that surrounded Xiaoyan's body was the best proof. Qingmu's expression changed when he saw that Xiaoyan was about to break through. His eyes hurriedly looked at the medicinal cauldron in front of him. At this moment, the medicinal cauldron was completely empty. The fierce heavenly flame had already scattered, and the 2 clusters of light within it had completely disappeared. Qingmu instantly understood when he saw this scene. No wonder Xiaoyan was already on the verge of a breakthrough. It seemed that he had absorbed all the do qi. Even so, Qingmu did not rejoice. Instead, he frowned. His eyes stared intently at Xiaoyan as an unusual glint flickered within them. A moment later, Guyu's elderly figure swiftly hurried over from the distant void, while the storm around Xiaoyan's body became increasingly intense. Although they were 500 kilometers apart, Guyu's eyes had already locked onto Xiaoyan, who was in the middle of the storm. At this moment, Guyu's face was filled with worry as he sensed the increasingly wild and violent storm around Xiaoyan. Even though this was the case, there was still some hope in his heart. Guyu and Qingmu stood side by side as they approached. Their eyes were looking at Xiaoyan. Qingmu naturally did not dare to be careless when he saw Guyu return. He hurriedly cupped his hands together and bowed to Guyu. However, how could Guyu have the mood to play around at this moment? All he did was randomly wave his hand and ignore Qingmu. "This brat, why are you in such a hurry? Rising 4 stars in a year. Are you seeking death?" Guyu involuntarily frowned as he sensed the increasingly powerful aura within Xiaoyan's body. His mouth cursed. Qingmu's expression became even more intense when Guyu's words reached Qingmu's ears. He had just heard the person beside him say that Xiaoyan had risen 4 stars in a year. If someone else had said this, he might have treated it as a joke. However, it was Guyu in front of him who had said it. He could not find the word joke, no matter how hard he tried. Rising 4 stars within a year. Moreover, it was the Band D class. Was this training speed not just heaven-defying? How could Qingmu not know just how difficult the path of training was? Although his current strength far surpassed Xiaoyan, he was clearly aware of just how difficult it was to advance from the Band D class. Each star of the Band D class required the support of a frightening Do Qi that was dozens of times stronger than a Do Sheng. In order to advance, both the amount of Do Qi needed and the accumulation of one's own strength were even more frightening. Normally speaking, it was very rare for a bandit to rely on the natural energy when training. This was because every bandit was aware that if one relied on the natural energy to increase one's strength, it would be extremely slow. Moreover, one would need to pay the price of a couple of years if one wished to break through. Of course, if the Qi method one practiced was heaven-defying, it would be a different matter. After all, the stronger the Qi method, the faster the practitioner could absorb the natural energy. A high-tier Qi method was effective even for an expert at the level of a bandit. The reason Xiaoyan was able to break through so quickly was because he had been limited by the natural laws of the Do Qi continent when he had broken through back then. Hence, the potential of the heavenly flame had not been fully displayed. The second reason was because of the heavenly demonic flower. The heavenly demonic flower had been nurtured by nature for 1,000 years. It was an excellent training resource. Xiaoyan had only reached the intermediate 3-star bandit level after swallowing and refining it. However, following the continuous increase in Xiaoyan's bandit strength, Guyu was unable to completely stabilize it after such a long time. If Xiaoyan were to break through again today, it was likely that Guyu would need an even longer period of time to make up for the gap in his cultivation. Hence, Guyu could only hope that Xiaoyan would be able to pull back before it was too late. Otherwise, it was likely that Xiaoyan would not be able to accept the result. Chapter 193. While Guyu and Qingmu were worried for Xiaoyan, who was at the center of the storm, was also helpless. He could only do his best to suppress the surging Do Qi in his body. At this moment, Xiaoyan's mood could only be described with one sentence. A greedy man is like a snake trying to swallow an elephant. In order to quickly absorb and refine Heimu's Do Qi, Xiaoyan swallowed it without any hesitation. Sure enough, after all the Do Qi of a 9-star half-martial emperor erupted from Xiaoyan's body, it was like a wild horse that had broken free of its reins and began to gallop. The frightening Do Qi did not cause Xiaoyan's body to explode in an instant. This was already a very good result. Under the control of Xiaoyan's heavenly flame, the initial Do Qi was still under Xiaoyan's control. Although it was strenuous, the refining speed was much faster. After being refined by the heavenly flame and condensed by the flame mantra, an even purer Do Qi followed the Qi method route of the flame mantra and continuously poured into the vortex space. Xiaoyan's aura also gradually recovered as he was slowly refined. Even though this process took a long time, the speed was still faster than refining in the medicinal cauldron. Moreover, after the Do Qi was refined by the heavenly flame, it directly entered the Qi method route of the flame mantra. In this way, the refined Do Qi would be even purer and more condensed. It would also be better for Xiaoyan to use. Otherwise, if he were to absorb the Do Qi after refining, it would be even more troublesome for Xiaoyan. He would have no choice but to circulate his Do Qi along the Qi method route of the flame mantra a couple of times in order to completely merge with the Do Qi in his body. Xiaoyan's idea was not bad. It was indeed much faster and easier. However, the current result seemed to have caused even greater trouble for Xiaoyan. Xiaoyan did not expect the Do Qi to be so enormous after the refinement. It was to the point that Xiaoyan's vortex space was unable to absorb all of it. Therefore, the situation brought about was a breakthrough that ordinary powerhouses looked forward to endlessly. However, Xiaoyan knew better than anyone that his current situation was not suitable for a breakthrough. Since Guyu could think of the problem, Xiaoyan also knew about it. If he were to make a breakthrough now, he was afraid that his strength would not be able to increase for a long time. However, this was not a good thing for Xiaoyan, who urgently needed power. After all, the Ghost Slaughter sect would not give him extra time to cultivate. With the ability of those damn things, it was likely that the matter of Xiaoyan in Savage City had already been transmitted to their ears. It was likely that the next time Xiaoyan and them would meet again would not be too far away. At this moment, at the center of the storm, Xiaoyan's body was swollen red from the enormous dou qi within his body. His entire body had swelled by more than 3 times during this short period of time. Even though this was the case, Xiaoyan's body continued to swell. At a glance, the current Xiaoyan was just like a ticking time bomb. Once the dou qi within his body reached a certain peak, it would emit a bang and explode. In reality, Xiaoyan was currently in such a state. Waves of surging dou qi passed through every corner of Xiaoyan's body within the vortex within his body, turning Xiaoyan into a fatty. At this very moment, it was likely that if one were to cut open any part of Xiaoyan's body, a large wave of surging dou qi would be spat out. In an instant, Xiaoyan's physical body appeared to be unable to endure any longer. Numerous ferocious bloody wounds appeared all over Xiaoyan's body. Fresh blood mixed with surging dou qi shot out like a fountain. Even though this was the case, Xiaoyan's condition did not improve. From the looks of it, Xiaoyan could only try to make a breakthrough. Ah! Suddenly, Xiaoyan emitted a furious dragon-like roar from his mouth. A thick dou qi light pillar shot out and entered the empty space above Xiaoyan's head. After this furious roar was emitted, Xiaoyan's body suddenly emitted a dazzling golden light. In a short instant, a huge golden god appeared in the middle of the storm. The surging dou qi seemed to have suddenly found a point to vent as it abruptly spread out. Xiaoyan was finally able to have a chance to catch his breath. Using this little time, Xiaoyan hurriedly maneuvered the heavenly flame in his body and prepared to clean up the mess. At the same time, he hoped that this accident would end here. Unfortunately, Xiaoyan had underestimated the large amount of dou qi. Although he had the King Kong glass body to temporarily support him, the wild and violent dou qi swiftly rose in a short moment. However, the good news was that Xiaoyan was finally able to barely suppress it. Feeling the wild and violent dou qi that was still surging like a tide in his body, Xiaoyan finally felt a little relaxed and sighed in relief. Bracing himself, the corners of Xiaoyan's mouth slowly revealed a slight smile as he softly laughed. Ha 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 ha. Next, it's time for you to obediently return. As his voice sounded, the heavenly flame in his body suddenly rose and swiftly spread into the internal organs of Xiaoyan's body, completely wrapping around the dou qi. Under the suppression of the heavenly flame, the waves of dou qi were gradually compressed into thumb-sized beads. Immediately, they were wrapped by the heavenly flame and returned to the vortex. After experiencing the pain from before, the current Xiaoyan was even more careful in his actions. He tried his best to condense every wisp of dou qi before carefully returning them to the vortex. Only at this moment did Xiaoyan's expression finally recover. As the dou qi once again returned to the vortex, Xiaoyan slowly entered into a training state. The flame mantra in his body also began to circulate. At this moment, Xiaoyan needed to once again condense and refine the scattered dou qi. At the same time, it could be considered a form of refinement of his own dou qi. Regardless of which aspect one looked at it from, the benefits to Xiaoyan were self-evident. Within the vortex, the beautiful, heavenly flame stood guard in front of the vortex, once again refining every wisp of dou qi that had been condensed. Every wisp of pure dou qi that was as thick as a thumb, after being refined to an extreme degree by the heavenly flame, turned into a hair-like thin line that was immediately absorbed into the vortex. When Xiaoyan had once again completely refined all of the dou qi, the originally abundant dou qi in the vortex was now mostly filled with dou qi that was like a lake. As for the remaining small portion, it was the benefit brought about by Xiaoyan's refinement of dou qi. At this moment, although the dou qi in the vortex did not appear to be as abundant as before, it was much more condensed. When he used it, not only would it not be less than before, it would instead cause Xiaoyan's dou qi to become even more powerful. As for the remaining space, it was the manifestation of Xiaoyan's increase in strength. judging from the current situation. Although Xiaoyan had yet to step into the realm of a 4-star half-martial emperor, he had already reached the peak of the late-stage 3-star half-martial emperor realm. He was only a step away from becoming a 4-star half-martial emperor. When the conditions were right, Xiaoyan would be able to officially break through. At that time, Xiaoyan's strength would no longer be lacking. Chapter 194. The frightening wind scattered in the empty space. The golden giant suddenly stood up and emitted an earth-shaking roar toward the empty space above his head. His aura was like a rainbow. The golden giant appeared to be unsatisfied after the long roar. Its enormous body suddenly shook as both of its fists were clenched tightly. A wild roar was emitted from its mouth as its enormous fist was suddenly swung. It was accompanied by a frightening wind that tore through empty space as it swept across the empty space. Bang! Although it didn't injure anything, the formless void was still forcefully squeezed into a pressure circle like a cannon barrel. When the pressure reached its peak, the space within it exploded. Such might and merely a single punch was sufficient to compare to a heaven-rank combat skill executed by a 1-star quasi-emperor. Haha, looks like this brat knows his own limits. He is not as arrogant as he usually is. Guyu laughed softly when he saw Xiaoyan act in this manner. His body moved and flew toward Xiaoyan. Qingmu hurriedly followed behind him. Bang! Another punch was thrown. This time around, the giant that Xiaoyan had transformed into clenched both of his hands. He placed them together and a wild and ferocious heavy hammer was violently smashed down from above, causing the empty space in front of him to emit waves of frightening sonic booms. The empty space immediately exploded when the attack landed. A wild and violent storm swept out and charged toward Guyu. Guyu was unconcerned. He randomly waved his hand and scattered Xiaoyan's frightening attack. Xiaoyan could only curl his mouth unhappily in his heart when he saw this. No matter how hard he tried to attack Guyu, it was all useless. Brat, you are really bold. You swallowed all the do qi of a 9-star ban emperor just like that. If it were not for the heavenly flame protecting you and the fact that you exhausted a lot of it while refining it earlier, I would like to see how you would be able to survive today. Although he was fooling around, Guyu still had plenty of words to reprimand him. Xiaoyan's behavior today was a little too much. If he wasn't careful, he could lose his life. With regards to this, Xiaoyan could only smile embarrassedly. He also did not understand why he, who had always been cautious, would make such a foolish move today. He shrugged his shoulders helplessly. No matter what, the matter regarding He Mu had finally come to an end. Now that he had recovered to his peak, it was time to leave this place. A thought flashed through his mind. Xiaoyan raised his head and looked at the endless void. He frowned slightly. This place was dark and boundless. He had no idea where the exit was. It seemed that it was impossible to get out of here. Guyu was naturally aware of the doubt in Xiaoyan's heart when he saw Xiaoyan's reaction. However, he only softly smiled and did not voice his doubts. Instead, he turned to Qingmu, who was following close behind, and laughed. Logically speaking, you should be the one in charge of this realm. Xiaoyan raised his eyebrows after Guyu's words sounded. His eyes turned to Qingmu. From Guyu's words, this realm seemed to have a special connection with Qingmu. Qingmu's expression hardened when he heard this. He involuntarily frowned. After pondering for a moment, he lifted his eyes to look at Guyu and Xiaoyan. Finally, he slowly nodded. Soon after, Qingmu revealed a bitter expression and sighed. Senior is right. Senior is correct. This spirit ginseng space is controlled by the clan chief of the spirit ginseng race. Unfortunately, Heimu was also the youngest clan chief of my race back then. Qingmu ignored the surprised expression on Xiaoyan's and Xiaoyan's faces after his voice sounded. He sighed softly and continued speaking. He sighed and continued. This ginseng space contains Heimu's spiritual imprint. Even with my ability, I am unable to find it. Hence, needless to say, Guyu understood the meaning behind Qingmu's words. Qingmu wanted Guyu to help him find the location of the spiritual imprint. After all, Qingmu's soul was currently damaged. The only one who could find the spiritual imprint was Guyu. Guyu curled his mouth and felt helpless. This fellow clearly wanted Guyu to help him regain control of this ginseng space. Yet he insisted on saying such unnecessary words. Qingmu awkwardly smiled when he noticed Guyu's displeased expression. His eyes landed on Xiaoyan, but he did not say anything. Xiaoyan was amused by the expressions of these two. However, Guyu ignored him. A thought passed through his mind, and a majestic spiritual strength swiftly spread. After probing for a while, he discovered a strange aura. A thought passed through Guyu's mind as his eyes narrowed. His spiritual strength immediately swarmed forward and swiftly surrounded that aura. At the same time, the bone-chilling flame once again rose. Within a couple of breaths, that aura was completely removed. After the aura was removed, a strange stone platform appeared in front of Guyu's spiritual strength. The corner of Guyu's mouth was lifted into a smile when he saw this. A thought passed through his mind, and he quickly brought it back. Qingmu inhaled a deep breath of air as he looked at the stone platform in front of him. After which, his eyes looked at Guyu. He once again bowed to Guyu in front of Xiaoyan's somewhat strange eyes. Junior Qingmu represents the Ginseng spirit tribe to thank Elder for your kindness. If Elder needs help from my tribe in the future, my Ginseng spirit tribe will not hesitate to go through fire and water for Elder. Xiaoyan frowned as he looked at Qingmu in front of him. His eyes looked at the strange stone platform. His heart was filled with doubt. It was merely a stone platform. Could it really move an ancient tribe? Guyu smiled when he saw this. He nodded in satisfaction and said, "That's right. Haha, there is no need for you to go through fire and water. After all, the old me is a natural heavenly flame. However, if this brat faces any difficulties in the future, I hope that you will remember what you have said today. At the very least, you should help this brat within the limits of your ability. Of course, it is likely that your reward will not be lacking after helping him. You will understand in the future. Haha. The old me can only say that your actions today will help your Ginseng spirit tribe obtain a towering tree in the future." Qingmu lifted his eyebrows when he heard Guyu's confident words, which did not appear to be false. An unusual glint flickered in his eyes as he looked at Xiaoyan. Just what was so outstanding about Xiaoyan in front of him, who was able to cause such a terrifying heavenly flame spirit to praise him in such a manner? At this moment, Xiaoyan and Qingmu began to doubt each other. These two different experts from two different eras were actually filled with curiosity about each other's future. It must be said that this was a rare sight in the world. Xiaoyan and Qingmu exchanged glances. They saw the surprise in each other's eyes. After which, they smiled at each other. Qingmu recovered, and his eyes once again landed on the strange stone platform in front of him. At this moment, Heimu's spiritual imprint on the stone platform had already been removed by Guyu. Qingmu could easily leave a spiritual imprint behind. This Ginseng spirit realm would once again return to the hands of the tribe leader of the Ginseng spirit tribe. Chapter 195. The instant Qingmu left his unique spiritual imprint on the stone platform, a strange energy ripple swiftly spread out from the center of the stone platform. The space around the stone platform seemed to have been refurbished at this moment. When the energy ripple spread, it turned into a green color. Soon after, the space around Xiaoyan's group also turned into a green color. The entire space had completely changed at this moment. The boundless void gradually faded away, and what replaced it was a resplendent world full of vitality. Xiaoyan's and Guyu's faces were filled with surprise as they continued to scan the rapidly changing world around them. This was the first time that they had seen such a mysterious scene. Qingmu's old eyes also stared at the familiar world in front of him. His mind recalled the Ginseng spirit tribe of the past. At this moment, his heart was also surging with emotions. It was a long while later before Qingmu finally withdrew his eyes. He looked at Xiaoyan and Guyu in the blink of an eye. He chuckled and said, "The endless space that the two of you saw earlier was Heimu's masterpiece. The world in front of the two of you is the original appearance of the Ginseng spirit space." Xiaoyan only came to a sudden understanding after hearing Qingmu's explanation. Guyu softly smiled and nodded. Clearly, he had already expected Qingmu's explanation. Qingmu inhaled a deep breath of air. He faced Xiaoyan and Guyu and suddenly opened his mouth to laugh. "Welcome to my tribe's Ginseng spirit space." After a hearty laugh, green logs appeared out of thin air in the space around the three of them. Then the cross-sections of the logs quickly gathered under the feet of the three of them, turning into a special long staircase. At the end of the long staircase was a majestic hall formed by a ginseng spirit tree. The ginseng spirit tribe had forcefully dug out a majestic hall from the originally sturdy tree trunk. The hall was so large that it could accommodate tens of thousands of people. This was after excluding some other buildings. From this, one could imagine just how majestic and magnificent the original appearance of this towering ancient tree was. Xiao Yan and Guyu looked at the majestic hall in the distance. Their hearts involuntarily felt shocked by the generosity of the ginseng spirit tribe. At this moment, even Guyu, who had always looked down on everything, involuntarily revealed a deep shock on his face. Haha, the two of you, this ginseng spirit hall was formed by the body of an ancient ancestor of my tribe. Before his death, he used his great skills to leave it behind for my tribe. Qingmu involuntarily felt a pride in his heart when he saw the expression on the faces of Xiao Yan's duo. It seemed that the ability of this ancestor of his was something that even this heavenly flame spirit in front of him deeply admired. A great storm immediately rose in Xiao Yan's heart when he heard the words from Qingmu's mouth. Such a majestic hall was actually created by the ancestor of the ginseng tribe, using his own body. Just this righteous act alone was enough to cause Xiao Yan to sigh in admiration. While the three of them were conversing, all the darkness in this space had been completely removed. At this moment, this ginseng spirit space could finally be called the ginseng spirit space. Alright, after saying so much, the old me feels that it is time to leave. Guyu understood that Qingmu wanted to use this opportunity to build a good relationship with him. And Xiao Yan, after hearing the endless words from his mouth, Xiao Yan was naturally aware of this. However, as a member of the younger generation, it was inappropriate for him to say it. Since this was the case, Guyu would be the one to say it. Qingmu was startled when he heard Guyu's impatient words. Soon after, he awkwardly smiled. In his heart, he knew that he could not keep the two of them here. Hence, he could only stop wasting his breath and change the topic with a smile. Haha, that's right, that's right. The two of you are indeed a little tired during this period of time. The old me will open the exit of the ginseng spirit space and send the two of you away. Qingmu lifted both of his hands after his voice sounded. The seals changed and a thought was emitted. Soon after, a spatial crack slowly appeared in the space above the three of them. Haha, I have embarrassed myself in front of the two of you. Due to the fact that this ginseng spirit space has just recovered, there are many places that are not stable enough. Hence, I can only use this method to open a tunnel. I'm sorry. Qingmu was a little embarrassed as he smiled. He was also helpless. Heimu had destroyed the spatial tunnel many times while he was controlling it. Otherwise, he and Luo Ao would have been able to enter the ginseng spirit space. Tearing open the empty space was his best method. Xiao Yan helplessly shrugged his shoulders upon seeing this. If he had known this would happen, he would have asked Guyu to open the tunnel when he had finished off Heimu. Guyu glanced at Qingmu with some dissatisfaction. His body moved, and he turned into a white light that entered Xiao Yan's body. At the same time, a cold and indifferent voice was emitted. Little fellow Qingmu, I hope that you will remember what you have said in the ginseng spirit space today after you leave. In addition, do not tell anyone about my existence. Otherwise, Guyu did not say any ruthless words at the end of his words. However, Qingmu sensed an extremely frightening icy aura pressure at that moment. Although it was only for an instant, it still made Qingmu feel a chill all over his body. He knew that Guyu's words were not a joke. Hence, he hurriedly nodded and acknowledged, not daring to be the slightest bit negligent. Xiao Yan helplessly apologized to Qingmu when he saw this. After which, he gently shook his head and flew into the spatial crack. Qingmu's body trembled for a moment before he hurriedly followed. Compared to the ginseng spirit space, the outside world was already on high alert. The 32 spirit guards and old Luo stood in the air, ready to engage in an earth-shaking battle at any moment. In the sky, the 32 spirit guards each occupied a corner as they sat cross-legged in the air, each controlling a part of the formation below as they poured all of their Genesis Chi into the formation. From afar, pillars of Genesis Chi light connected to each other in the sky, forming a towering formation in the sky that enveloped the mountain forests below. At the eye of the formation, Old Man Luo personally stepped forward to control it. He gathered all of the formation's power in one place, and Genesis Chi gathered in his palm, ready to bombard the spatial crack below at any moment. Just as Elder Luo came to the void to reinforce the large array, there was a sudden change in the void below the large array. A spatial crack suddenly appeared in the formless void. Although he couldn't see anyone, Elder Luo could immediately associate it with greenwood and blackwood in the space below the ground. No matter who opened the spatial crack, Heimu was bound to appear again. Since that was the case, he had to make all the necessary preparations before Heimu appeared. Otherwise, it would be a terrible blow to both Qingmu and the ginseng spirit race. Once Heimu escaped from the outside world, he would definitely return in a powerful manner. When that happened, even old Luo and the entire ginseng spirit race would not be able to do anything to him. When that happened, it would likely be the day of the ginseng spirit race's extinction. Old Luo's face was grave. He was well aware of Heimu's strength. Even if he was not as strong as he was in the past, he still could not be underestimated. What's more, the space below was his lair. He had likely recovered a lot of his strength with the help of the ginseng spirit race's treasures. However, just as old Luo and the others were preparing to fight, a hearty laughter was boldly emitted from the spatial crack. Ha 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 ha. Old Luo, even if you want to welcome me, you don't have to put on such a grand display. Chapter 196. In the sky, Xiaoyan stepped out of the spatial crack behind him, and once again appeared in the world of the spiritual ginseng tribe. He wore a smile on his face as he looked at the old figure in the sky. At this moment, Elder Luo's face was filled with disbelief as he stared blankly at Xiaoyan, who was standing in the sky with a smile on his face. The moment Xiaoyan appeared, Elder Luo had already sensed the unique heavenly flame aura on his body. Therefore, there was no need to think too much. The Xiaoyan who had appeared now was definitely the real Xiaoyan, and not the Xiaoyan who was possessed by Heimu. Yin Xiao. You are still alive. It was a long while later before Elder Luo spat out a sentence with great difficulty. In response, Xiaoyan nodded and smiled. Just as Elder Luo finished speaking, the space beside Xiaoyan became distorted once again. Subsequently, Qingmu's figure slowly appeared beside Xiaoyan. Haha, old Luo. The moment Qingmu appeared, a hearty laugh was heard. When Elder Luo saw him, his eyes suddenly focused. Immediately, a look of surprise flashed across his eyes. He had never expected that Heimu would not only not kill Xiaoyan, but Qingmu would also be unharmed. This was truly an unexpected surprise. As the seals in his hands changed, Elder Luo quickly dispersed the large array below, after which, his body flashed and he instantly appeared in front of Xiaoyan and Heimu. When he saw that the two of them were unharmed, Elder Luo's expression became even more surprised. However, apart from being surprised, Elder Luo could not help but feel puzzled. Since Xiaoyan and Heimu were fine, what about Heimu? Qingmu also saw the different expression on old Luo's face. He laughed softly and exchanged smiles with Xiaoyan by the side. An obscure glow flashed deep within his eyes. Immediately, he looked at old Luo and opened his mouth to speak with a smile. Haha, there is no need to think too much. Heimu has already been finished off by young friend Yin Xiao. When these words were spoken, the expressions of Elder Luo and the group of spirit guards who were rushing over behind him changed. According to Qingmu's words, it seemed that Heimu had been finished off by Xiaoyan alone. When Elder Luo heard this, his face was filled with surprise as he looked at Xiaoyan. He knew a thing or two about Xiaoyan's tactics. Angry Buddha's reincarnation, with his understanding, could only be described as impeccable. Xiaoyan. But, moreover, that space was where Heimu's lair was located. Heimu had even more resources that he could use in that place. It was unlikely that Xiaoyan could do it by himself. Xiaoyan could only spread his hands helplessly in the face of Elder Luo's suspicion. Qingmu's expression changed swiftly. He hurriedly looked at Elder Luo and opened his mouth to interrupt his thoughts. Seeing the strange expression on Qingmu's face, Elder Luo frowned slightly. However, since Qingmu did not say anything, it was not appropriate for him to ask. He could only shake his head helplessly. Immediately, he seemed to have thought of something. He turned his head around and looked at Qingmu once again. What do you mean by finished off? Seeing that Elder Luo had returned to the original point, Qing Mu felt a bitterness in his heart that he could not speak of. He sighed helplessly before opening his mouth to speak. I am saying that He Mu is already dead. As soon as he said that, Elder Luo and the group of spiritual guards behind him instantly changed their expressions. Elder Luo's feelings were needless to say. The group of spiritual guards behind him had looks of disbelief as they looked at Xiao Yan, who was beside Qing Mu. Earlier, they had clearly heard that Xiao Yan had relied on his own strength to finish off He Mu. Originally, they thought that with Xiao Yan's strength, even if he could defeat He Mu, he could only borrow the power of the heavenly flame to seal He Mu. However, they did not expect that not only did Xiao Yan defeat He Mu, he even killed him. Such a battle record was really terrifying. At that moment, Elder Luo fixed his gaze on Xiao Yan. Although he was prepared, he was still agitated when he saw the result. He never thought that Xiao Yan's strength could reach such a stage. Xiao Yan also noticed the gazes of Elder Luo and the others. His old face was slightly red as he coughed twice. Only then did he embarrassedly use his hand to rub his nose. His eyes turned slightly as he softly laughed. Ah, I was just lucky. I also did not expect that the suppression of the heavenly flame would be so strong. As Xiao Yan's voice sounded, the group of people behind Elder Luo looked at each other. They had never truly seen a heavenly flame before. However, they knew a little about the terror of the heavenly flame. At that moment, when they heard Xiao Yan's words, they naturally thought that it was due to the heavenly flame. However, it was not wrong for them to think this way. The reason why He Mu could be killed was indeed due to the heavenly flame. However, the heavenly flame did not come from Xiao Yan's body. Elder Luo curled his lips and did not comment on Xiao Yan's words. He did not believe it at all in his heart. It was not that he had never seen Xiao Yan's heavenly flame before. Although it was strong, with his experience, he naturally knew that those heavenly flames were all seed flames. It was still enough to deal with an ordinary half-emperor. However, if it was used against an old fellow like He Mu, it would be greatly reduced. As Xiao Yan's words sounded, the atmosphere suddenly became somewhat awkward. Xiao Yan and the other two also looked at each other. For a moment, they did not say anything. On the other hand, Qing Mu looked at Elder Luo and swept a glance at Xiao Yan. He coughed twice and looked past Elder Luo. He looked at the group of spiritual guards behind Elder Luo and opened his mouth to shout. All right. It's fine now. Do what you need to do. There's nothing to see here. It was obvious that Qing Mu, the clan leader, was quite imposing. With a loud shout, the group of spiritual guards behind Elder Luo immediately dispersed and left. Subsequently, Qing Mu turned his gaze to Xiao Yan and Luo Ao. Qing Muqing curled his mouth as his gaze swept over Luo Ao. His eyes flickered, but he did not know what he should say. When he looked at Xiao Yan, his old face, which was filled with wrinkles, immediately opened his mouth and spoke with a smile. Haha, by the way, may I know why Yin Xiao has come to our clan this time? As soon as these words came out, Xiao Yan and Elder Luo's expressions changed. At this point, Xiao Yan suddenly remembered. This time, he had entered the ginseng spiritual tribe to look for Elder Luo. However, he did not expect that there would be so many problems. Now that he had dealt with He Mu, it was indeed time for him to return and solve the problem that he wanted to solve. The moment Qing Mu's words came out, Elder Luo immediately came back to his senses. Everything that had happened this time had indeed disrupted the matter that Xiao Yan had come to look for him. Now that the crisis had been resolved, it was indeed time to solve the matter regarding Xiao Yan. Xiao Yan lifted his gaze. His face carried a sigh as he looked at Old Luo. Old Luo also faced Xiao Yan. The corner of his mouth carried a slight smile as he opened his mouth and laughed. Haha, I almost forgot about the important matter. If I remember correctly, Yin Xiao has come to look for me this time, because of your dark heavy buster sword. Chapter 197. As Old Luo's voice faded, he flipped his palm and a glow appeared in his palm. Immediately, a wide, large pitch-black ruler appeared in Old Luo's palm. This large, pitch-black ruler was Xiao Yan's heavy Xian ruler. At this moment, the heavy Xian ruler had already recovered its original appearance. The numerous deep cracks on it had also disappeared. The heavy ruler's body had a special and strange line. At this moment, The heavy Xian ruler that was placed in front of Xiao Yan was just like the first time he had seen it. There was an extremely steady and heavy feeling that pounced on his face. Haha, in order to repair this heavy Xian ruler, this old man has put in a lot of effort. With a soft laugh, old Luo exerted a little force in his palm. An invisible force carried the heavy Xian ruler and flew toward Xiao Yan. When it arrived in front of him, Xiao Yan's eyes stared intently at the heavy Xian ruler in front of him. His eyes revealed a look of reminiscence. His well-built body trembled slightly at this moment. The emotions that continuously surged in his heart caused circles of faint spatial ripples to involuntarily appear in the surrounding space. A long while later, Xiao Yan finally took in a deep breath. His arms trembled slightly as he slowly extended them. Both of his palms carefully pressed against the heavy Xian ruler in front of him. The unique metallic feeling and the familiar iciness of the meteoric flame mysterious iron caused Xiao Yan's heart to suddenly heat up. The heavenly flame, within the vortex in his body, also involuntarily flowed along the qi paths in Xiao Yan's body. At Xiao Yan's fingertips, he gently touched his old friend who had just recovered from his serious injuries. At this moment, Xiao Yan's face was flushed red and the veins on his forehead were exposed. His lips were tightly shut, and the teeth in his mouth continuously clashed against each other. The tip of his nose was also blood red. His heavy breathing caused the sourness in Xiao Yan's nose to become even more intense. At this moment, his pitch-black eyes were filled with emotional tears. Deep within his pupils, an extremely excited and joyful luster gushed out. The dark heavy buster sword had finally returned to its original form. And this also allowed the huge rock in Xiao Yan's heart to fall to the ground. The death of the dark heavy buster sword had always been a sore point in Xiao Yan's heart. Now that he saw the dark heavy buster sword return to its former glory, how could he not be excited? When old Luo on the opposite side saw the expression on Xiao Yan's face, he knew in his heart just how deep the feelings between Xiao Yan and the heavy Xian ruler were. In Xiao Yan's heart, the heavy Xian ruler was likely no longer as simple as a weapon. There was likely a deep story behind it. Xiao Yan exchanged glances with Qing Mu. The two of them could see the different expression in each other's eyes. Immediately, they smiled at each other. A thought passed through old Luo's mind, and the invisible force that was supporting the heavy Xian ruler suddenly disappeared. In the next instant, Xiao Yan's expression suddenly changed. Xiao Yan's hand, which was originally holding the dark heavy buster sword, suddenly sank when Elder Luo scattered that force. His expression also changed abruptly. At the same time, the dou qi within the vortex in Xiao Yan's body also became sluggish at this moment. If he had not reacted in time, it was likely that the dark heavy buster sword would have made intimate contact with the ground. Xiao Yan only reacted after he spent quite a lot of effort to hold the dark heavy buster sword in his hand. At this moment, the dark heavy buster sword in his hand actually gave him a familiar heavy feeling. The dou qi within his body also became sluggish at this moment. After Xiao Yan sensed this, his face did not show any surprise. Instead, he revealed a warm nostalgic smile. This kind of feeling was indeed something that he had not felt for many years. Ever since he had completely familiarized himself with the dark heavy buster sword back then, he had never felt it again. Now that he had touched it once again, Xiao Yan involuntarily recalled the days back in the magical Beast Mountain range. When he thought of this, a beautiful figure with an injured chest involuntarily surfaced in Xiao Yan's mind. It was Yun Yun. Even at this moment, Xiao Yan's old face still involuntarily flushed when he recalled the enchanting scene with Yun Yun in the cave back then. Soon after, however, another familiar figure also jumped into Xiao Yan's mind. A snow-white dress, a pure and white pretty face, a fresh and ethereal aura. The most eye-catching thing was that slender willow waist that could not be grasped with one hand. Who else could this person be other than the little fairy doctor who had accompanied Xiao Yan all the way to the Central Plains? Cuckoo, I wonder how the both of you are now. Little fairy doctor, you did not appear when I left that day. I wonder if we will be able to meet again in the future. Xiao Yan sighed softly in his heart. His gaze once again landed on the dark heavy buster sword in his hand. As he sensed the various familiar feelings that were being transmitted from the huge buster sword, Xiao Yan's hand, which was holding the handle of the buster sword, involuntarily used a little strength. Cuckoo, little fellow Yan Xiao, this dark heavy buster sword of yours is really quite badly injured. After recovering, Xiaoyan heard old Luo's strange laughter. His eyebrows involuntarily knitted together. Could it be that the dark heavy buster sword in his hand had not completely recovered? Old Luo once again smiled when he saw Xiaoyan looking at him. His face immediately revealed a sorrowful expression as he softly sighed and said, "Your dark heavy buster sword has basically been completely recovered. However, in order to help you repair the dark heavy buster sword, I have also paid quite a great price. Over half of the meteoric flame mysterious metal that you gave me has also been smashed into your dark heavy buster sword." When he heard this, Xiaoyan involuntarily smiled. He had thought that there was a problem with the dark heavy buster sword. It turned out that old Luo felt that he had suffered a loss and had made a losing deal. Since that is the case, I will first thank old Luo for your help. In the future, if I am able to obtain any natural treasures, I will definitely leave the best for you. When he heard Xiaoyan's words, old Luo's expression immediately changed. His face was full of smiles as he laughed out loud. He then looked at Qingmu by the side and opened his mouth to laugh out loud. "Haha, not bad, not bad. You are really not bad. At the very least, you have a conscience compared to some people. In the future, if the dark heavy buster sword is damaged again, you can look for me. I guarantee that I will help you repair it as good as new. Haha." When he heard these words, Qingmu could not help but curl his lips once again. He secretly cursed in his heart. All these years Luoao had stayed in his ginseng spirit tribe, and had cheated him of many things. Yet, Luoao still had the nerve to turn around and play the blame game. However, when Xiaoyan heard these words, a suspicious expression once again appeared on his face. From old Luo's words, it seemed that the dark heavy buster sword would be damaged again in the future. When he thought of this, a trace of worry immediately rose in Xiaoyan's heart. The dark heavy buster sword was extremely important to him. This time, Xiaoyan had never thought of damaging it again. However, from old Luo's words, it seemed that it was inevitable. "Old Luo, what do you mean by your words just now?" Before Xiaoyan's voice faded, old Luo's expression turned serious. He gently waved his hand to interrupt Xiaoyan. He gently inhaled a breath of air and slowly opened his mouth to speak. "That's right. Although your dark heavy buster sword has more or less recovered to its original state, it has been damaged once after all. It is inevitable that there will be hidden dangers left behind. Therefore, if it is damaged again in a big battle in the future, it is likely that it will be damaged a second time." When he heard this, Qingmu by the side also looked at Xiaoyan with a serious expression. Xiaoyan's face was gloomy. In an instant, the atmosphere suddenly became oppressive. Chapter 198. Old Luo, is there no way to make the heavy Xian buster sword indestructible? After being silent for a moment, Xiaoyan once again opened his mouth and inquired. An obscure light flashed in the depths of old Luo's eyes. He rolled his eyes as if he was thinking of something. A moment later he seemed to have thought of something and said, There is a way to make your heavy Xian buster sword completely transform. After using that method, your heavy Xian buster sword will not be destroyed even if it takes on an all-out attack from Ensource Venerate. Hiss! Qingmu could not help but suck in a breath of cold air when he heard this. Being able to take on an all-out attack from Ensource Venerate was enough to show how sturdy it was. Xiaoyan's face lit up with joy when he heard this. If that was the case, wouldn't his heavy Xian buster sword be truly indestructible? Xiaoyan immediately revealed an expression of anticipation as he looked at old Luo, and hurriedly opened his mouth to ask. Since that is the case, may I ask old Luo what is the method? Old Luo lowered his eyelids, and did not answer Xiaoyan's question. After a long while he took a deep breath and slowly said, It's not that I can't tell you this method, but it's still too early to tell you. Even if I tell you, it won't do you any good. Hearing up to this point, Xiaoyan immediately deflated like a deflated rubber ball. After speaking for so long, it was actually just to whet his appetite. However, at the very least, it still allowed him to have some hope in his heart. Old Luo smiled faintly when he saw the disappointment on Xiaoyan's face and continued. How about this? How about this? If you manage to reach the central region in the future, I'll personally tell you about it. As for now, after your first experience, I believe that you will protect this heavy Xian Buster Sword even more carefully in the future. Xiao Yan's lips curled into a smile as he looked at the giant, pitch-black Buster Sword in his hand, and listened to old Luo's words. Since old Luo's secret was still unknown, he might as well set his sights on it for now. Suddenly, Xiao Yan's hand, which was holding the heavy Xian ruler, tightened once again. The enormous ruler shook and Xiao Yan's body rose into the air. In an instant, he had rushed to an even higher empty space. With a thought, the dou qi in Xiao Yan's vortex immediately surged. It followed the channels in his body and swiftly circulated. Finally, it flowed from Xiao Yan's palm into the giant Buster Sword. At the same time, the heavenly flame within the vortex within Xiao Yan's body also surged up. Xiao Yan's right hand tightly gripped the ruler's hilt. Immediately, the ruler's body suddenly shook. Soon after, a puff sound was emitted as a brilliant heavenly flame swiftly surfaced on the surface of the heavy Xian ruler, transforming the entire heavy Xian ruler into a huge ruler made of heavenly flame. Following the crazy influx of dou qi from Xiao Yan's body, the body of the Buster Sword under the heavenly flame had already turned bright red. The aura on it had also become increasingly frightening. It was as though there was something frightening continuously brewing within it. As long as the time was right, it would instantly erupt like a volcano and sweep across this empty space, killing everyone in all directions. The aura on the giant Buster Sword in his hand caused Xiao Yan's face to become fiery hot. This kind of familiar feeling was something that he had not felt for a long time. At this moment, he only wanted to use the giant Buster Sword in his hand to squander to his heart's content. Ha! A long roar with a heroic spirit that reached the clouds caused the entire place to be startled. Xiao Yan's hand tightened its grip on the giant Buster Sword. The dou qi in his body crazily poured into it. The glow on the giant Buster Sword also became increasingly dazzling. The wild and violent dou qi within it had already reached an extremely frightening level. Ha! Xiao Yan once again emitted a long dragon-like roar. His eyes suddenly turned around and looked at old Luo in the empty space below. A flame flickered in both of his eyes. A clear, thunderous roar like loud laughter spread over the place. Ha 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 ha. Old Luo. May I be so bold as to invite old Luo to come up and test my moves? I wonder if old Luo will agree. Xiao Yan laughed out loud. His words, which should have been a question, were filled with certainty. Clearly, regardless of whether old Luo agreed or not, Xiao Yan's subsequent attack would be directed at old Luo. Old Luo also laughed out loud in a heroic manner when he heard this. He exchanged glances with Qing Mu by the side. Qing Mu also smiled and nodded. Old Luo immediately lifted his gaze and looked at Xiao Yan. He laughed out loud and said, "All right. Since young friend Yan Xiao is willing to do so, the old me will test you, a dragon among men." Ha 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 ha. As his voice fell, old Luo's figure had already appeared in the empty space 1,000 feet in front of Xiao Yan. He stood in the empty space and waited for Xiao Yan to attack. Ha 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 ha. All right. With a loud laugh, Xiao Yan's hand, which was holding the heavy Xian ruler, suddenly shook. The huge ruler in his right hand immediately stood horizontally in the empty space. The heavy ruler's tip was at the same level as his chest. At a certain moment, Xiao Yan's expression suddenly changed. His right arm suddenly used all of his strength to fiercely attack old Luo with the huge ruler in his hand. At the same time, Xiao Yan's mouth also violently shouted word by word. Ha! Flame. Devouring. Wave. Ruler. As each word came out, the world trembled. Every voice was like a shocking thunderclap that resounded through the world. It echoed in the ears of everyone in this world. The instant Xiao Yan's voice sounded, the huge ruler that was flickering with light also instantly drew across the sky. A bright rainbow that was hundreds of thousands of feet wide also violently attacked old Luo at the same time. The instant the ruler's glow rushed out, the surrounding empty space suddenly exploded with a bang. A wave of terrifying hurricane suddenly blew between the sky and the earth at this moment. In an instant, there were no clouds in the sky and no light on the ground. This entire area had been split into two halves the moment this ruler's glow appeared. Old Luo looked at Xiao Yan's attack that was filled with an imposing aura. A trace of admiration involuntarily rose in his heart. With his eyesight, he was naturally able to tell that the flame-devouring wave, that Xiaoyan was currently using was merely a D-class Do technique. However, just based on this attack at this moment, it was likely that even some ordinary human-class Do techniques were completely unable to compare with it. Even though part of the reason for being able to use a D-class Do technique to such an extent was due to the fact that he had been training for a long time, just this point alone allowed Xiaoyan to be called a dragon amongst men, an outstanding person amongst the younger generation. This person will definitely be extraordinary in the future. Old Luo softly muttered in his heart. He quickly recovered and focused his gaze on the ruler's glow that was becoming increasingly close. A smile slowly surfaced on the corner of his mouth. Immediately, the hand under his sleeves was slowly extended. His 5 fingers spread open as he gently pressed on the empty space in front of him. Yin Xiao, this barrier that I have set up now is equivalent to the full-strength defense of an elite Do D. You can use your full strength to attack. Let the old me see just how much ability you have. Chapter 199. Ha 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 ha. Alright. Since Senior has said so, then this Junior will not be courteous. Flaming devouring tsunami. Break it. Upon hearing old Luo's bold laughter, Xiaoyan's heart was immediately filled with pride. He also laughed out loud as a thought passed through his mind. He controlled the 100,000 feet ruler glow to attack with even greater ferocity. Boom. An earth-shaking explosion sounded as the 100,000 feet ruler glow formed from the heavenly flame ruthlessly slammed into the empty space in front of old Luo. An invisible Genesis Chi barrier swiftly materialized and blocked the ruler light. At old Luo's current cultivation level, Do Chi had long become a part of his cultivation history. What he could control with a flip of his hand was the pinnacle power of the Yuanwu continent, Genesis Chi. Although Genesis Chi was slightly different from Do Chi, they were both part of the natural power of the world, and were no different when used. However, compared to Do Chi, Genesis Chi was gentler and easier to fuse with one's body, allowing one's strength to advance to the next level. At this moment, the Genesis Chi barrier in front of old Luo was equivalent to the full power defense of a 1-star Do D. Although old Luo said this, given his current strength, even if the barrier he had set up was only equivalent to the strength of a Do D, it was still incomparable to a barrier set up by an ordinary Do D. Hence, the defensive ability of this barrier was even more terrifying. The instant the 100,000 feet large ruler glow made contact with the barrier, a thunder-like trembling sound suddenly resounded. Wave after wave of spatial ripples swiftly spread in the empty space. A frightening hurricane also suddenly swept out from between the two, blowing all the ginseng ancient trees within a 1,000-mile radius until they swayed unsteadily. In the sky, Xiaoyan narrowed his eyes and focused his gaze after this attack was broken. A grave feeling immediately rose in his heart. An elite Do D was really extremely powerful. He was actually able to completely receive an attack from the flame-swallowing tsunami, that he had used all of his strength. It was difficult to imagine just how frightening it would be if a true elite Do D were to attack. However, a bold laugh was quickly revealed on Xiaoyan's face. With a clear cry, the heavy ruler in Xiaoyan's hand rose once again. Do Chi swiftly surged from his body as he laughed out loud. Good. I never expected the full power defense of an expert Do D to be so terrifying. I shall also attack with all my strength and see if I can break this barrier. Xiaoyan naturally did not have the extravagant hope that he would be able to break this barrier with his full strength. After all, this barrier was equivalent to the full strength of an elite Do D. If it was shattered by a mere bandit like him, would this elite Do D not be a little too weak? Ha! A glint flickered in Xiaoyan's eyes as he let out an explosive cry. His hand, which was holding the heavy Xian ruler, suddenly exerted some strength. Immediately, he swung his arm and the enormous ruler rose into the air. Do Chi swiftly poured into his palm, and a bright red color once again surfaced on the dark black ruler's body. With a twist of his wrist, Xiaoyan placed the heavy Xian ruler diagonally in front of his chest. He suddenly waved his left hand and a brilliant, heavenly flame spluttered out from his palm. Immediately, his large hand rubbed and his palm violently slid across the surface of the ruler's body. At the same time, the brilliant heavenly flame instantly spread out. Xiaoyan's expression suddenly turned ruthless the moment his palm slid across. His body tilted slightly and his hand, which was holding the heavy Xian ruler, was suddenly pulled out. It was like a knife-drawing slash as he violently swung the enormous ruler in his hand from bottom to top. Soon after, another 100,000 feet large ruler glow once again smashed toward the barrier like a shocking wave. Flaming swallowing tsunami. As the attack landed, Xiaoyan did not wait for the 100,000 feet large rainbow glow to truly hit the barrier. Instead, his body suddenly turned around, and the heavy Xian ruler violently slashed across the air. The dark black ruler's body was swiftly dyed a bright red color. The instant Xiaoyan turned around, the enormous ruler in his hand slashed out once again. Startling ruler glows continuously flew across the empty space. Flaming swallowing tsunami. Flaming swallowing tsunami. Flaming swallowing tsunami. Numerous ruler glows continuously streaked across the empty space like meteors chasing after the moon. Immediately, they violently smashed into the empty space in front of Elder Luo. The moment the ruler glows touched the barrier, they were scattered with a loud bang. They turned into raging flames that scattered in all directions and gradually disappeared in the empty space. At this moment, Elder Luo, who was behind the barrier, had a smile on his face as he looked at this scene that seemed to be repeating endlessly. In his heart, he was unceasingly praising Xiaoyan. Imperceptibly, the invisible barrier in front of Elder Luo started to tremble slightly. From its initial motionless state to its continuous trembling, it was already unceasingly demonstrating how powerful Xiaoyan's strength was. Furthermore, even after using the flaming swallowing tsunami countless times, the current Xiaoyan still appeared to be filled with abundant dou qi. Merely from this, one could tell that Xiaoyan's foundation was absolutely not something that ordinary half-martial emperors could compare with. Furthermore, what surprised Elder Luo the most was that Xiaoyan's strength had already reached the peak of a late-stage 3-star half-martial emperor. He was only a step away from becoming a 4-star half-martial emperor. According to what he knew, Xiaoyan had only just broken through to become a 3-star half-martial emperor a couple of months ago. Such a rapid cultivation speed was something that no one would be able to imagine. To break through from a 2-star half-martial emperor to a peak late-stage 3-star half-martial emperor in half a year's time. Such an achievement was enough to make other experts of the same level feel ashamed. Most importantly, the majority of experts who had reached the half-martial emperor level were all old men and women. As for the current Xiaoyan, although he was already middle-aged, in the cultivation world, he could still be considered as a young man. Judging from Xiaoyan's current strength, he was merely one of the youngest generation in the entire cultivation world. At such a young age, his strength was frightening, his talent was outstanding, his temperament was calm and mature, and he possessed all kinds of high-level dou skills. When he thought of Xiaoyan's background, Elder Luo's heart was currently filled with shock. Slowly raising his gaze, Elder Luo's gaze pierced through the space in front of him and looked at Xiaoyan. His eyes were filled with astonishment. Haha. I never expected this. I truly never expected this. The already barren Douqi continent is actually able to produce such a genius. Looks like after he grows up, this continent will have a new era. Haha, none of the brats of this generation are weak. I also hope that this brat will not fall behind. Buddha's anger. Reincarnation. Suddenly another earth-shaking stern cry spread. Xiaoyan withdrew both of his hands in front of his chest. The heavenly flame wheel in his hands rotated at an extremely fast speed. A palm-sized dark black light cluster in the middle of the wheel also rotated at an extremely fast speed. After Xiaoyan let out a stern cry, both of his hands were pushed forward. In the next moment, 1,000 feet wide dark black light pillar instantly tore through the empty space and violently shot toward Elder Luo. The expected wild and ferocious explosion did not appear when the two collided. Instead, there was a deathly silence. The pitch-black light pillar seemed to have merged with the barrier. They were glued together like glue. As the two of them stuck together, the strength of the barrier swiftly weakened. Elder Luo's expression instantly changed when he saw this scene. From what he could sense, the barrier's power was rapidly weakening. Or rather, under the effect of the dark black light pillar, the Genesis Chi on the barrier was rapidly disintegrating. What a strange dou skill. It can actually disintegrate Genesis Chi. Before the words in his heart could fade, a tiny crack stealthily appeared on the barrier. In the next instant, Elder Luo's expression abruptly turned grave. Chapter 200. At this moment, 3 human figures were seated within a large hall. These 3 people were surprisingly Xiaoyan, Old Luo, and the current tribe leader of the Ginseng spiritual tribe, Qingmu. Cuckoo, Old Man Luo. It is unexpected that you would actually personally attack a little bandy brat. Aren't you afraid that your reputation will be ruined if news of this spreads? Ha 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 ha. At this moment, Qingmu was seated beside Luo Ao. He was looking at Old Luo with a mocking face. His mouth also opened and laughed without giving any face. Xiaoyan was seated opposite these 2 old men. His hand was playing with a teacup made of ginseng spiritual wood. His face also revealed a smile because of Qingmu's words. Old Luo glared at Qingmu with a furious face when he heard his words. He did not bother about Qingmu. Instead, he picked up the teacup and gently took a sip. After which, he faintly opened his mouth and said, "Humph, so what if the old me attacked? Did the old me hurt even a strand of his hair?" This venerable self merely saw that his do skill was quite imposing, and wanted to probe a little. "Since when did it become your turn to speak?" Once he said these words, he violently threw the teacup onto the table between the 2 of them. His hand also slammed down violently, after which he let out a cold snort before withdrawing his hand into his sleeve. However, the skin at the corner of Old Luo's eyes involuntarily trembled when he withdrew his hand into his sleeve. His mouth also exhaled softly without batting an eyelid. The hand under his sleeve also trembled involuntarily. Clearly, his heart was not as calm as it appeared on the surface. The angry Buddha reincarnation that Xiaoyan had used earlier already contained all the strength within his body. Under the high-spirited state that Xiaoyan was in, the angry Buddha reincarnation that he had unleashed was even stronger than usual. However, this was not sufficient to cause the expression of an extremely strong person like Luo Ao to change. Normally speaking, even if this attack of Xiaoyan's was sufficiently powerful, it was far from being able to break the all-out defense of an elite Do Di. What truly shattered the barrier and moved Luo Ao was the terrifying energy beam within the Buddha's wrath. Luo Ao would never have imagined that the light pillar would be so bizarre. While constantly depleting the Genesis Qi on the barrier, it would also absorb a small portion of its power for its own use. The most terrifying thing was that the light pillar was forcibly breaking down the Genesis Qi on the barrier. In the end, in order not to be discovered by Xiaoyan, and to not embarrass himself too much, Elder Luo decisively took action, and personally tested the power of the light beam. After a thorough investigation, Elder Luo was even more shocked when he found out that the energy within the light pillar was actually a mass of darkness. Even he was unable to detect it. When Elder Luo recalled the scene in the sky, he couldn't help but feel shocked. When he came back to his senses and saw that there was nothing wrong with Xiaoyan and Qingmu, he let out a sigh of relief in his heart. Then, as if he had thought of something, he looked at Xiaoyan and said with a smile, "Yin Xiao, your alchemist grand meeting hasn't ended yet, right?" Upon hearing the mention of the alchemist grand meeting, Xiaoyan's expression paused for a moment. His eyebrows raised slightly, and he let out a bitter laugh. "The alchemist grand meeting, huh? That. I have indeed not officially entered the competition due to certain reasons. However, it should have ended by now. I spent quite some time in the ginseng domain." Qingmu nodded slightly beside Elder Luo. The Alchemist Grand Meeting was a competition designated by the Pill Tower. It was jointly organized by the various branches under the Pill Tower. It was absolutely impossible for it to be forcefully postponed, because of a single person. Xiaoyan had spent quite a bit of time in the ginseng domain ever since he entered. Logically speaking, the Alchemist Grand Meeting should have ended by now. It was a little late for Elder Luo to mention it. When Elder Luo heard Xiaoyan's words, he softly chuckled. His gaze turned towards Qingmu as he took another sip of the fragrant tea and smiled. "Not bad. This tea is not bad. Old man Qingmu, leave some for me later. Haha." Immediately after, Elder Luo slowly turned his head in front of Qingmu's displeased expression. His gaze once again landed on Xiaoyan as he opened his mouth and smiled. "Indeed, the Alchemist Grand Meeting is indeed very strict. It cannot be postponed. This is also the rule of the Pill Tower. After all, as the #1 faction on the continent, their authority must be absolute. Qingmu, who originally thought that there would be a show to watch, curled his lips and did not say anything after these words left his mouth. He viciously glared at Luoao before turning his gaze towards Xiaoyan. Xiaoyan nodded slightly when he heard Elder Luo's words. Indeed, as the number one faction on the continent, there were not many who dared to violate the rules of the Pill Tower. However, in the next moment, Elder Luo softly chuckled. He gently glanced at Qingmu beside him as the corners of his mouth revealed an evil smile. After which he looked towards Xiaoyan and smiled. However, there are always exceptions. However, there are always exceptions to everything. The rules of the Pill Tower cannot be violated. However, no matter what, the strong are respected in this continent. Hence, this old man had a small chat with them. Sure enough, they agreed very happily. Xiaoyan on the opposite side exchanged glances with Qingmu when old Luo's words sounded. Xiaoyan was still alright. It was fine if he merely laughed softly. Qingmu, on the other hand, held back for an instant before laughing out loud. Given the temperament of the two of them, how could they not know what method Elder Luo had used? Even though they said that they had a small chat, it was likely that it was only a one-sided conversation. The other party could only obediently listen. However, although Xiaoyan had such thoughts in his heart, he revealed a grateful smile on his face. No matter what, Elder Luo's actions were only to help him. This was enough to make Xiaoyan feel grateful. Under the suspicious gazes of Luoao and Qingmu, Xiaoyan slowly stood up. His figure stood upright as he faced the two elders. After which, he bowed deeply in front of the two elders' eyes that were filled with admiration. This junior thanks the two elders. Elder Luo and Qingmu smiled at each other and nodded slightly. After which, they both looked towards Xiaoyan. Elder Luo waved his sleeve, and an invisible force lifted Xiaoyan's body. After which he opened his mouth and laughed. Haha, alright. This old man knows that you are a good kid. I will not say anything more. This old man will accept your bow. However, as a token of gratitude, this is not enough. If you really want to repay me, I hope that you can become the champion of this alchemist conference. This way, this old man will feel that there is no reason for me to help you. How about it? No problem, right? When Xiaoyan heard this, he was slightly stunned. After which, a smile appeared on his face as he nodded slightly in response to Elder Luo's words. If it was about other things, Xiaoyan might not be confident. However, alchemy was Xiaoyan's specialty. If Xiaoyan did not dare to nod his head in this aspect, then there was no need to talk about other things. Elder Luo smiled again when he saw this and continued to speak with a smile. However, there are still 3 days before the 1-month deadline. You can stay here for these 3 days. After 3 days, this old man will wait here for the moment when you successfully become the champion. Chapter 201. It was night. The night sky was already filled with bright stars. The snow-white moon that was like a silver plate was scattering moonlight, causing the night sky to be as bright as day. Xiaoyan was seated cross-legged on a green rock on a grassy slope. The natural energy within his heavenly cycle space followed Xiaoyan's every breath and slowly entered Xiaoyan's body. After which, it was refined by the heavenly flame, and turned into a drop of pure Do-Chi water droplet that flowed into the vortex space within Xiaoyan's body. The round of intense attacks during the day had exhausted quite a lot of the Do-Chi within Xiaoyan's body. Although he had been seated here for quite some time, Xiaoyan was still unable to completely recover. A moment later, Xiaoyan's eyelids trembled slightly. Xiaoyan slowly withdrew from his training state. He lifted his eyes and looked at the stars in the sky. The corner of Xiaoyan's mouth slowly surfaced into a smile. Immediately, Xiaoyan's hand flipped in the air. A light flashed across the storage ring on his finger, and a completely dark ancient storage ring appeared in Xiaoyan's palm. This storage ring belonged to Heimu, who had been refined to death. However, following the death of its owner, this storage ring should belong to Xiaoyan. The corner of Xiaoyan's mouth was slowly lifted into an arc as he looked at the storage ring in his palm. A thought passed through his mind, and the spiritual strength between his brows instantly surged out and flew into the storage ring in his hand. Bang! A low and deep bang sounded. Xiaoyan's expression changed in an instant. He had originally planned to leave a spiritual imprint on this storage ring. However, he did not expect that he would be blocked by another force the moment he came into contact with it. After some investigation, Xiaoyan could not help but frown slightly. Logically speaking, since He Mu was already dead, the spiritual imprint on the storage ring should have dissipated along with him. However, what was the situation now? After pondering for a while, Xiaoyan finally shook his head helplessly. From the looks of it, he could only use his spiritual strength to forcefully break it open. As soon as he thought of this, Xiaoyan immediately moved his mind. Majestic spiritual energy swept out from between his eyebrows and rapidly gathered in the void in front of Xiaoyan. The frightening spiritual strength was extremely condensed and transformed into a faintly discernible hammer. With a thought from Xiaoyan, the hammer instantly smashed violently towards the storage ring, while carrying a frightening spiritual strength. Boom! After an invisible explosion sounded, an invisible force immediately surged out from the pitch-black storage ring. It formed a layer of spiritual protective shield on the surface of the storage ring, and protected the storage ring within it. When the huge spiritual hammer smashed onto the surface of the storage ring, circles of invisible ripples swiftly spread out from the invisible shield. Most of the energy contained in the hammer was completely dissipated. The remaining small portion was completely received by the storage ring. When he saw that the storage ring was actually unscathed after his attack, Xiaoyan felt quite surprised in his heart. The storage ring in front of him was really extraordinary. It actually possessed such a unique ability. However, just this alone was not enough to make Xiaoyan give up. Its owner is already dead and a storage ring is actually able to resist with all its might. I really want to see just how long this remnant spirit can last. With a cold laugh, Xiaoyan once again sent out a thought. Immediately, the huge spiritual hammer once again flew. A heavy hammer was accompanied by a hot wind as it smashed down violently. Bang! Xiaoyan's eyes once again hardened when he saw this. However, it quickly turned into a cold snort as he opened his mouth and laughed coldly. Humph! If one hammer is not enough, let's do it again. Ha! With a low cry, a thought passed through Xiaoyan's mind. Surging spiritual strength instantly surged out wildly from between his eyebrows. It completely merged into the huge spiritual hammer in front of him. After which, following Xiaoyan's order in his heart, the even more ferocious and terrifying spiritual hammer was accompanied by an even more frightening aura as it violently smashed down towards the pitch-black storage ring. Bang! 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 A long while later, Xiaoyan's brows were involuntarily knit together when he saw that the layer of spiritual barrier on the surface of the storage ring had faded, but was still firm. It was unexpected that a mere storage ring would actually cause him to put in so much effort. This really caused him to be a little furious. Humph! Damn it! What exactly is this broken thing? Why is it so tough? This young master just doesn't believe that a single spatial ring can cause any big waves when he's already dead. Ha! Break for this old man. Xiaoyan let out a stern cry. He was indeed infuriated by the storage ring in front of him. He extended his hand and grabbed the enormous hammer that was agglomerated from his spiritual strength in the empty space in front of him. After which, he rolled his sleeves, raised his arm and violently smashed it down. Bang crack. First, there was an intense cracking sound. However, before Xiaoyan could furiously smash his hammer a second time, the spiritual protective shield on the storage ring suddenly burst apart amidst a clear cracking sound. The corners of Xiaoyan's mouth twitched involuntarily when he saw this. He twisted his head unhappily in his heart, curled his lips and scolded. Damn it, you really deserve a beating. If this young master knew that this young master would have smashed you apart with a hammer, there would not have been so much trouble. Humph! The things inside had better not disappoint this young master. Otherwise, I will definitely burn you into a piece of scrap metal. Xiaoyan pointed at the storage ring in his hand and scolded viciously. Only then did he scatter the huge spiritual hammer in his hand, leaving behind a wisp of spiritual strength that left his own spiritual imprint in the storage ring. After which, a thought passed through his mind and he entered it. Xiaoyan's expression involuntarily changed swiftly the moment he entered it. Although he had said it earlier, the things within this storage ring were all extraordinary. Every single thing was sufficient to cause a shocking storm when it was brought to the outside world. However, after looking through it once, although his heart was somewhat shocked, there were still very few things that could be used by Xiao Yan. Regardless of whether it was qi methods, dou techniques, medicinal pills or various natural treasures, everything was present. However, most of them were rare materials that Xiao Yan had no use for. Even if they were rare, they could only be used as currency to be auctioned or exchanged with others. There were naturally quite a number of things that moved Xiao Yan. Under Xiao Yan's investigation, there were also a couple of D-tier pill formulas. This was something that the current Xiao Yan just happened to lack the most. Xiao Yan did not stand on ceremony. Regardless of whether it was something that he lacked, he put it all away. Now that this storage ring belonged to him, the things within it naturally belonged to him. Regardless of whether they were good or bad, they were all his. After all, who would dislike having too many treasures? Under Xiao Yan's careful investigation, the thing that he was most concerned about this time around was finally found by Xiao Yan. Deep within the space of this storage ring, there was a wooden box hidden in a slightly hidden place. This wooden box was made from top-quality ginseng spiritual wood. Just by looking at it, Xiao Yan could imagine that this thing was definitely black wood, and was extremely precious. Sure enough, after Xiao Yan opened the wooden box, he took a look and saw a green-white jade scroll lying quietly within the wooden box. When Xiao Yan poured his spiritual strength into it, a row of large words that caused one's blood to boil instantly appeared in front of his eyes. Low-level intent class dou technique. Heart-shattering palm. Chapter 202. Low-level E-class dou technique. Heart-shattering palm. Xiao Yan looked at the 9 soul-stirring words that appeared in the air in front of him. His heart was filled with joy. The reason why he had used all his strength to open this storage ring was partly because of the treasures within it. Most importantly, he wanted to find the E-class dou technique that He Mu was so proud of. An E-class dou technique was a frightening existence that surpassed both the man class and spirit class dou techniques. This kind of dou technique was something that even the stronger Origin Emperor and Origin Sect experts would not let go of, much less a mere half-emperor like Xiao Yan. There were indeed quite a number of treasures within this storage ring. However, if one were to really talk about it, just the jade scroll in Xiao Yan's hand was enough to make all the treasures within this storage ring pale in comparison. From this, one could see just how precious an E-class dou technique was. Xiao Yan inhaled a deep breath of air. He slowly placed the jade scroll in his hand back into the wooden box. His mind once again swept through the entire storage ring, hoping to find the other E-class dou technique that He Mu had used, the heaven-capturing claw, or perhaps something even more precious. Unfortunately, good luck would not repeatedly fall on one's head. One had to rely on one's own hands to work hard to obtain such a good fortune. Xiao Yan's gains from this big battle had come to an end. Xiao Yan was not discouraged because of this. Being able to find an E-class dou technique that he wanted had already caused him to be satisfied. As for the rest, it did not matter if there was nothing else. After all, he still understood the principle of biting off more than he could chew. Only by knowing how to be satisfied would one not be blinded by desire. This was also something that Xiao Yan had been constantly telling himself in his heart. Time flew by. 3 days passed in the blink of an eye in the eyes of a cultivator. After 3 days of training, Xiao Yan's aura had once again recovered to its peak. Moreover, because of the harvest from the storage ring 3 days ago, Xiao Yan's complexion looked even more rosy than before, and his aura also became more vigorous. When he saw old Luo Duo, Xiao Yan exchanged a few words with them. The 2 old men also knew that it was time for Xiao Yan to leave. Hence, they did not say anything else. All they could do was wait for Xiao Yan to give them an expected surprise after the alchemist's grand meeting. Alright, go. Remember, you must bring back the champion to thank this old man. Xiao Yan and Elder Luo stood in the void. Elder Luo casually opened the space passage that connected to the courtyard outside. Then, he faced Xiao Yan and smiled. Xiao Yan nodded and smiled when he heard this. His gaze slowly swept across the 2 seniors, and a respectful smile appeared on his face. He cupped his fists towards the 2 and said with a smile, "Seniors, I'll take my leave now. If there's anything I need in the future, I'll come and bother you again." Qing Mu laughed heartily when he heard this. He patted Xiao Yan's shoulder and said with a smile, "Alright, it's just a matter of time." Alright, what do you mean by in the future? We're so close. If you miss this old man, just shout from outside and I'll naturally welcome you in. Haha. Xiaoyan smiled, turned around, and stepped into the space passage. The moment Xiaoyan entered the passage, Xiaoyan's figure once again appeared in the dilapidated courtyard in the outside world. Looking at the familiar scene in the outside world, Xiaoyan's mouth curled into a smile. In the end, this was the only stage where he could truly display himself. A moment later, Xiaoyan slowly walked on the streets of the ancient savage city. When he heard the conversations of the surrounding people, Xiaoyan could not help but frown slightly. The corners of his mouth curled into a bitter smile. At this moment, all these people were discussing the matter of him, an MOD participating in the alchemist's grand meeting. At this moment, Xiaoyan and MOD had already become the two most famous people in the ancient savage city. However, most of the words that Xiaoyan heard were filled with disdain and cold laughter toward him. In the mouths of the crowd, he was merely a coward who was as timid as a mouse and did not dare to step forward to fight. Xiaoyan could not be bothered to explain this. This was because the more he explained, the more people would misunderstand that he was truly a coward. Rather than that, he might as well use facts to prove himself. At this moment, there was still some time before the alchemist's grand meeting began. Hence, Xiaoyan walked on the streets at a steady pace until he was suddenly interrupted by a sudden commotion. Suddenly, at the end of the crowd, there was the sound of a house being destroyed. Xiaoyan originally did not care about this. After all, this kind of thing was extremely common on the continent. He did not need to care about it, much less look at it. However, just as Xiaoyan continued to walk on without caring about anything, a figure descended from the sky. With a step on the street in front of Xiaoyan, the limestone road in front of him was forcefully turned into a pile of dust. The figure landed on the ground and instantly flew past Xiaoyan without the slightest hesitation. He swiftly flew out of the ancient savage city, as if he was fleeing for his life. However, the instant this figure flew past Xiaoyan, Xiaoyan's originally unhurried footsteps suddenly came to a halt. He stood on the ground and looked straight ahead. A smile slowly surfaced on the corners of his mouth. Haha, unexpectedly, I have met an old friend the moment I came out. After Xiaoyan's voice sounded, another couple of human figures swiftly flew past the empty space above Xiaoyan's head. Their frightening speed caused the crowd below to be involuntarily blown to the ground by the hurricane that came from in front of them. Everyone's eyes revealed surprise as they looked at Xiaoyan after seeing that Xiaoyan was safe and sound under the hurricane. Their eyes were filled with shock. The couple of people who had flown past their heads earlier were genuine bandy experts. The storm that was stirred by their actions was sufficient to send an ordinary elite Dosheng flying. However, this young man in front of them was actually able to remain unmoved. Just how frightening was his strength. After a couple of breaths, four human figures appeared 1,000 feet behind Xiaoyan. They were currently surrounding a miserable-looking old man with a trace of blood on the corner of his mouth. His aura was weak. All of his escape routes had been sealed by these four bandy experts. This old man no longer had any way to escape. Ha 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 ha. You are very good at running? Don't stop. Continue running. The old me wants to see just where you can run to. A 3-star bandy actually wishes to escape from the four of us. Aren't you overestimating yourself? Ha 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 ha. At this moment, the strongest amongst the four, an intermediate-level bandy expert who had already reached the level of a 4-star bandy, revealed a mocking expression as he looked at the miserable-looking old man. Both of his eyes were filled with disdain. Humph. Qinzhong, the old me will advise you to hand over the Void Lightning Pool invitation if you are tactful. The old me guarantees that I will not kill you. Otherwise, the old me will definitely not be merciful. Before his voice sounded, the old man's body suddenly shot forward. His right hand spread open and violently smashed towards Qinzhong's chest. He did not intend to give Qinzhong the opportunity to speak. Qinzhong's expression changed drastically upon seeing this. With his strength and his current condition, he was no match for this person in front of him. All he could do was try his best to dodge. However, just as Qinzhong was about to dodge, the other 3 bandy experts swiftly moved and blocked Qinzhong in the same spot. The palm that broke through the air also violently smashed into Qinzhong's chest. Grug. Immediately, Qinzhong's face suddenly turned bright red. A mouthful of bright red blood was wildly spat out from his mouth. His aura also swiftly weakened, however. Just as that old man was about to give Qinzhong a second palm strike, a light suddenly flashed among the four people. Qinzhong's body instantly disappeared. At the same time, an ice-cold voice slowly sounded. Earlier, which hand did you use to injure him? Chapter 203. Just now, which hand did you use to injure him? The ice-cold words did not contain the slightest emotion. It was as though they had been transmitted from the 9 serene hells, causing one's hair to stand on end. The instant Xiao Yan's words were emitted, the temperature of the entire place suddenly became extremely cold. This caused the people outside, who had come to watch the show, to feel as though they were in an ice cellar at this moment. They felt a deep and frightening chill. When the crowd saw Xiao Yan's face, there were immediately people who recognized that the black-robed man in front of them was the person who had resisted the hurricane on the street earlier. From the looks of it, this seemingly young fellow actually seemed to be a half-emperor expert. When they thought of this, the crowd outside the arena immediately emitted a sound of inhaling cold air. Everyone's faces revealed a grave expression. From the looks of it, this black-robed young man was also not an ordinary person. Being able to reach the half-emperor level at such an age, how could he be an ordinary person in this savage ancient city? TSK. Looks like the wishful thinking of the four of them is going to fail. Within the crowd, a slightly older old man saw this scene, and immediately sighed softly from his mouth. He slowly opened his mouth and laughed. The moment the old man's voice sounded, the surrounding crowd immediately turned their gazes to the old man. This old man once again laughed softly. A glint flickered in his old eyes as he looked at Xiao Yan in the arena. Immediately, he narrowed his old eyes and opened his mouth to speak with a smile. Haha. This young man's identity is definitely not ordinary. If I were to say it, everyone might be shocked. When they heard the old man's vague words, the crowd immediately became noisy. However, this old man acted as though he did not hear it. The smile on the corner of his mouth gradually widened. It was a long while later before he cupped his hands together and bowed towards Xiao Yan. At the same time, his mouth slowly emitted a smile as he said, "This senior has already disappeared from the city for a month. He is also the person that everyone has been talking about and mocking during this 1 month. He is the ultimate source of the alchemist's grand meeting being forcefully postponed. Yan Xiao." When these words came out, it was like a bolt from the blue. Everyone outside the arena could not help but be stunned. The black-robed young man who had saved Qinzhong in a thunderous manner was actually Yan Xiao, who was as timid as a mouse. Instantly, everyone turned their gazes towards Xiao Yan. Even the 4 half-emperors present also looked at Xiao Yan with astonished gazes. Was the man in front of them really Yan Xiao, who had disappeared for a month? Xiao Yan didn't pay much attention to the gazes of the people in the field. He just revealed a slightly surprised smile at the corner of his mouth. He looked at the old man and asked with a smile, "What are you talking about? Old mister, you really have a unique insight. How can you tell that I am Yan Xiao?" When the old man heard this, the hands that he extended forward became even more respectful. His pair of old eyes looked toward Xiao Yan as he opened his mouth and said with a smile, "Sir, you are too kind. It is not that this old man has a good eye for people. It is just that I was fortunate enough to meet you once before. Therefore, I was able to recognize you." Xiao Yan smiled and did not ask any further on this question. It was fine if he was recognized. It was not a big deal. However, his focus was on the 4 half-emperors in front of him. Xiao Yan lowered his head to look at the weak Qinzhong in his embrace. He could not help but frown slightly. Threads of cold light slowly surfaced in his eyes. Although Qinzhong's aura was weak in his embrace, his heart immediately became excited when he saw Xiao Yan. His weak body forcefully twisted and tried to get up from Xiao Yan's embrace. However, he could only helplessly be slowly placed on the ground by Xiao Yan. Just as Qinzhong was about to open his mouth to say something, Xiao Yan casually stuffed a longan-sized medicinal pill into Qinzhong's mouth before he could spit out the words that had reached his mouth. As soon as the medicinal pill entered Qinzhong's mouth, it instantly turned into an extremely pure energy torrent that quickly surged into Qinzhong's body. Wherever the medicinal effect of the medicinal pill passed, The strength in Qin Zhong's body was rapidly recovering at a speed that was visible to the naked eye. This also caused Qin Zhong's eyes to suddenly surge with astonishment. Seeing this, Xiaoyan smiled slightly. He did not explain further, and only nodded his head to indicate that Qin Zhong was at ease. After which he stood up and slowly turned around. His gaze looked towards the 4 half-emperors. These 4 Bandi experts had clearly heard of Xiaoyan's name. Back then, the ancestor of the Li clan was an expert at the 6-star Bandi class. However, he was still unable to gain any advantage in front of this black-robed young man in front of them. This allowed them to clearly understand just how powerful Xiaoyan was. However, now that they had already reached this stage, and the Void Lightning Pool invitation was right in front of them, how could they be willing to give up? When Xiaoyan's gaze was looking at the 4 half-emperors, the strongest amongst the 4, a 4-star half-emperor, also looked at Xiaoyan with a cold expression. He opened his mouth and sneered. What? What? You are that Yin Xiao? After hiding for a month, you finally couldn't help but come out. However, this is also good. This old man remembers that you also have a Void Lightning Pool invitation that you obtained from Li Gan back then. Now this old man will take care of it for you. Facing the old man, who was also wearing a black robe, Xiaoyan sneered. He slowly raised his hand under his sleeves. His white palm looked exceptionally dazzling under the sunlight. With a thought, a ray of light flashed across his hand. A bright silver invitation instantly appeared in Xiaoyan's hand. Xiaoyan's face was expressionless. His gaze was indifferent as he looked at the old man. His tone was still extremely cold as he slowly opened his mouth and said, "Now tell me, which hand did you use to injure him just now?" Faced with Xiaoyan's extremely cold words, the old man still had an indifferent expression. His gaze stared intently at the Void Lightning Pool invitation in Xiaoyan's hand. His tone was neither fast nor slow as he said, "This old man knows that you have an extremely powerful Do skill that is sufficient to allow you to fight against a 6-star half-emperor. However, there are currently 4 half-emperors here. Do you think that you have the qualifications to speak to this old man in such a manner?" After his voice sounded, the old man's foot suddenly took a step forward. At the same time, an incomparably terrifying aura suddenly swept towards Xiaoyan. Seeing this, Xiaoyan's eyes also became increasingly icy cold. He let out a cold snort and similarly took half a step forward. Under his feet, a frightening aura that was not the slightest bit weaker than the old man's suddenly and violently pressed down. The expression of the old man instantly changed when the two came into contact. He did not expect that with his strength, the other party would not lose to him even a little while he was suppressing Xiaoyan with his aura. The strength of this Yin Xiao was really frightening. At this moment, the other 3 half-emperors behind the old man also saw that the situation was not right. One by one, they stepped forward and took a step towards Xiaoyan. The aura of a 3-star half-emperor was undoubtedly displayed at this moment. However, just as the old man thought that he would be able to suppress Xiaoyan in this manner, Xiaoyan once again emitted a cold snort from his mouth. His body shook and the aura within his body instantly erupted. Immediately, an aura that was even more frightening than the combined aura of these 4 people crazily swept out from Xiaoyan's body. It completely suppressed the aura of these 4 half-emperors. Chapter 204. At this moment, several figures were standing in the middle of the street that was surrounded by the crowd. 2 completely different frightening auras had already filled the area. At this moment, opposite Xiaoyan, 4 figures were using all their strength to resist Xiaoyan's aura and pressure. All 4 of them were half-martial emperors. 4 half-martial emperors had actually been defeated by Xiaoyan's aura alone. After this battle, it would likely be difficult for these 4 half-martial emperors to establish themselves in the ancient city of Savage Desolation. At this moment, the 4 half-martial emperors were looking at Xiaoyan, who had an indifferent expression on his face, with faces filled with fear. All of them felt extremely solemn in their hearts. No matter what, they had never imagined that Yin Zhao's strength would actually be so frightening. They were all 3-star half-martial emperors. Even if the 4 of them attacked together, their auras would not be able to suppress Xiaoyan in the slightest. At this moment, the 4 half-martial emperors were finally unable to help themselves from doubting Xiaoyan's strength. Was the black-robed youth before them truly only a 3-star half-martial emperor? If so, Why was the strength that he had erupted with inferior to even some 6-star half-martial emperors? At this moment, even the eyes of the crowd that had come to spectate were filled with shock. Yan Xiao had actually suppressed 3 half-martial emperors of the same level by himself. Moreover, the most frightening thing was that there was even a frightening 4-star half-martial emperor amongst them. At this moment, they did not even dare to believe what they were seeing. Could it be that this was reality and not an illusion? In response, the old man who had recognized Xiao Yin earlier had a calm smile on his face. He had grown up in the ancient city of savage desolation since he was a child, and had seen too many great things. The scene before his eyes might be difficult for others to accept, but he understood that the reason why Xiao Yan was able to suppress these 4 half-martial emperors was all because of Xiao Yan's own efforts. Xiao Yan in the battleground looked at the expressions on the faces of these 4 people. His mouth once again emitted a cold snort. His straight body abruptly leaned forward. A frightening aura also carried a frightening pressure that could topple mountains and overturn seas as it violently pressed down. In an instant, the auras of the 4 half-martial emperors were easily crushed by Xiao Yan. The 4 half-martial emperors' bodies were also sent flying backwards and violently smashed onto the ground. The 4 half-martial emperors' bodies were in a sorry state as they climbed up and gradually retreated. Obviously, the 4 of them knew that they were no match for Xiao Yan, and that there would not be a good outcome if they continued to stay. Thus, they already had thoughts of retreat in their hearts. However, even though they wanted to leave, Xiao Yan of the Desolation of the Martial Emperors of the Savage Martial Emperor of the Desolation Realm, Xiao Yan's body suddenly flashed as he stood on the spot. He had already disappeared. The expressions of the 4 band changed drastically upon seeing this. Without any hesitation, the 4 of them suddenly leaped forward. Their feet violently stepped on empty air. Their bodies flashed as they swiftly fled in 4 different directions. Humph! Yan Xiao, although you are not weak, you will not be able to stop the 4 of us if we want to leave. After these words were spoken, Qin Zhong, who had already recovered, also stood up behind Xiao Yan. He looked in the direction that the 4 half-martial emperors had left and frowned slightly. He advised Xiao Yan, "Brother Yan Xiao, I think we should forget about it. If the 4 of them split up and leave, then they will definitely leave. If the 4 half-martial emperors split up, it is indeed impossible to stop them." The corners of Xiao Yan's mouth slowly revealed a cold smile as he looked in the direction that the 4 half-martial emperors had left. He turned his head to look at Qin Zhong and said with a faint smile, "Haha, brother Qin, you just need to relax and stay here. I want to see how fast the 4 of them can be." After his voice sounded, Xiao Yan did not wait for Qin Zhong to speak again. His body instantly flashed, and in the next moment, he had already appeared high up in the sky. With a thought, the avatar in his body quickly condensed in the empty space beside him. After exchanging glances with the avatar, Xiao Yan did not hesitate and instantly used the Sky Absolute Steps. His body flashed and he chased after one of the 3-star half-martial emperors who was relatively weaker. The Sky Absolute Steps was a human-class agility dose skill. Naturally, there was no need to mention its speed. Back then, Xiao Yan was able to fight against a 7-star half-martial emperor when he had just made some progress. Now that Xiao Yan's strength had gradually increased, when he used it, it was likely that his speed would not be inferior to an 8-star half-martial emperor. At this moment, once the Sky Absolute Steps was used, Xiao Yan's speed immediately became like a meteor chasing after the moon. He instantly cut through the empty space and appeared 1,000 feet in front of the 3-star half-martial emperor. However, before the 3-star half-martial emperor could do anything, Xiao Yan had already ruthlessly thrown a punch at him. Before he could react, the punch violently smashed into his chest. After the punch, the 3-star half-martial emperor's body weakly fell from the empty space. In the next moment, Xiao Yan's body once again flashed. After 2 consecutive heavy punches, another 2 human figures fell from the empty space like corpses. They violently smashed into the ground below, creating a huge pit that was dozens of feet deep. However, after the 3 figures fell from the sky, an earth-shaking explosion suddenly sounded from an empty space that was even further away from Xiao Yan. This sound reverberated across the entire sky of the ancient savage city, causing the expressions of all the experts in the city to abruptly change at this moment. The strength that this explosion contained was really not weak. Under the perception of some high-class half-martial emperors, their expressions instantly became ugly at this moment. This was because this earth-shaking explosion was actually caused by the self-destruction of a half-martial emperor. At this moment, under this earth-shaking explosion, tens of thousands of people in the city were already shocked. Everyone felt an incomparable shock in their hearts. A half-martial emperor had actually self-destructed in the sky above the ancient savage city. At this moment, all the half-martial emperors swiftly moved. They had to pay attention to this kind of half-martial emperor-level matter. As for Xiao Yan, the moment the explosion sounded, the smile on the corner of his mouth gradually widened. This was because that earth-shaking explosion was caused by his clone. In order to not harm the ancient city below, Xiao Yan had forcefully suppressed the power within his clone's body when it self-destructed. Otherwise, who knew what kind of big trouble he would cause in the ancient savage city? The corner of Xiao Yan's mouth carried a cold smile as he flew and landed. He saw an enormous deep pit on the ground below. His body moved, and his leg kicked down from the sky. Boom! With a loud sound, the huge pit deepened once again. Xiao Yan, who was within it, violently threw an extremely weak body out of the huge pit with one hand. He threw the body in front of the surrounding crowd as if he was throwing out trash. I remember asking you previously which hand injured Qin Zhong. Since you are unwilling to tell me, I can only guess myself. As the ice-cold voice that did not contain the slightest emotion sounded, Xiao Yan's hand gently trembled in front of the extremely terrified eyes of the old man. A cluster of brilliant heavenly flame suddenly appeared in his palm. However, just as Xiao Yan was about to attack, a familiar joyous voice was suddenly transmitted into his ear. What? Ha 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 ha. Yan Xiao. So it's you. I thought that something had happened here. Ha 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 ha. You have really made this old man look for you over the past month. Chapter 205. Xiao Yan's hand paused for a moment. He lifted his head and looked up. At this moment, the sky was already occupied by dozens of human figures. At this moment, other than the few familiar figures, the rest of these people were all looking at Xiao Yan with curious gazes. These people were all people who had come to watch the alchemist's grand meeting. Moreover, their strengths were all at the half-emperor level. The weakest among them had already reached the level of a 3-star half-emperor. From the looks of it, Xiao Yan's strength was really not enough in front of these people. Haha, Chairman Guli, I really missed you very much after not seeing you for a month. Xiao Yan's face immediately revealed a smile when he saw the old human figure in the empty sky. His mouth also laughed out loud. When the half-emperors heard that the person below was actually Yan Xiao, who had disappeared for a month, all of them could not help but reveal a surprised expression. Immediately after, as they looked at each other, they also redefined Xiao Yan's image in their hearts. The outside world had always said that Xiao Yan did not dare to participate in the alchemist's grand meeting, because he was timid and weak. However, these were after all only known by ordinary people. These half-emperors did not believe in the slightest. However, they had always been extremely curious about Xiao Yan's sudden disappearance in their hearts. At this moment, when they saw Xiao Yan, everyone naturally had a good impression of him in their hearts. Guli also smiled when he heard this. His gaze then landed on the old man beside Xiao Yan's feet. A strange expression flashed across his eyes. It was a long while later before he opened his mouth and asked with some doubt. This is... However, before Gu Li's voice sounded, another human figure swiftly flew over from the end of the street in the distance. When Xiao Yan saw this, he immediately smiled and said, "Looks like Brother Qin has almost recovered." Before Qin Zhong arrived in front of Xiao Yan, his clear voice was already clearly heard. When Qin Zhong heard this, his face was filled with gratitude as he looked at Xiao Yan and laughed out loud. Ha 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 ha, this is all thanks to Brother Yan Zhao's medicinal pills. Otherwise, I really don't know when I'll be able to recover from that palm strike. At this point, there was no need for Xiao Yan to say anything more. Guli also understood that this matter was likely caused by Qin Zhong. Xiao Yan laughed with Qin Zhong. Only then did he raise his eyes and look at Guli. After which, he swept his eyes over the group of Band D experts in the sky. The corner of his mouth curled into a smile as he spoke to Guli. Haha, it's nothing. It's just a small matter. However, it has already been resolved. However, I do not know how to make so many half-martial emperors welcome me together. Hearing Xiao Yan's words, the various half-martial emperors in the sky could not help but burst into laughter at his humorous words. Of course, they were not here to welcome Xiao Yan. If it were not for the terrifying explosion just now, they would not have been alarmed and come here. At this moment, it was likely that the only people in the sky who found Xiao Yan an eyesore and had gloomy faces were MOD and Old Demon who were standing in a corner. At this moment, when MOD saw that Xiao Yan was actually standing in the ancient savage city unscathed, his heart was filled with anger. A month ago, he had been seriously injured by Old Luo's attack. This debt was all on Xiao Yan's head. If it were not for Xiao Yan, the Alchemist Grand Meeting would have already ended and the Alchemist Guild in the ancient savage city would have been under their control. However, because of this Yan Xiao, their originally perfect plan had been ruined time and time again. However, the most hateful thing was that Xiao Yan's alchemy skills were actually just as terrifying. At such a young age, he already possessed such terrifying strength. Moreover, he possessed some kind of heavenly flame, and possessed an ultimate Do skill. No matter which one it was, they all moved him. Since Xiao Yan had arrived in the ancient savage city, he had first crossed the gap of 3 stars to fight a 6-star half-martial emperor. Then he had summoned the revered Old Luo in front of everyone's eyes. Finally, he had obtained the rank 2 alchemist badge in the Alchemist Guild. If one were to look at these things carefully, it would seem that Xiao Yan had come for the Alchemist Grand Meeting from the very beginning. He had been rampaging all the way and no one had been able to stop him. Even the 7-star half-martial emperor that MOD had sent to kill Xiao Yan was like throwing meat buns at a dog. The Xiao Yan in front of her was just like a 10,000-year-old demon that was stored in a tender skin bag. Bastard. So what if you have returned? Once the Alchemist Grand Meeting begins, this old man will still defeat you beneath my feet. Compared to MOD, Old Freak who stood to the side saw things even more clearly than him. From the very first glance at Xiao Yan, he had already sensed that Xiao Yan's aura had already reached the peak of a late-stage 3-star half-martial emperor. He was only a step away from becoming a 4-star half-martial emperor. MOD, did you discover something different about that Yan Xiao compared to a month ago? This old man keeps feeling that there is something wrong with him. At this moment, Old Freak who narrowed his eyes and stared at Xiao Yan as he sent a voice transmission to MOD beside him. As they were on the same boat as MOD, Old Freak who naturally knew about the matter of Xiao Yan and Old Freak Sun. Thus, he did not dare to underestimate Xiao Yan. Now that he was asking about Xiao Yan, he was unwilling to let go of any detail about Xiao Yan. Hearing that, MOD also frowned slightly. Since Old Freak who had said so, he would rather believe it than not. Immediately, MOD also hurriedly cast his gaze toward Xiao Yan. With a thought, his soul power rapidly spread out and carefully surrounded Xiao Yan who was chatting with Gu Li, and the others felt the faintly discernible soul power around him. However, the corners of his mouth slowly curled into a cold smile as he allowed the soul power to slowly envelop his body. After devouring and refining He Mu's soul power, the current Xiao Yan soul power was no longer weaker than MOD's. Thus, it was simply impossible for MOD to investigate him without Xiao Yan's detection. Haha, Yan Xiao, since you have already returned, it is time for the Alchemist Grand Meeting to begin. After all, so many of us have waited for you for a month. After chatting for a while, Gu Li lifted his eyes to look at the sky. It was noon and it was indeed time for the Grand Meeting to begin. When Gu Li's words left his mouth, the half-martial emperors behind him immediately became noisy. They had waited for a month for Xiao Yan to return and participate in the Alchemist Grand Meeting. Now that the time had come and everyone was in place, it was time for the Alchemist Grand Meeting to begin. Xiao Yan smiled when he saw this. He cupped his hands together, and cupped them toward the half-martial emperors in the sky. Only then did he open his mouth and say with a smile, "Everyone, I also know that because of me, all of you have waited for a month in vain. I know that among all of you, there are definitely some who have become impatient from waiting. Here, I would like to personally apologize to all of you." Xiao Yan cupped his hands together and bowed after his words sounded. This action immediately obtained the approval of many half-martial emperors present. Regardless of whether Xiao Yan's words were sincere or not, he had after all expressed his attitude in front of so many people. If they were still not satisfied, it would be a little boring. Xiao Yan placed his hands down and looked at the smiling half-martial emperors. The corners of his mouth slowly lifted into a smile. Although these people had not reached the level where Xiao Yan felt threatened, it was ultimately not a bad thing to leave a good impression. Moreover, these people had some understanding of his strength. Since he was not afraid of opponents who were 3 stars above him, there was naturally no need for him to bow down to them. At this moment, his attitude was already enough to let them put down all the grudges they had against Xiao Yan in their hearts. No matter who it was, this was not a bad thing. Gu Li's face was filled with a smile when he saw this move of Xiao Yan's. This method of Xiao Yan had not only left behind a good reputation for himself, but it could also once again attract a large group of alchemists to their alchemist grand meeting. However, just as everyone was preparing to return to watch the alchemist grand meeting begin, Xiao Yan, who was the focus of attention, gently waved his hand. A cluster of brilliant heavenly flame instantly surged out from his palm, causing the temperature of this area to suddenly rise at this moment. Seeing this scene, the people in the field who were about to leave once again stopped and looked at Xiao Yan in unison. On the other hand, Xiao Yan looked at Qin Zhong with a smile at the corner of his mouth. He immediately opened his mouth and laughed. "Haha, brother Qin, which hand did this guy use when he injured you previously?" Hearing this extremely calm sentence, Qin Zhong could not help but be stunned. After a moment he quickly reacted. After talking for so long, Xiao Yan had actually returned to the starting point. The people in the sky also saw this scene and heard the words from Xiao Yan's mouth. Their impression of Xiao Yan immediately improved a lot in their hearts. He was indeed a rare person to be so concerned about his friend. Qin Zhong frowned and pondered for a long time. His eyes turned slightly and saw a red handprint on his chest. The sequence of the 5 fingers was obviously from his right hand. Xiao Yan smiled upon seeing this. He did not wait for Qin Zhong to say anything more as his eyes suddenly shifted downwards. In an instant, his originally smiling face was suddenly replaced by an ice-cold expression that was as cold as the 9 serene springs. A fire flashed in his eyes. Xiao Yan's hand, which was controlling the heavenly flame, suddenly clenched. The heavenly flame in his palm suddenly exploded and turned into a large flame that quickly wrapped Xiao Yan's entire body. At the same time, in the sky, Missouri D's expression suddenly changed. His mind quickly turned, and he quickly withdrew the spiritual power that he had released. Unfortunately, although his actions were not slow, under Xiao Yan's sudden attack, a part of his spiritual power was still injured. It would be difficult for him to recover in the near future. "Damn it! You are ruthless." Xiao Yan smiled after removing the spiritual strength that had adhered to his body. His eyes swept over the empty space without leaving a trace. His eyes collided with Mod's eyes in the empty space. His eyes contained some ridicule, causing the latter's fury to soar. Xiao Yan, on the other hand, completely ignored him. He waved his right hand and the heavenly flame in his palm immediately shot out. It instantly incinerated the right arm of the old man, who had already fainted, into nothingness. There was a piece of charred flesh at the joint. With a thought, Xiao Yan withdrew the heavenly flame. At the same time, Xiao Yan glanced again at the old man, who was lying motionless on the ground. After so many years, Xiao Yan had already learned that as long as it was an enemy, he would definitely not show mercy and would not give them a chance. As long as he attacked, Xiao Yan did not have the habit of leaving anyone alive. This person was no exception. Chapter 206. Above the Void Square in the ancient city of Wildlands. At this moment, the Void Square had already reached a frightening state where it was packed with people. Almost all of the large and small factions within the ancient city of Wildlands, as long as they could fly in the sky and had the ability to step onto the Void Square, had already arrived. At this moment, the Void Square could only be described with 4 words: shoulder to shoulder. It was unexpected that after a month, the attraction of the Alchemist Grand Meeting was actually even more frightening, causing countless people to come. Of course, the main reason for this was Xiao Yan. Or rather, it was because of Elder Luo. A month ago, Elder Luo had personally stepped forward to forcefully postpone the alchemist's grand meeting in order to help Xiao Yan. Such a magnificent feat could be said to be the first in the history of the ancient city of Wildlands. Just because of a 3-star half-martial emperor, the continent's Pill Pagoda's rules had been disregarded, and the alchemist's grand meeting was forcefully postponed. In this ancient city of desolation, apart from Elder Luo, who was well known and respected by tens of thousands of people, could accomplish such a magnificent feat. However, the most important thing was that the person who caused Elder Luo to do such a thing was actually only a 3-star half-emperor. It was also because of this, in addition to the matter of Xiao Yan in the city during the day, that the current Xiao Yan had already become the focus of attention. Currently, all of the people who had come to watch the alchemist's grand meeting, other than wanting to take a look at the miraculous alchemy skills of an alchemist, they also wanted to see this exceptional genius, Yan Xiao, who had shocked the entire city. Although the entire void square was surrounded by the crowd like an enlarged version of a soccer ball, the space inside the soccer ball still appeared to be empty, and there was still space left. This was the competition venue of the alchemist's grand meeting this time around. It was the stage where the two focal figures of the alchemist's grand meeting would fight. Although the interior space was still considered spacious and there was still room, the atmosphere within was still somewhat oppressive due to the encirclement of countless people. However, it still appeared somewhat heavy and pressuring. This caused Xiao Yan's and Mod's hearts to involuntarily surge with an unknown pressure. Gu Li stood in the middle of the entire stadium in the empty space. His gaze slowly swept across the incomparably noisy audience. The corners of his mouth also felt a little proud of the vastness of this alchemist's grand meeting. He'd managed the Alchemist Guild all his life and held and presided over who knows how many large meetings. But it was truly the first time he'd had such a feeling of dark clouds covering the sun like today. His hands slowly pressed down on the space in front of him, and a faint aura spread out. However, the expected silence did not appear. This caused Gu Li's face to involuntarily become a little embarrassed. It seemed that these people today were more courageous than before. The corners of Gu Li's mouth curled up into a smile. With a thought, the frightening aura of an 8-star half-martial emperor immediately spread out. In an instant, other than the few people present, even some of the half-martial emperors present revealed serious expressions. It must be said that as the chairman of the Alchemist Guild, without mentioning his alchemy skills, Gu Li's strength was truly boundless. Sure enough, the previously noisy empty stadium immediately quietened down after Gu Li's action. Everyone's faces were grave as they looked at Gu Li. Among them, there were quite a number of people who had already been pressured by this frightening aura, until their heads turned red. Clearly, they could no longer endure it. Gu Li gently shook his head when he saw this. He slowly scattered the aura and pressure. Honestly speaking, it was not that he wanted to use violent methods. It was just that these people really did not understand ordinary language. Xiao Yan also smiled when he saw this. He ignored the nonsense that Gu Li was about to say. Instead, he appeared to be lazily curled up in his chair. His spiritual strength quietly spread out and investigated everything in the arena. Next, this old man announces that the final round of the Alchemist Grand Meeting has officially begun. Finally, the sentence that everyone had been waiting for was uttered from Gu Li's mouth. At this moment, everyone felt their blood boiling. Their mouths also cried out in agreement. The atmosphere in the arena was completely ignited at this moment. Suddenly, a bright light appeared in the empty space. A human figure wearing an alchemist robe was the first to step onto a stone platform in the empty space. As the human figure stood there, everyone focused their eyes and looked over. However, all of them emitted a soft hiss from their mouths. This was because the person wearing an alchemist robe was none other than Mod, who was going to compete with Xiao Yan in alchemy skills in this round. When he heard the disdainful words from everyone's mouths, Mod's face trembled in anger. In his heart, he wished that he could slap all these ants in front of him to death. However, he could only do this in the current situation. He tried his best to ignore them. After all, the most important thing at this moment was not these ants who had never seen the world. Instead, it was this rank 2 alchemist who was going to compete with him, Yan Xiao. Standing on the stone platform, Mod looked at Xiao Yan, who was still curled up in his chair from a distance. His mouth emitted a cold snort. Immediately he ignored him. He extended his hand, and a glow flashed from the storage ring on his hand. A purple-black medicinal cauldron flew out, and heavily smashed onto the stone platform in front of MOD. This medicinal cauldron was purple-black in color. There was a bat carved on both sides of the medicinal cauldron. The wings of the bat were connected to each other to form the body of the cauldron. 2 bloody large mouths had transformed into 2 fire vents. 4 claws supported the entire medicinal cauldron on the ground. Its sharp ears were connected together, forming a 4-sided opening lid. When MOD took out this medicinal cauldron, the expressions of Gu Li and the rest in the judges' seats changed slightly. Clearly, they were quite surprised by MOD's medicinal cauldron. It is unexpected that this is actually the bloodbat cauldron. This fellow has actually obtained it. Hasn't this medicinal cauldron always been their association head's treasure? Looks like they have invested quite a lot in this grand meeting. However, while MOD's side was being passionately discussed by everyone, Xiaoyan slowly stood up from his chair. He appeared to have just woken up and stretched his lazy waist. Immediately, a smile surfaced on the corners of Xiaoyan's mouth. His body moved and instantly appeared on a stone platform. Xiaoyan's appearance instantly attracted the attention of many people. Everyone wanted to see what grade of medicinal cauldron Xiaoyan could take out since MOD had taken out such a high-grade medicinal cauldron. When MOD saw that Xiaoyan had finally stood up, he thought of the Luo Tian cauldron that he had seen previously. The joy that had risen in his heart immediately disappeared. Why should Xiaoyan not only possess a heavenly flame, but also a medicinal cauldron that was ranked second on the heavenly cauldron list, which was the dream of all alchemists? Yet, MOD still had to think of ways to borrow another person's cauldron to keep up appearances. The anger in his heart had already accumulated to an unimaginable level. If he could, he really wanted to seize everything that belonged to Xiaoyan in his hands. He also wanted to be the center of attention. He also wanted everyone to worship him. Unfortunately, there was still a big gap between reality and imagination. No matter how angry he was, he could only watch as Xiaoyan took the limelight. Standing on the stone platform, Xiaoyan wore a cold smile as he looked at MOD, who had a gloomy face on the other side. He opened his mouth and sneered. Do you know why you have been stuck as a rank 2 alchemist for so long? It is because you are too narrow-minded and your heart is too dirty. The most important thing for an alchemist is the soul. As soon as his voice fell, Xiaoyan waved his sleeve. At the same time, the storage ring on his hand flashed, and a huge scarlet light suddenly appeared in front of Xiaoyan. The light gradually disappeared, and a scarlet medicinal cauldron also appeared in front of everyone's eyes. This medicinal cauldron was completely scarlet red, as if it had been burned through by a raging flame. Various ancient magical beasts were engraved on the cauldron's body. The invisible aura that spread out made people feel as if they were in the midst of a herd of beasts. They could feel a sense of oppression in their hearts. When the medicinal cauldron appeared, most of the people present could not help but have a change in expression. Obviously, they recognized this extremely domineering medicinal cauldron. When MOD, Gu Li, and the others saw this medicinal cauldron, their expressions could not help but freeze. Their eyes revealed an extremely shocked expression. In particular, Gu Li and MOD were even more shocked by Xiaoyan's enormous foundation. It was a long while later that Gu Li finally recovered with great difficulty. The muscles at the corner of his eyes twitched slightly. He did not expect that not only was the Luo Tian cauldron, which was ranked second on the heavenly tripod list, in Xiaoyan's hands, but even this terrifying existence, which was ranked 6th on the heavenly tripod list, would appear in Xiaoyan's hands. This, Yin Xiao, you have brought us too many surprises. The Thousand Beast Cauldron. Haha. In addition to the heavenly flame, MOD, what are your chances of winning? Chapter 207. MOD stared at the crimson medicinal cauldron in front of Xiaoyan from afar. His heart was already filled with rage. In addition to what Xiaoyan had just said, his hands, which were hidden under his sleeves, were trembling uncontrollably. At this very moment, he really wanted to rush over and tear Xiaoyan to pieces. Everything that was happening before his eyes made him feel that this world was too unfair. Why did he have to lower his pride and beg for Xiaoyan when he had everything? Why did he have to be suppressed by this brat who came out of nowhere? Mod's heart was burning with rage. When he looked at the medicinal cauldron in front of him, it was as if he was looking at a pile of trash. Indeed, compared to the thousand-beast cauldron in front of Xiaoyan, the bloodbat cauldron in front of Mod was indeed like a pile of scrap metal. Humph! With a cold snort, Mod tried his best to calm himself down. After which, he closed his eyes and slowly sat down. After all, the refinement of an elixir pill required a long time of refining and fusing. During this process, the slightest disturbance could not be tolerated. Otherwise, if one's state of mind became unstable, it was very likely that the refinement process would end in failure. This was even more so for the Emperor tier elixir pill that Xiaoyan and Mod were about to refine. Although Mod had already become a rank 2 alchemist, and his spiritual strength had also reached the Emperor realm for many years. Even so, with his current ability, his confidence in successfully refining an Emperor-grade elixir was still less than 50%. From this, one could imagine how difficult it was to refine an Emperor-tier elixir pill. Compared to a grade 9 elixir pill, an Emperor-tier elixir pill required a much more terrifying amount of natural energy. At the same time, it was also an extremely terrifying burden for the refiner. When an alchemist refined an Emperor-tier elixir pill, the first thing they had to deal with was the medicinal ingredients. Compared to ordinary medicinal herbs, the consumption of these medicinal herbs for alchemists during the process of refining medicinal herbs was also unimaginable. This process not only tested the alchemist's spiritual strength, but also the alchemist's cultivation level. After all, the medicinal ingredients used to refine an Emperor-tier elixir pill were not ordinary items. The refining process was naturally much longer. Without a certain cultivation foundation, one would be unable to refine an Emperor-tier elixir, even if one's spiritual strength could keep up. For a high-tier alchemist, refining an elixir not only required a frightening spiritual strength that exceeded an ordinary person's, but it also required one's strength to be incomparably harsh. It was a long while later before Mod once again slowly opened his eyes. A glint flickered within his dark eyes. The violent do-chi within his body was once again suppressed by him. Mod's eyes were indifferent as they swept over Xiaoyan, who was similarly seated on the stone platform. Both of his eyes were slowly narrowed into a thin line. Immediately, he waved his sleeve and a black fog-like black-colored flame surged out. It transformed into a large black fog that lingered around Mod's body. Black soaring snake flame. As its name suggested, it was a flame that was produced from the body of an adult black soaring snake. The lethality of this flame was not great, but it was unusually dense. After it was released, it would appear like a black fog that blocked one's sight, and could even block one's probing. Once one was enveloped by it, a frighteningly high temperature would be released under the control of the black soaring snake. Combined with the concealment ability of the black soaring snake, many people had suffered quite a great loss because of it. Following the appearance of this black soaring snake flame, the square was immediately covered by a dense black fog. Mod's figure was also hidden within it, making it difficult to detect him. Xiaoyan frowned slightly when he saw this scene. There was nothing wrong with this flame. However, Mod's actions caused Xiaoyan to feel that it was intentional. Within a couple of breaths, the dense black fog was swiftly withdrawn. It swiftly agglomerated in the air, and turned into a dark black soaring snake. Under Mod's control, it entered the medicinal cauldron through the fire passage on the bloodbat cauldron. Xiaoyan knit his brows slightly. His eyes swept over Mod, only to see an evil smile hanging on the corner of Mod's mouth at this moment. A pair of shady old eyes revealed a ruthless expression. Xiaoyan's frown involuntarily deepened when he saw this. He felt that it was strange in his heart. However, he was ultimately unable to figure out the reason. All he could do was helplessly shake his head. Immediately, he lifted his eyes and looked at Gu Li, who had been quietly waiting in the judges' seats. Xiaoyan exchanged glances with the other party. Only then did he slowly raise his arm. His palm aimed at the empty space above his head. A fiery glow instantly surged in his eyes. His mouth suddenly emitted a stern cry. "Fire come!" This stern cry was like a clap of thunder. It caused the noisy empty space to become silent for a brief moment. When everyone raised their eyes, they saw that the empty space in the direction where Xiao Yan's palm was pointing had emitted a loud bang. A brilliant heavenly flame had erupted all over the sky. The frighteningly high temperature caused the faces of a countless number of people present to appear, as though they had been grilled by an intense flame at this moment. Their faces swiftly turned hot red. Xiao Yan waved his large hand when the heavenly flame appeared. The heavenly flame that permeated the sky immediately began to twist. After a couple of changes, it agglomerated into a brilliant fire dragon that soared into the sky. It caused a countless number of people present to emit waves of earth-shaking agreement at this moment. The fire dragon agglomerated and looked at the soaring snake that was continuously spinning in Mod's medicinal cauldron. The two flames faced each other. The heavenly flames were the divine flames of the world. How could it allow such a flame to continue rising in front of it? Immediately, a thunderous dragon roar was emitted from the fire dragon's mouth. Its entire body shook and a terrifying heavenly flame aura instantly swept out. This caused the expressions of quite a number of people present to change. A heavenly flame was a heavenly flame. Although it had been subdued by Xiao Yan, it still had its overbearing nature. Once the heavenly flame appeared, 10,000 flames would be destroyed. Although it would not die, it could not allow this bastard flame in front of it to continue burning and rising. Sure enough, the black soaring snake flame in Mod's medicinal cauldron began to shake violently uncontrollably the moment this aura was released. The originally fiercely burning flame was swiftly extinguished. Mod's expression instantly became ugly when he saw this. He was once again furious in his heart. The dou qi in his body suddenly surged out as he used all his strength to endure. He wanted the flame in the cauldron to rise once again. However, how could the heavenly flame be happy when it saw this? Its enormous dragon body turned, and its thick dragon tail violently swung in the air. It had used the ultimate skill of the dragon tribe, the divine dragon tail whip. The thick dragon tail did not strike the medicinal cauldron when it was swung. Instead, it appeared as though it was fanning a fart as it pushed an even more overbearing heavenly flame aura toward the flame. Indeed, under the divine skill of the heavenly flame dragon, regardless of how furious Mod was in his heart or how wildly the dou qi in his body was being poured out, the black soaring snake flame in the cauldron in front of him was extinguished when the frightening heavenly flame aura arrived at this moment. Mod could only glare at Xiao Yan with a heart filled with fury. There was nothing else he could do. Only after doing all this did the heavenly flame dragon swiftly shrink its body like an obedient child who had completed its mission. It twisted its body and flew in front of Xiao Yan, after which, it happily flipped and danced in his palm. Xiao Yan gently smiled at the cute little fellow in his hand. Immediately he ceased hesitating. With a random toss of his hand, he threw it into the demonic beast cauldron in front of him, preparing to warm it up before refining the medicinal pill. Chapter 208. Above the crowded void square, the noisy atmosphere from a moment ago became silent again. Gu Li's figure once again stood above the void. With a smile on his face, he slowly swept his gaze across the square. Under everyone's expectant gazes, Gu Li slowly extended his hand from under his sleeves. Light flickered in his palm and a scroll appeared. When everyone saw this scene, they involuntarily frowned. Gu Li smiled faintly. He raised the scroll in his hand and slowly opened his mouth. This scroll is an emperor-grade pill formula. Because the number of participants has been reduced from the original 3 to 2, I've decided to give it to the alchemist and the pill formula as the reward for the champion of this year's Alchemist Grand Meeting. As his words rang out, the square immediately became noisy. Although they were not alchemists, they knew the value of an Emperor-tier pill formula. The attractiveness of a D-tier pill formula was sufficient to cause a Tier 2 alchemist's expression to change. This was equivalent to a bargaining chip that Gu Li had placed in order to get Xiao Yan to go all out. Clearly, Xiao Yan was very fond of Gu Li's bargaining chip. Until now, the only Emperor-tier pill formula that he had come into contact with was the Emperor Tribulation pill formula in his storage ring. As for the others, although he had 2 scrolls, he had never used them. Now that Gu Li was using this to attract him, how could he not be moved? The corner of Xiao Yan's mouth carried a smile as he looked at Gu Li. He realized that the latter was also looking at him. The four eyes made contact and smiled at each other, but they did not say anything. Xiao Yan, on the other hand, could not help but quietly curse Old Fox in his heart. Gu Li had really put in a lot of effort for his alchemist association. Gu Li smiled as a glint flashed across his eyes. He also laughed in his heart. After which, his gaze once again swept across the square and slowly opened his mouth to speak. Next, I announce that the finals of this year's Alchemist Grand Meeting will now begin. As Gu Li's words rang out, it was no surprise that it brought about intense and crazy cheers in the square. Everyone's eyes suddenly turned at this moment, and landed on the real protagonists of the square, Xiao Yan and MOD. Next, it was time for the two of them to show off their skills. Xiao Yan raised his eyebrows and slowly swept his gaze across the crowd. The smile on his face gradually turned into confidence that rose from the bottom of his heart. Although this was Xiao Yan's first time refining an Emperor-grade pill, Xiao Yan understood that if he wanted to successfully refine an Emperor-grade pill, he absolutely could not be impatient. He had to ensure that his state of mind was stable enough. Moreover, he had to ensure that he was in his best condition in every aspect. Only in this way could he increase his success rate in concocting Emperor-grade pills. With this thought in mind, Xiao Yan, who was currently under the attention of tens of thousands of people, did not begin the various preparations before refining the medicinal pill. Instead, he sat cross-legged on the ground and slowly shut his rippleless pitch-black eyes. Both of his hands formed the training seal, and the flame art chi method within his body also began to circulate according to Xiao Yan's thoughts. In merely a couple of breaths' time, Xiao Yan had already completely entered into his training state. Every breath he took caused everyone watching outside to be stunned. Currently, the Alchemist Grand Meeting had officially begun. Not only did Yan Xiao not begin to refine a pill, he had instead sat cross-legged on the ground and began to train his Do Qi. Could it be that he did not have any confidence in himself and was planning to use this method to pass the time? Of course, the people present were not fools. Quite a number of people knew that Xiao Yan had only become a rank 2 alchemist in the past month. His current actions were merely to ensure that he was in his best condition. The corner of MOD's mouth revealed a disdainful cold smile when he saw this. Compared to Xiao Yan, he had already refined Emperor-grade medicinal pills. From the way he saw it, training was completely unnecessary. If one did not have sufficient ability during the refinement, regardless of how high one's cultivation was or how strong one's Do Qi was, it would still be useless. Seeing that Xiao Yan was still concentrating on his training, MOD would not give up on this opportunity. A thought passed through his mind, and his spiritual strength swiftly spread out. His shriveled hand also violently slammed on the medicinal cauldron in front of him at the same time. Immediately, the cover of the medicinal cauldron opened. Soon after, numerous bright-colored medicinal ingredients were thrown into the medicinal cauldron in front of him. The medicinal pill that MOD wanted to refine was called the Meru pill. Its effect was to greatly increase the strength of a half-emperor for a period of time. It could be considered quite difficult to refine among the Emperor-grade medicinal pills. However, it was a little inferior when compared to Xiao Yan's Emperor Tribulation pill. This caused MOD to involuntarily rejoice in his heart. Even if he did not have the same foundation as Xiao Yan, the Heavenly Flame and the Thousand Beast Cauldron, he had at least refined an Emperor-grade medicinal pill before. Hence, he was aware of the difficulty of refining an Emperor-grade medicinal pill. No matter how one put it, he was more confident than Xiao Yan in refining it. This was the only advantage that he had over Xiao Yan. The corners of MOD's mouth immediately revealed an arrogant smile after the medicinal ingredients entered the cauldron. A thought passed through his mind, and the flame in the cauldron instantly pounced forward. It separated the medicinal ingredients into a ball and began to refine them together. While MOD was doing his best to refine the medicinal ingredients in the medicinal cauldron, everyone looked at Xiao Yan again. However, he was still the same. Both of his legs were crossed as he sat on the stone platform. Both of his eyes were slightly shut, and there was no expression on his face. Wisps of natural energy gradually flowed into Xiao Yan's body through his nose. After some refinement, they flowed into the vortex. At this moment, even Gu Li and Qi Lin, who were seated at the judges' seats, could not bear to continue watching. Could it be that Yan Xiao was really going to continue in this manner? Mod had already begun to refine the medicinal ingredients. Compared to the expressions on their faces, Elder Xian and a young man holding a jade fan at a certain spot in the arena appeared exceptionally calm. Although Elder Luo was also a little worried in his heart, he relaxed after seeing the smile on the young man's face beside him. Compared to his understanding of Xiao Yan, the young man beside him knew a little more. The Yan Xiao in front of him was never a person who would give up so easily. Cuckoo, let's wait and see. Once his aura has recovered to its peak, it will be time for him to begin refining the pill. The young man's words had just sounded when Xiao Yan, who was in the midst of his training, suddenly opened his eyes. His face did not carry the slightest emotion as he looked at the medicinal cauldron in front of him. Both of his hands were waved in unison. Doqi wildly surged and spiritual strength swept out like a tsunami. An even wilder bone-chilling flame also swiftly spread out at this moment. Suddenly, Xiao Yan withdrew his right hand. Immediately, he violently slammed it on the fire outlet of the thousand-beast cauldron in front of him. A thought passed through his mind and the heavenly flame within it swiftly agglomerated together. The aura within it also became increasingly wild and violent. Explode. A low cry sounded and the heavenly flame within the cauldron suddenly exploded. A wave of frighteningly high temperature from the heavenly flame suddenly swept across the medicinal cauldron in front of Xiao Yan, causing the entire medicinal cauldron to tremble involuntarily. Now was the time. Xiao Yan took advantage of the opportunity and waved his sleeves. The medicinal ingredients around him, which had already been frozen by the bone-chilling flame, were all thrown into the medicinal cauldron in front of him with a thought. On the judges' seats, Gu Li and the other judges involuntarily felt surprised at this method of Xiao Yan's. At the same time, however, they also prayed that they would be able to see a true fierce battle.